And we are live. Let's see, we've got a couple of our loyal viewers out there. And we are rejoining our heroes on their third day here in Dragontooth's Rock. After arriving here 2 days ago, our heroes arrived in unperturbed, began shopping, as well as acquiring means of expanding the crew somehow. As the captain went off in search of newfound crewmates, you all took to various activities around town, and upon completion the first day, returned back to the ship, where you all decided to partake in some revelry at one of the nearby establishments in the Yields. After many of you left your ship and head to a bar which you guys have once frequented, there you all spent the evening. I realize I am recapping without Dirk, and I'm wondering if this is going to be to my detriment, or did you guys cover most of this with him while I was gone?
Well, Dirk was gone while you were gone.
Okay.
Dirk might not know anything, but I gave Marinus a brief.
I swear Dirk was here. I might have just taken his chair as a person, which is my own fault. So for the next few minutes, I will be
Here he is. There's
entertaining
Dirk.
chat with a song. Oh, well, he's back. Looks like you guys don't get a song.
Sorry, I'm French pressing my coffee because I'm spoiled.
Okay.
Were you gonna sing the Gargax song?
No, Gargax doesn't get a song. But you guys do get to be accompanied by Plank this evening.
Haha.
In the background.
Plank, cool.
The coolest piece of wood.
Plank.
The most lit piece of wood.
Better not be lit. That would
Yeah,
that would be bad for him.
Fire would be a
That would
bit
be
more
very
lit.
bad for Plank.
I was just about to start the recap, and now that you have returned, I can continue. Our heroes have returned to Dragontooth Rock, where upon the first day, they had taken care of most of the purchasing needs they had acquired over their time at sea. As the captain went off to search to enlist newfound crew members, you all did what was needed around the city. On the first day, little interesting things occurred from a few people. I'm sorry if I'm mistaken. You guys acquired the pets on the first day, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
We did Oli and all the shopping
Yeah,
and stuff on the first day.
Some things sold, other things bought. Some of the crew went around to the shops of the city where information was acquired, as well as new furry friends aboard the ship from Sayri as well as Tasari.
Friend.
We don't interrupt my recap, correct? That's what I thought! Anyway, furry and feathered friends were acquired. After returning to the ship, they decided to take part in some revelry at a nearby establishment, which you all had frequented previously. Returning to the Yields for a evening of fun, it was discovered that a number of other individuals were currently also enjoying their evening here at the Farmer's Respite, where Captain Oli was currently present, as well as the three individuals you had traveled here with. Leto, Tavius, as well as Chirpius, all three of them seemed to be talking to a familiar Captain Nautilus in the top floor. After they all had left, you all spent your evening here. Some words were exchanged with the mysterious individuals you had previously given travel to. And after striking up an agreement, you all turned in for the evening. On the walk back from the bar on this first night in Dragontooth Rock, however, you all were assailed by a mysterious individual. A few of you walking alone in the night were met by a man dressed entirely in black, who, after cutting open his abdomen, spilt his blood upon the ground, summoning forth a number of strange demons, which attacked some of your crew. After fighting them off, and Sayri particularly coming close to a bout with death, you all managed to return to your ship safely and discovered that a bounty has currently been put out on your crew by somebody upon these waters. Currently being the next day, after a few more tasks were taken upon the town, a number of guests arrived upon your ship. Friends, both Merrill as well as the individuals who you had met the previous day. Quite a bit of conversation and information was exchanged aboard the ship. There, a number of things were discovered to be discussed later, as well as information was gathered about this supposed assassin. Their ally ship with the Children of Nock. It seems one of the crews allied with the dragon, allied with the Pirate King, frequently take up assassination deals for those pirates around Dragontooth Rock. You are currently a target, it seems, of one of those assassination deals, and while it is helpful to know this information, the deal is still currently at large, for all you know. As the second day concludes, many of you wrapping up, doing a number of activities on the ship, each and every one of you turn in for a night of rest. As you each are slowly drift off to sleep for the evening, wet with black. And then the sounds of the morning slowly creep in as the next day arrives. And you guys are here in the docks of Dragontooth Rock, currently on what has been said to be your last day here in these waters before setting off once more. And as you all awaken, you are free to do what you want aboard the ship, as breakfast is being served, and Alarev begins his morning workout routine with a number of other crew members aboard the ship. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm mistaken. It is Pierre's morning.
Dear crew,
And
that
you
shit.
said it was this is the third day, yes?
This is the third day, the start of the third day on the ship. If anybody wants to have done anything, for those of you who haven't been in previous sessions, the other days, you can, of course, clear that with me now. Otherwise, anything wanting to be done on this third day, we can go through in stages. For now, it is the morning, and we'll progress accordingly.
So I believe that's Gargax, Dirk, and Marinus with priority.
Yes, currently. And Seymour, kind of, because he wasn't
you
at the
did
end
leave
of the last
early
session.
that other night. Yeah, you left early.
I would have yesterday I would have gone into town for a little bit to the temple area.
Okay.
Temple of Aora. And I would have visited my friend there.
Okay.
You know, just had a day to myself, kind of relaxing, looking out to the horizon, praying to Aora, all that good shit.
Would you at least take Flint with you because we have a hit out on us?
No, I would have taken Verth, because another thing I would have done
As long
that
as
day
someone's with you. As long as someone.
recast Find Steed to bring
Are you
Verth
telling me
back.
you can't go places by yourself anymore?
At least until we get this.
Well, Sayri, you did the
Murder
previous
attack
night,
on
but
us.
you promised
Yeah,
to...
I was just fine.
Yeah, you promised to turn invisible, you said. Yeah, you turned invisible, and also, I assume, flew there, so...
I mean, it's just I would prefer to not have someone go, I'm gonna go shopping and then die in an alley.
I would have, if the crew was so worried about me, I would take Ephirium with me as well then.
Okay.
How long have we been
you're
away
going
from
shopping?
I'm
Sorry, say
going. No, I'm not going shopping. I'm going to the temple area of Dragon Tooth Rock.
I was gonna
Okay.
have gone shopping because I was. How long have we been away from Dragon Tooth Rock?
No, we've been
Uh,
at Dragon
you
Tooth Rock
guys-
for like
No,
2
no, no.
days.
You've been
before
here
we
for 3
arrived there.
days. You were gone for almost 2 weeks.
Were we paid anything by the captain?
No.
What captain?
Very-
Like your captain?
Yeah.
Not of recent, but you guys haven't come into.
No.
You know, you guys currently don't work off salary base. You work off of share of plunder. So
But
you
we
guys
also
have not.
said we were giving the 2,000 gold just to the ship for the bounty because it wasn't even the full bounty. We got the dead person, so we said we'd just give it the whole thing to the ship.
Um.
No, that's fine. I was just wondering.
Yeah. No, you guys don't work on salary base, so you guys need to plunder ideally, or find some sort of income.
We also get the items and whatnot that we find. So
Yeah, I was just gonna say I would go straight to that one shop. I have the name down to look for that exploding. mall and
Rasdon's
see if
Wares?
he's done with it. Yes, Rasgon's Wares. To see if he's done with that exploding.
I
mall.
will say you could have stopped in already because people have come and gone from Rasdon's Ware in droves in the first 2 days. And as you stopped in, you would have known he has been working on it, but he's had a number of rush orders, some from your crew, that has caused him to put off work on it. So it is, I mean, he does work on it on his downtime, but it's still far off from completion.
Okay, and what's the bartered price that we were going for with that? Or did we not come?
I don't
with
think
one?
we
Or
had
did I
yet.
not find
He
one?
hasn't really completed it to know what to ask for it. But you have told him to put it aside for yourself. Essentially, you guys have convinced him to come to me first when you complete it, and he's agreed to so far.
Yeah, I just want to make sure he's.
Yep.
Okay.
You do see as you go to Raston, he is quite a busy man here in Dragon Tooth Rock. The ware, yeah, yeah. I mean, yes. The wares that he's creating seem to be personal projects, so he gets to work on them when times are slow.
Are
But
there
yes,
any magical item shops?
Rasdon's Wares is that. So if you wanted to
Right,
have
yeah.
also checked that out in the first day, you can have gone with Dirk and a number of people.
I mean, he's making me
Yeah.
a exploding mall, so
Well, not like making anything, but like jewelry, rings, and stuff.
Rasdon, you guys have gathered over your time here in the city. Rasdon is the most well-known enchanter. While you can probably go to a jeweler and find they'll sell fine jewelry, a jeweler might have the occasional rare gem or enchanted ring that they've come across. An
But Cole would
enchanter
have also recommended Rasdon's, being that's where he's getting his stuff bought
Yeah.
at, and has given them supplies that he also had supplies on top of. So
No.
Cole would have recommended that shop to you.
for magical stuff, it's either that or some sort of buy and resale shop, which they actually have also just recently ran into in their previous days, which is Yano's Shops of Curiosity, which there's been a lot of talk about around the ship just in the recent day. So you could also check out there, but you don't. That person doesn't necessarily specialize in magical things. They will buy things that people want to, get off their person. So occasionally they come across the occasional magical thing, but they don't specialize in. Rasdon is the guy who specializes in that stuff. And he has some things made, which he sells, but he'll also make to order. So I assume you want to go check out his shop?
Yeah.
As you and Dirk, as well as a few other individuals who didn't go on the first trip, around the second day, stumble over to Rasdon's Wares. You know it's not far from your ship. You can actually see it from where your ship is docked, as it's this centralized, metal, circular boat, which sits afloat at the end of one of the docks with this metal tower going up the center of it. As you approach, the door is propped open once more with a gangplank set out front of it, and you can enter its thick iron doors, pushing it open slightly as you enter. A man currently sat at his desk writing in a ledger looks up. This is a human individual. Hello, how can I help you? Talking to
So
you,
is Dirk not
Marinus.
here?
Dirk is
Oh, I
not
didn't realize
here.
Dirk wasn't here.
Dirk's conversation, we're going to say, is had in this process. If you're here to
what's
shop,
up?
we'll handle this first.
What's up?
Nothing. You've just accompanied Marinus in your attempt to check on things to Razdon's wares, along with a number of other crewmates who are there with you.
That's fine.
They all kind of like spread out around the shop to look at the various trinkets he has leaned up against the front of this like warehouse, or I'm sorry, workshop slash shop itself.
I'm looking for jewelry that might help one who loves nature. If he has anything available.
I mean, we're not entirely. Not everything we do is with nature in mind, but we have a couple more natural enchanted objects, if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Of course. Let me get Razdon down here. Razdon! You watch as he shouts up a hole, and you watch as, coming down the center, this gnomish individual scurries down a ladder. As he looks toward the room. Oh, hello. Oh, Diasta El Final, correct? Gil's crew.
Yes.
I remember you lot. The loud one's not with you. Noted.
I was wondering
How can I help
if you
you?
had any natural enchanted items.
Of course. Let me...
Looking for accessories to adorn myself.
Accessories? Well, what, kind of price range are we talking?
What's the, like, obviously we would know kind of what, like, normal price range stuff. Where is it?
Well, we have some, lower tier, enchantments.
I meant to ask the DM.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Like,
what's
what
your
would-
question?
I guess I'm not too familiar with
Okay, well, there's
marketing.
there's
of
common
D&D.
there's common magic items, which are of course going to be the cheapest, and then uncommon, rare, very rare, and legendary is like the ascension. Generally, I'm not going to give you like a set price range because it's not usually that easy. It just depends on like how valuable the enchantment would be in the area. Like, for instance, he does mention we have this one's a big seller. Rings that help you swim much faster. It leaves you unencumbered by the water. It's a pretty simple enchantment, but they fly off the shelves. That'll run you around 500 gold pieces. And you watch as he goes through the ledger that Margrave, the other man at the desk, was currently going through. We also have we have all sorts of rings, ranging to some pretty major enchantments. You watch as he pulls out a box from his desk drawer, which he unlocks with a key. This one, for instance, will range you a couple thousand gold pieces. And by a couple, we're talking 5 digits.
Jeez.
But I have all sorts of rings ranging to lower, and you watch as he pulls out from the same drawer like this square of about like 2 foot by 2 foot, all with a bunch of like insets, some missing, but a bunch of spots for different rings, all which kind of glow with very different shimmers of energy.
you see, rings are actually something I can specialize in. Cheap to make, as well as pretty easy to enchant.
I was guessing like a ring or a stone that would. How would I word this? Assist someone in shape shifting. So like, give me another animal form. Like instead of 2, have 3.
I don't have any sort of enchantment that can do that. And anything quite as specific as that would be close to that, that 5-digit range I was mentioning.
Do you
As
have
for
any
a bunch
healing
of simple ones, we've got one that'll double the distance you can jump. I've got ones that'll make you quite hard to hit. I've got ones that'll keep you warm in any environment.
quite hard to hit? What's that?
Oh, it makes you it makes your hands quite magically quicker, if you will. Say if a sword's coming at them and the ring is properly attuned, it might pull your hand out of the way. Can be convenient in a fight. It doesn't stop all hits, but he's describing a +1 ring of protection. It'll give you a +1 to your AC.
I mean, yeah, that sounds like something good. What does that cost?
Let me see. These are popular ones. I'm selling them for about 1,500.
Jesus Christ, man.
They're expensive enchantments. You can understand why being hard to hit on a sea filled with pirates could be quite useful.
I think I'm just gonna keep browsing for now.
Of course. If there's anything you want, and if you want me to make something more specific, I'm more than happy to help. I know you're looking for natural means, correct?
Yeah, or healing type things.
I mean, we've got potions. Margrave here is a very skilled alchemical expert. If you ever need potions, we are the duo. But as for healing items, I've got a charm that makes one's healing more potent. But that one is going to be a couple thousand gold.
I need to go plunder more. I'll be back.
Please, and if you find anything natural that you like enchanted, I do custom orders, and that will make it more open to your requests. If you've got the gold, of course. Yes.
I have a question. Is the maul a two-handed weapon?
Maul is two-handed weapon, yes.
Fuck. Okay. I'm gonna see.
No, I'm good. I'm way too broke for this conversation.
Okay.
That's why I like the pricing, because it's like
Marinus?
125 gold.
Everyone has come to Razdon with this exact conversation so far. Everyone has been like, okay, I would like a ring that would make me make my AC higher, please. And then he goes, okay, that'll be thousands of gold. And they're like, what? Something that makes me harder to hit in a game where getting hit is like the main factor? Like, why would this be so expensive? Like
even like a simple healing ring, like here's a ring of cure wounds that you could use once a day or something. Right?
I mean,
even that
Paul's order is a 1,500 pocket watch that they brought the material to increase the value of it as well, and still had to pay 1,300. Magic item stuff is not cheap.
Yeah.
guys.
If you guys want a little taste here, let's just talk about crafting a magic item. So if you were to craft, so for instance, I was giving you like rarity examples. That +1 protection ring is a rare item. That would cost just to make it 10 weeks of your time, as well as 2,000 gold pieces. Like, if you were to go through... That's just off the game rules. So, like, if that gives you any mindset on how expensive magical items can be.
Well, what
And
about
then
like
also
common and
don't fuck it
uncommon
up
items
because you
get?
fuck it up and that's all wasted.
So
You have
a
to start
com-
from square one.
So a common magical item. He's got a couple of common magical items, but nothing that you asked for was a common magical item. I'll tell you that. Marinus vanished, so I won't finish this step. There he goes.
disconnected. Oh, there he comes.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I just got DC'd for a second.
Yeah, nothing that you asked for was a common magical item. A common magical item is something like a pipe that makes... this is just an example that I used recently. A pipe that makes the things smoked in it smell like flowers. Like, it makes it smell like a meadow. You can make it smell like... That's like a common magical item. All for show. Like, nothing really for, like... combat gain. Things for combat gain are going to usually run into the higher
But
rarity.
you also typically don't have to attune to common stuff.
True.
Some you do, but common stuff's more like you can kind of do it once a day or something.
That's true.
Okay.
Uh,
I do have a rules question though. So
Yeah.
with shape water, is it specifically water or can it be other liquids?
I believe it says in
Let me
it.
just pull it up.
I think it needs to be water. Yeah, because like throwing poison would be pretty OP and like stuff like
Acid.
that. I'm pretty sure it has. Yeah, it
Like
has to be
freeze
water.
acid?
It has to be water.
Would if I was to train?
No, the water in somebody's body. I'm not even going to
No,
let
no,
you
no,
start
no,
to go
no,
there.
no,
Okay.
To create like a sword that was made of ice, but then has like the inside of it hollow.
Could you use the spell to do that? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I guess it would take like a turn or two to have that ready. I could just
no.
like stab somebody and
You
break it off.
can literally just do the things Shape Water says. It's I mean it's a cantrip. Cantrips can only do so much. Cantrips cannot do anything like that. The rules of the cantrip is pretty much as far as the cantrip can go. There's little things where I'm going to be like, yeah, that's within the rule of your cantrip, but forming a sword out of it is far from a little thing. Although cool. That being said, I have been using... feel free to talk to Gargax. Go ahead and Gargax, send Marinus the elemental spellbook.
Got it.
There are, like, you can venture out of the spells that are on 5e. I do allow homebrew spells. So, like, if your problem is, like, you can't find cool spells that are within your element and, like, flavor.
No, I got plenty of cool spells. I was just like...
but, like,
just
Gargax...
trying to find something useful to buy other than just sitting around the shot, sitting around the boat just doing nothing.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that is what you got to do, though. And there are other things you can be doing in your downtime, obviously. You could be... This is a good time for me to talk about this, I guess. Good a time as any, at least. Sorry, I got a bunch of pages here.
I guess Shape Water isn't in the player's handbook?
Should be. Yeah, it's in...
It might be in Xanathar's.
Shape Water is... it's Xanathar Guide to Everything.
That's why. Okay, let me...
So, number of things you can do during downtime. And generally, this is talking about extended downtime, but 3 days is still downtime.
Mm-hmm.
So, carousing is a good one, which is generally just socializing. If you're like a charismatic-based character, it's probably what you'd want to do. Where it's
Fucking
like you
around
just...
and
Yeah, it's like you can go to high class, middle class or low class areas and just, hang out at bars, gamble a bit, like just socialize.
Mm-hmm.
And that has a chance of getting you allies within the city, finding contacts, getting information.
What was that called?
It's carousing. you can do research, which like you go to a place of research and try to study up on like certain information. You can craft an item, but that's going to need like again weeks, as I told you. It often takes. You can, spend the time purchasing a magic item, but you don't really have the funds to do that right now. You can.
No kidding with this world.
It's not a matter of this world. This is like the prices of magical items in general. It's not a matter of this world.
Many gold pieces?
I've been
gold
generous
and
with giving
silver
you
and
guys
copper.
gold so far. Like, you guys are like totally underestimating how much a magic item should be. I want you to be clear on that. Like, I was generous on the pricing of that ring of protection by far. That should be upwards. Like, technically, I should have rolled 2d10 timesing it by 1,000. I didn't do that.
Damn.
Because I use my own rule of gold here. So let's not go saying it's expensive in this world. Let's just get a grasp on how expensive magical items are.
Okay.
Magic is magic. It's...
Don't be selfish, guys.
I mean, it's in the D&D setting, and especially I think Chris even is a little lighter on the rule, but like magic items, although they're called common, they're not common.
Yeah.
Like,
Gotcha.
you don't see, like, every village doesn't have people with magic items.
Well, you guys are getting a lot of magical items, but this should be more of a, oh shit, maybe the things told to me about the Atoro Edith are true, because we're killing things and they're dropping things of great magical like power. That's
brought
not
up
really
at the
common to your normal life. Like, Marinus, you've been sailing for a while, so like
I guess only
in all like the ships you guys have plundered in your times as a pirate, you didn't ever find magical items, but now that you're in the Atoro Edith, they're popping up. So it's kind of like a sign that things are getting a little bit more intense in the area that you're sailing.
Cole brought up at the meeting saying, like, when we were all like at the diamond, he said how we found these magical items with it and they didn't help save these people at all. So every cool item that everyone's like, this is so amazing and awesome, they did not do anything to save that ship that had the diamond on it.
So yeah, just to go into more detail about things you can do during downtime, you can also like craft a potion if you're any skilled at an herbalism kit. You could, I mean, sometimes it takes like a great deal. Like anything past like a simple healing potion is going to take like a week to brew. You can scribe a spell scroll if you're competent in that kind of stuff. You could do crime if you're competent in that kind of stuff. You can gamble if you like gambling. You can go do pit fighting. That's an option. There is a pit fight ring here. And you can just relax. There are benefits to relaxing.
I was actually going to mention that if I didn't get anything at the store, I wanted to go do the pit fight.
You can
My
go.
character would have done pit fighting.
You can either go do a religious service or attend religious services. You can also sell a magic item, which, like, generally selling a magic item, if you want to get the best price for it, this is going forward to everyone. Like, say Gargax wanted to sell his coat, you might not want to just go into Razdon's Wear and sell it. You might want to set up a booth and sell this fantastic magical item and, like, draw in people, and that would take time, and you could get a better price for it, rather than getting a vendor's price who's going to, like, cut you by a great deal so he can get the most profit. And then there's work.
Go to the pit fighting. I'm gonna gamble on him fighting.
Okay, that works. So,
But now, are you pit fighting in the ship or in
Oh,
Dragon's Tooth?
In Dragon's Tooth, because I'm trying to earn money, because I need to save up for that damn exploding mall.
So,
'cause
It was just for my
ring was that
clarification. It was just
price?
for my clarification.
Yeah,
And
no,
since
yeah.
we're supposed to be like watching each other's back.
yeah,
obviously.
and a couple of people will come with you for this kind of thing because they want to see Dirk pit fight and they want to gamble as well. So a number of people attend you, so you're not alone. But in that case, if that's what you want to do, then I will make you guys do a bunch of checks. We're not going to do like a combat for this. It'll be a check for it. But for pit fighting, it is going to be. We'll do this now since like it'll be over the course of the days. Lost pit fighting. Where was it? Underneath the religious services.
And if I find any loose coins or other trinkets, let me know. Because I
Of
do
course.
pocket those.
I realized I was
Well,
muted,
that-
but I got a cool baggie for my dice. I don't have a
Nice.
shitty plastic bag now.
Dice
Oh,
baggy.
you don't have this?
Well, see, I still
The
have
Ziploc
it.
bag?
I still have it, but now I have my important dice in this one.
I've got
did
lots
see-
of baggies.
I did see a post on Reddit that was yesterday, or I think it was, where somebody found
Dark X baggy.
entire sets of dice at the dollar store.
Okay,
Right?
Dirk.
A Dollar Tree. And I was like,
Yes.
ooh.
That is actually pretty
My
dope.
baggie of
But
baggies.
are they pretty?
I
This
found
is my dice baggie.
I mean, they're
the
not
old
super
dice baggies.
special, but still.
hang on,
like-
hang on. I need to roll for something. Hang on.
that's where I was. I found like a bunch of miniatures for $1 a pop. At
Quality.
at a book resale shop, and I was really psyched.
Nice.
But you need to give me a athletics roll.
Oh, fuck yeah.
One athletics roll, one acrobatics roll,
Okay.
and a
I'm assuming we're doing this in rounds.
yes. Well, no, we're doing this all at once. I have 3 different checks for you, and a Constitution check, please. Just
Okay.
a flat Constitution check. And as for you,
I'll put it in roll 20.
yes, Marinus. I need 3 checks from you: a Wisdom Insight check, a Charisma Deception check, and a Charisma Intimidation check.
Oh, shit. I didn't mean to post that yet.
Oh, I did intimidation twice. Whoops. Okay, so 14
Wait, did it even post
insight,
it?
16 deception, and 2 for intimidation.
Okay.
Jeez, that was bad.
We
Why
out
do you make
here.
me do charisma stuff?
How, that's gambling. How are you?
Right. I mean, if I know
How much are you?
wanna
How
bet
much are you
on
putting
Dirk.
forth?
I was putting 100 gold pieces down on Dirk,
Okay.
so I don't know if that gives me advantage knowing my crewmate's strong
Uh,
or anything.
It does not. You will not be only. The idea is you're not going to only be betting on Dirk here. Hello, Makeet.
Hello.
Can I help?
What was the
you?
third one for me?
Oh, sorry. I thought I had messaged if I was hopping in or not. I can hop out. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
We're full, unfortunately. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. No. No
What
worries.
was the
The
so it was
gambling
athletics,
checks?
acrobatics,
yes. So
and then what was the third one? Oh, it was a Constitution. Never mind. I got
yes. So
Nat 20 on the con.
the idea of gambling is, while he is pit fighting a number of different enemies, you're not always just betting on him. The idea is you're also mixing in a couple of bets between individuals who
Look tough.
you look tough, and individuals who you want to appear to be the lesser mark. So like part of it is posturing of gambling, and this is the part that you're not so good at, Marinus. And so as Dirk, I need your 3 checks. Are they in
I put them in roll 20, but
Roll
it's
20?
It's not
Okay.
populating. So I'm wondering if you're seeing. It's not populating for me that I put them in there.
Okay. You have been
Yeah, I
in
don't
roll
get
20
them.
for like months, so make sure you
Has it not
reset.
signed me out? Okay, I'll
Uh,
reset really quickly.
Yeah, like every time we've played a session, it's been like Dirk is also in chat. So
I don't know why, because I always exit out, but it keeps me in for some reason.
okay. So yeah, part of doing all this is posturing and giving yourself an air of confidence in certain bets and influencing others to bet like or opposite to what you're doing. And so as you do so, this is where you take the advantage. However, for you do manage to read a number of unsavory individuals who are easily influenced. And while you loudly place your bets on Dirk, unconfident on his ability, you get them to vote or to bet against him in the act, increasing the wages you win as Dirk goes into.
All right, my bets are in, or my rolls are in.
Place. Okay, so Marinus, you succeeded on the first 2 of your checks, but failed on 1. Since you're only gambling at the pit fighter, the open pit ring, you're not gambling against many extremely difficult individuals. It's all sorts of folk, and so it's quite simple. And since you have a leg in the race, it makes it quite easier for you to get the leg up on some of these bets. So you do manage to succeed, which betting 100 gold pieces wins you 50 gold pieces back.
On top.
Yes,
of
I
the
heard you.
standard.
I'll be there in a second.
So I got
Like
50 on
net
top of what I
50?
had.
Yes, you got half your winnings back. Or I'm sorry, on top of you got all your winnings back plus an extra 50, I should say. My bad.
Okay.
I also have to roll with no complications throughout the day. Or throughout the few days you do this. Dirk, as you spend your time in town pit fighting, what were your checks? 23, 16, 20? You succeed all 3 of them.
Damn.
Which wins you a total of 20 gold pieces. Or 200 gold pieces. Jesus, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Yes, significantly better than 20.
Yeah.
Like by an increment of 10 or something.
It's not that much.
However, you significantly in winning all 3 of these bouts. Throughout the day, you face off against a very large, tough individual who you manage to overpower. And as they mix up your opponents at the end of the first day here in town, they face you off against this really lithe individual who seems to slip between your grasps in the middle of your fight, stabbing you a number of times in the back of the leg as well as the shoulder. You manage to defeat him as well, bludgeoning him to a near pulp. Upon the 3rd fight, however, they give you a bit of a mix of an opponent, and as the underdog in the fight, you do manage to best him and put on quite the show for all the onlookers.
Fuck yeah.
The name Dirk the Betrayer gets a bit of a spread around town. And you
That's
can
the
hear
best
mumblings
name ever.
as you leave. As you leave the arena on your second day of gambling and pit fighting, you can hear talk and many eyes pointed in your direction as you leave.
That's both good.
And you do imagine, winning all 3 of these bouts, you do have a greater chance in this to create enemies, but through your display, you seem to have created nothing but onlookers, as you've created a bit of a word for yourself on your 2, and I'd say you guys spent 2 days doing this gambling and pit fighting. The 3rd day you still have to yourselves.
Do we need to repair the ship at all?
The ship has been under repair for the last 2 days now. The final touches on the 3rd day here are being put on. As you guys can all see, a number of individuals are currently arriving on ship. New faces who you don't previously recognize, which claim to be recently recruited by the captain himself. As they arrive on ship and join in with your crew, you can watch as a number of more experienced members of your crew give instructions and lead others in repairing the ship.
I'll be right back.
It is just about fully repaired, but you guys are spending another day here in dock to acquire a couple of goods that you guys have put in orders for. As it is now the third day here, you all can do as you wish. If anybody else has anything else they'd like to do, they can do so.
I set it up for you. Real quick, since I have the crew list, and I just realized whatever happened with Jarheem and Darheem.
One dead.
I wouldn't.
Darahim is dead. Jarahim is alive.
I thought it was the other way.
The other way.
It might be. It shouldn't be.
Whatever you say
I
is
have it
canon.
marked on the
I
crew
believe-
list.
I believe
Jarahim the
alive.
Red is dead. No, Jarahim the
Oh,
Red
you
is
just-
dead.
Okay, well, you just said Darahim was dead before.
And Darahim is alive.
Okay.
So now it's
Did
dark.
we? I mean, I would assume that like the day
This
after.
this has been what I've said at the end of every session going forward, because it's written down here.
Sorry,
I just
Chris.
had to pull it up.
Like a little bit ago, you said it, and that's why.
Yes, I know. I'm
thought
just
you were
saying.
right.
Like,
Well, realizing that we left the island, I was like, "Oh crap!" The crew list, and I see there's the difference of who stayed and who didn't.
yeah. The yellow is who's with you currently.
Okay,
One permanent stay.
and then
Probably not too happy though.
did we like have a little thing for Jarheim?
You
Yeah,
did.
We
Yes.
did funeral.
Okay.
There was a funeral. You can check it out on Ship Sales and Heroic Tales on YouTube. Don't forget to like and hit that
Really
notification
quickly,
button.
Chris, I wanted to
That
clarify
was
the
during
episode.
your
Good
during
point.
your casting of plant growth, I believe.
I believe it's on the
That-
episode.
That's
Well,
why
then-
you probably weren't there for
No,
it.
no, he was back for it. He
no,
was back
I
for it. It
would-
was the next morning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was
Hey,
just
um,
exhausted.
Yes. Yeah.
Chris, but I wanted to clarify something
Okay.
really quickly. So I have, because of my totem of the bear, because of barbarian type of barbarian that I am, I have a bear head that I wear. Am I allowed to wear my hat on top of the bear head?
Two hats.
It's kind of like it's like a bear head, and then it goes down in like down as a cape kind of thing with the back, because that's my totem.
Yeah.
That I
Just don't
took from
just
the
don't
bear.
lose the feather.
It's like a hood.
Which I haven't discussed what I'm going to use as a keyword to.
Yeah, that's
activate the
specifically why
feather.
you can obviously wear the hat, because the hat's not magical.
what
it
I'm
doesn't
saying.
fucking matter. It's just the
Close
feather.
enough.
Can I
Just
actually
don't
take
lose
off
the feather.
Can I take off the feather and put it on my bear?
Yeah, it's
head?
literally
Yeah.
just the feather that's magical.
You can do whatever you want with the feather.
You
Super
know what?
cool.
I'm gonna keep the hat at the
Poor
ship
head.
and then put the feather on my bear head.
It's
Okay.
just great because Cole was like, you can have the hat, I'll take the feather. And Dirk was like, don't touch the feather.
It's my
Cole's like,
feather.
my bad. I'm all good.
Cole was like, I teleported this guy and he liquefied a Yanti in front of
You
me.
guys are still at the dinner table, or the dinner table, the breakfast table, currently discussing
Did
all these
everything-
goings on. Yeah.
Did everything at the temple go fine?
Yes, you manage taking Ethereum with you. You manage to. I mean, you said you're spending the whole day there.
Yeah, and then
Actually-
also spending a couple of just a stop to get like spell provisions.
Okay. Well, that's fine if you guys if you need to pick
Yeah.
up spell provisions, you do so. But
Yeah.
As for your day at the temple, give me a general perception check.
Perception.
Actually, no. For a full day, I want 3.
Three
I want
perceptions.
a perception check.
Okay,
I want an insight roll,
got it.
as
Worse.
well as a general religion check.
Not a single one of those is good for me.
Are you a paladin?
Let's
If
see
you
it.
want to do something
Yup.
on the last page, I'll be right back.
You're
Okay.
silly.
All right, first off was perception. It's probably going to be the best roll because it's the best modifier. It's a dirty 20. Second one is insight, you said? That one's a 6. And then the last one you said was religion, which will be a 16.
Okay.
So dirty 26, 16. I'll put them in here first for you.
Okay.
My activation word is kill.
On
I
brand.
feel like we're gonna say that word a lot. Like, I feel
mean,
like
You know what?
it
Never
is
mind.
no. I mean, you have to say it with intent.
Yeah.
that's true. Again.
No,
What
I'll
was the
change
last
it.
thing I did?
You have to like
Imagine
take
whispering to a
take the
feather the
feather
word
in your
kill.
hand and go kill.
The feather.
Hmm. Death.
Those
That's
are
a
my
good
3
one.
rolls.
Or maim.
Whatever
like
your
maim.
heart desires.
I mean,
Maim's a good one.
I'll do maim.
whatever you, yeah, whatever you
I like
think Dirk would want.
You could also make it so that it's something that you say in Orcish.
Yeah, you do another language.
That
is all
way,
okay.
because you
Mhm.
typically speak in common.
No,
that's
that's
what
fair.
I typically do.
I'll do
So like all of my
maim
keywords
and-
are in
The
Draconic.
last one I need is a wisdom saving throw from you.
Oh,
There it is.
whoa, okay.
It's gonna be maim in Orcish. We'll do that.
Oh, that's pretty good actually. You know, I'm not too good at them wisdom saves. Actually, I'm not that bad at wisdom saves. Never mind. I get
And
proficiency.
if you're like Cole, you change the language for almost every password, so you're never gonna know what password he has
Oh.
in what language.
Well, Dirk is stupid, so he doesn't know
23.
that.
No, I know. I'm just
Have you changed the letters to numbers and like special symbols? Stuff
Like a
like that.
3-word
Okay.
password and
23.
every
Yeah, I heard.
individual word in a different
As
language.
you spend your day at this temple, you and Ethereum kind of walk around the few temples that are built on this cliff face, and as you kind of lounge about the area, many of you sit in the garden that is there for Zaria, the Lady of the River. You see a number of people come and go. Your eye is drawn to a singular woman who walks to the far temple at the end of this district. A beautiful elven woman. She is dressed in a very fine, like silver robe or dress, which kind of like is split down one leg, which she walks very proudly past your temple and all the other temples as she walks to the one in the end. Look about the area, attend to the church a bit longer, and then as you walk out, you cross paths with her once more as she bumps into you as you approach Ethereum across the way as he stands overlooking the cliff toward the city. As she bumps into you, you hear a very soft, "Excuse me,"
Apologize. Sorry.
as you watch her hands wave in front of your face, and you hear her whisper, "Speak not of this encounter, and when you're alone with your captain, cease his life."
Okay.
But you resist the charm. And as her eyes go wide, seeing this, you watch as she takes off running. Toward where Ethereum stands currently, she runs toward the cliff.
Clear my throat really loudly and point at her. Ethereum.
Ethereum turns about and, confused for a brief moment, he looks at the woman running toward the edge of the cliff and where he stands currently.
Can
Yeah.
I have Verth try and tackle her too?
Make an athletics check.
For Verth.
Because the idea is you were not around anybody else when she approaches.
As
telepathic
Gargax athletics
connection, though.
or Verth?
Verth athletics. So Verth needs to run there to get there.
Okay.
I'm not convinced
Ooh,
Ethereum wouldn't just
not
wall of
great.
fire.
12.
He's used that spell. a drop
He
of a
runs.
time every
He
time.
runs toward this woman who is currently darting toward Ethereum, and as Verth leaps, trying to get there in time, you watch as the woman springs into the air, and mid-air, her skin falls from her shoulders, as a snake appears mid-air and goes tumbling off the edge of the cliff past Ethereum.
Alrighty then.
So she's dead. No.
Well,
No.
I'll just look at Ethereum and I'm like, I suppose we should report back to the ship then.
Well, okay, chap. And
Textbook Ethereum.
That's awesome.
That's our disco ball.
you know how
The
Ethereum is.
morale of the ship.
Yeah.
Hey, he hasn't touched in with me at all this week about being in one of these sessions, so that's how he talks.
And so, what time is it right now for me at the time that this happens?
I'd say it's about 10 o'clock. Just after
At night?
the sun is you were doing this the previous evening, correct?
Yeah,
No,
previous evening.
you were spending most of your day there, so this happens in the evening around 3 o'clock.
Then I would have head back to the ship. I guess.
Okay. As you do so, as the sun starts to set in the east ever so slightly.
Now, knowing that she approached me and did this, do I remember at any point that she approached Ethereum in the similar way?
No. The one check that was somewhat competent and succeeded was your perception check, giving you eyes on her as she approached. However, you did not clock her as any sort of danger.
Right.
She only managed to approach you, and you succeeded the save, so you're not underneath her guise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I give little Belruthane a little scratchy. Well, she was just one quite of a bitch, wasn't she?
Did that woman throw herself off a cliff? And was that
She
even a
turned
woman?
into a snake or something. I don't know.
But was she originally a person, or do you think she was originally a
At
snake?
first, it's a good question. Well, no matter what, she wasn't human. She was an elf, technically, I believe. She was an elf, right? She was an elven. You said elven.
I don't know why I talk to you, Gargax, and Ethereum just walks away.
What?
He doesn't like your pedantic behavior.
Struggle.
What
I
a
look at
dick.
Pelican and she's like, "What the fuck did I do?"
Apparently everybody's a bitch
I look at
today.
Vert. Do you know what I did?
Gargax
don't like
sitting there
your
thinking,
stupid
well, everybody's a
dragonborn
bitch
fist.
today.
Dragonborn fight.
You
Fuck, man.
guys return to the ship.
Yeah.
Eventually, you arrive back to just find most people lounging aboard the ship this evening.
I would have had a talk with the captain about this too.
And then killed
That
him
happened that day.
here in private.
And then
The
I would have killed him because, we'd be alone together.
Because she was very convincing, even though the spell didn't work.
Yeah. Even though it didn't work, she proved a good
She
point.
She
seemed
raised
really
she
nice
raised
about
some
it.
good points. She had a good argument.
She's really
the snake
nice.
part was
What
really
has
convincing.
Captain Gill really done for me? Like,
The voice of silk, some would say.
You will say Captain Gill is drunk when you approach him on the second night, as
Nice.
he
Even more reason.
and Pierre have been drinking, but it's his day off, so are you going to really get on him about it?
In that case, no. I'll
So
hold
he'd
on
cut
to
you
it
in two.
for now. I'll hold on to it for now.
Okay. I mean, you've talked to him drunk before. He's
pretty pressing information.
receptive.
Yeah.
He's not like
I would've
blackout
told
drunk.
somebody.
He's just meant to. Been a sailor all his life, so he's drunk in the evenings.
Is Kush hammered?
Probably.
He's probably high.
Push is probably
I'll
high.
take him
We'll
high.
leave it at that.
I'll take him
yes.
high. Is he hammered though? I'll tell
yes.
Kush. I would
Could-
have told Kush then.
I didn't say the captain was hammered. I said he was drunk.
That's fair.
He's a functioning alcoholic. Leave
like-
him alone.
He was drunk all. He was drunk all Fridays or the first day's evening as well. but that's just because he's in town.
His liver is probably Swiss cheese by now.
Nah, see, it's like 3-4 days of binge drinking,
But you
and
do.
sailing.
You do alert people before turning in, and as the next day comes about, you are all at the breakfast table finally. You guys are open to discussion, as it's currently each and every one of you in the kitchen currently, as well as McKeet.
Who got booted earlier?
Yeah.
Yes, there's only so many spots I can have in a D&D session.
No, you're fine. I was just making fun of him.
7's a good limit.
I want to go shopping. Does anyone
Well,
else want to go shopping?
If
But you
I
already went
figure
shopping.
we should, I figured because this is when I was planning to pick up the day I'm picking up my order, and I figured I'd go probably around lunchtime in case he needed more time today to finish. So I figure if you want to really go shopping around, we can roundabout to Razdon's later.
Yes.
You
I
know,
don't want to get anything fancy. I just want to get
after your warning of me
Okay.
yesterday when I left ship, I really think that if any of us go anywhere, we need to go as a group for the most part. I don't feel
that
safe
is what I
anywhere
said
other than on
yesterday.
the ship. Yes.
You didn't
Dirk doesn't
you
care.
didn't leave your buddy yesterday, did you?
I mean, no. But I mean, we weren't holding hands the entire fucking time. So
Why not?
Well, that's a mistake.
Language Gargax.
Buddy
it
systems
could have
work.
been a problem, but it's fine.
Nah.
Dirk doesn't give a shit. He just hates shopping. But he'll follow along if people need protecting.
I also think, as they said, or as Meryl brought up, we could.
I mean, you're welcome to. They're not going to like kill you on the spot. I mean, he gave you a little insight, like the way they operate these assassinations is it generally like will result in one of them dying because that'll cover it up. So there's no way they would just like you showing up when they assault you. But so you could do it, yeah. Oh my god, they did?
His shit off, okay? He just
Yeah.
exists.
Dirk's pretty good at pissing people off.
I mean,
I
Here,
piss
hey,
people
hey
off
guys, real
within
quick,
our own
real quick.
borders.
Real quick.
Yeah.
You can hear now, Rebel Buffoon, correct?
Who?
Rebel
Everyone
Buffoon.
but-
Oh.
that fixed
That fixed it. Okay, good.
Our most
So he can
loyal.
hear
How long could you not? How
Also,
long
we've
could you
been
not hear?
invited. We've been invited to the server.
Oh, good, good. Cool. Okay, we're good. No, I just need to make sure they could hear again. The stream couldn't hear you guys for a
15
second.
seconds.
It's
Okay,
a
cool.
15-second delay.
Nice. But yeah, continue.
But I imagine, I mean, I don't even know how much money we have at disposal at the moment, but I imagine we leave, it's just going to keep happening. It might be connecting more dots than there are, but those creatures that attacked our ship on our way to Dragon's Tooth Rock, they spoke Abyssal.
It's true.
I don't think it's just going to magically go away.
Oh, I don't think it's
What's not going to magically go away? The captain
We could just
enters
keep killing people that come after us.
the kitchen.
We're
the people that
discussing.
want our crew and you dead.
I'm used to people wanting me dead. You're going to have to elaborate.
Well,
The
yesterday, as I
hit-
told you last night, you might have been a little hard to remember, but while me and Epherium were out and about, someone approached me and tried to cast a spell on me to try and kill you while we were alone.
Right, no, I remember you stopping in and say something about the sort. And this was, one of the children of Nock.
I can only assume, yes.
Why do you assume that?
I mean, they're the people that are trying to kill us, right?
Again, we probably have a number of people trying to kill us.
That's fair. The lady turned into a snake. That's about all I've got.
that's
That's
pertinent.
that's a little pertinent, yeah.
I did say
That doesn't
last
sound
night
like the
as well.
children of Nock, though.
The Children of Nock, unfortunately, is one of the few crews that I didn't hear too much about.
They're more worshippers of the Lady of the Abyss,
I knew that.
and her children. It sounds like you dealt with a UNT.
How big was the snake that she turned into? It wasn't like a humanoid-sized snake, right?
I mean,
just
It was
normal
it looked like a boa constrictor size, so medium-sized snake.
Which
I
that
mean,
real
if I
big one
see-
disguised itself as a boa for a bit before turning back into like the weird multi-headed thing.
That was a giant boa.
Yes, but I'm just saying, similarly, it disguised itself as a giant boa. Maybe a smaller sized one can disguise themselves as a boa constrictor.
Dirk
Maybe.
thinks that this isn't as much of a big deal as you guys are making it out to be. People try and kill us all the time. What's new?
I mean,
Yeah,
I
but
imagine
normally they're
someone
more
coming
direct
up.
than this.
Yeah, it's more if they're coming trying to cast a suggestion to
It's-
kill the captain when you're
Yes.
alone. That's more
It's the
than just a
methodical planning
simple
that's the
attack.
problem.
Okay, but think about this. In the past week, we've pissed off how many people just by being alive?
No, we understand that
I-
much.
I kind
We
of agree with
understand
Dirk.
that much.
We don't really
Um,
like. We can't. If we try and hide from everyone trying
not-
to kill us,
No,
we-
Dirk, it's not
we
trying
should
to
just kill
hide.
them
It's
all.
trying to get one less person trying to kill us.
I
Just
no
kill them
longer
all.
agree with Dirk.
We are just
Yeah, it doesn't
trying
normally
to
last
get
long.
rid of one so we don't have to watch our back twice as hard.
Dirk doesn't see an issue with watching his
I
back.
think
He's watched his back for his entire
I'd
life.
prefer
Dirk,
to be able to
Dirk,
sleep with
Dirk.
one
The
eye
captain
shut.
puts his hand up now. I think Dirk has a point in the fact that we should expect to have people wanting to kill us. We should operate fully under the idea that we should watch our backs at all times. I don't think we should kill everybody, but I think anybody that should step to us, well, they might get a knife in the throat.
Dirk might not be the smartest, but he can understand that in the world of being a pirate, we're gonna have rivals. It happens. It's just something we're gonna have
This
to get
is
used
true.
to.
I
can't
do.
please
Not fun
everyone.
having a rival that will just kill themselves and summon a shadow out of, or a demon out of everyone's shadow to immediately attack you.
If
I
that's
do
what we
say
have to
there
deal with,
is some
that's what we're gonna have to
value
deal with.
in talking to this bounty, however, or those who have a bounty out on us.
Maybe we even might be able to curry favor if they need something done.
At
As
the end
for-
of the day, to get with how these people operate, at the end of the day, to curb all of this, we need a show of strength. Paying them off will be
Right.
a show of weakness.
They might have a task for us as well, Dirk. We don't know what they're gonna ask for.
I'm just saying paying money is stupid. I'd rather do a task and kill something or do a job for them than pay them money.
That would take us going to talk to them to find out.
I
Also,
just
we
don't wanna
might
pay
not have
money,
that
okay?
choice, Dirk.
I mean,
Dirk.
I don't think
choice,
we
and we'll just
really
kill 'em.
have disposable income. So if they ask for money, we're just gonna have to go get some first, or
Yeah.
just accept that fact and move on. But if they ask for something doable, maybe that might be an option.
I don't think any of us were really thinking of giving up our hard-earned and non-existent gold.
No, but Dirk seemed to be stuck on that point. So.
Yes, yeah, moving past that, I do think there's value
Well,
in
at the
gathering
beginning of
info.
this conversation, there was a point made that we should just pay off the whatever.
No,
and
the
Dirk
the
just
point
stopped
was
saying
made
it.
to
It's a launching
see.
off point. Yeah, it was a launching off point of an idea. It was just let's
Okay.
talk with them, figure it out.
Dirk might have misheard then. Cole.
I don't think we have disposable income at all. Like the captain
don't.
was going to use
Some
that
of us
to
do.
hire crew.
Yeah, but you
We
don't
have
use
effectively
it.
SWAT.
And also,
Also,
I mean,
I gave you your disposable income, which was yours to begin with, but you did give it to Cole.
Well, plus, if more people come after us, that's just more loot to grab.
It was like I don't actually need this.
Think
I had
about it.
300 gold left.
The more people that come at us, think about it. That's more gold that we can just take from them after beating them.
No, I know, but again, we just have to talk with them. And since Sayri wants to shop, I imagine we can do quick shopping, pick up my order for my component, and then perhaps try to talk with them and see if
Yes.
there's a way to get the bounty taken off. And then
Dirk
if
will
not,
just follow along.
we regroup with Meryl and head out.
which reminds me, why do you need to go shopping again? You already
Me?
went.
Oh, we
She's a
have
woman.
some stuff
What
to
do you
pick up.
Dirk?
Uh,
Yes,
That was purely Dirk's character.
I need to get a journal and pens and more books.
Are you're asking for a journal, as if I don't have like 7?
I want to get a fancy. I want to get a cute one.
Oh, I needed to be special.
I
Don't have
Siri.
I do. I want aesthetic things. What do you?
Cole has a bunch of journals that are like this,
That
like
is
actual
cute.
old style.
And I will say, Sari, there's not many other styles of journal. Like there's
This
a
is olden
journal.
times.
There's bound books.
You're right.
It's leather with paper in between, basically.
I know I'm right.
You, Chris, your world. Of course, you know you're right.
I wonder if Naldo
just-
could
just saying,
customize
You
a
can keep that
leather
mindset going
journal.
out into the real world too.
Like,
Just
if you
saying.
need a storefront
Shut up,
for
Chris.
paper, journals, inks, I mean that's Cole because he's literally always
what?
buying that stuff.
But I still want to go to the bookstore.
I mean, same. I'm not gonna say no to the bookstore.
I know you won't.
I have no money, but let's look at books.
I'll buy your journal off you.
Dirk has extra money if you need it, Cole. Dirk knows the sacrifices you make for this.
It's just
the
man, you guys don't ever hold on to your money.
the captain.
I hold on to it. for a
Dirk
bit.
doesn't need it except for a fucking exploding mall. He
I
just
said
wants the
1,000
mall.
gold.
As long as
Pretty
you'll help
good.
him in the future with the mall, he'll give you whatever you want.
The captain chimes in now. Okay, well, it sounds like you guys all have a bunch of plans for the day. Well, like we've discussed, we've got a bunch of people out for our lives, so be careful, but, good luck out there. Be back this evening. I don't want to be waiting on you tomorrow morning, but, don't die, I guess. Oh, and if you can pick up one of those pastries, find out where Meryl got them.
Oh, I know where to get some pastries.
Oh my gosh, just get the pastries.
Okay,
Come
well,
on,
if you,
Dad will be home before
Pastries.
sunset.
if you want to bring back pastries, I'm not gonna stop you.
Welcoming
I
pastries.
will, though. I'm
He's
I'll be in my quarters. He ducks out the room. He ducks out the doorway, and you can hear him walk upstairs to the captain's quarters.
When did the captain become such a dad?
Don't be by yourself.
Since the start, I mean,
Screw Dungeon.
I mean,
What
he's
is
like 70
Dungeon
years
Captain?
old, so.
he is
He's
quite
probably-
old. He is quite old.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
And he
He's
has
a-
a
He
peg
is
leg.
spry.
And he
yeah.
has
Like
his
this
peg
man.
leg.
This man is like impressive to look at. Like he is 70, like built upper body. Still, he's got a bit of a gut, but like I mean, give the man a break. Walking on his
tired.
peg leg
Okay.
confidently, like he does not limp with his peg leg. I mean, his stride is a
man's a
little off. You can
fucking
hear
beast.
him coming.
Dirk salutes.
Hey, Eventually, he'll get a new peg leg. I know even Cole or Litho said he'll once he has time, he'll figure a rig out.
He's got an aesthetic.
He's got this
Cole's
like
never gonna have
grizzled
time.
white
Or not Cole,
beard with
excuse
like flecks of gray running up along the side, which kind of like run into his like long gray or now like starch white braid, which runs behind his head. He's a tough looking guy.
Is amazing.
Anyways, what?
You guys are free to do with the day what you'd like. I'm waiting on you guys.
I believe we're gonna go shopping.
Bye, Marinus.
Bye, Marinus.
I'm just gonna be back.
I'm just gonna stick with the group.
Hey,
Hi, Marinus.
we believe we're going shopping because that's the only idea on the table right now.
Besides talking to the death group that wants us.
I mean,
dead.
I wanted to wait a little bit longer before just dropping it on the pocket watch when he said he needed 3 days. Like, I want to give him some time on this day.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? Dirk doesn't fully understand what that pocket watch is used for.
Great things.
You know, it's gonna be for a spell because that's about all he's said to anyone.
Dirk doesn't even know. Honestly, Dirk doesn't even know what a fucking pocket watch is used for
No,
normally.
not really.
Like Dirk has never really seen a pocket watch. It's been
Especially because Cole like just doesn't use the one that he's had because it's broken.
Hello, Kush.
Oh.
Y'all got Rebel Buffoon in our Discord. Sorry, that just made me laugh.
Wait, really?
No, because Chris
we?
was saying we should, so I was like, message me, and
Yeah.
I like did the like thingy.
Discord, that's awesome.
Oh, you did? Yeah, I meant to talk to you about it, but like every time we were in a chat together, I never brought it up. I kept forgetting. But
I'm gonna be just gone for like a minute or two.
Anyways,
but yeah, keeping it focused.
so what's Bill Byers up to today?
Bill?
He's spending time with his wife.
Yeah.
He's already been out on town, so he's staying on deck today. He is.
So I can't stay on deck. Also, you want me to leave? Is that what you're telling me?
Wait, what? I'm confused.
I didn't say I was going shopping.
No, I know. You asked what Bill Byers was doing, and I was saying he's just staying on ship right now because he's already spent his day
I
out
wanted
on
to
town.
sit and work with him and see if he could figure out if he's magical at all or if he's.
Yeah, I wasn't stopping you. I was just.
Oh, okay. That's all I'm saying.
You want to work with him to see if he's magical? I'm confused.
Yeah, because he's one of our stronger crewmates. I wanted to see if
So you would know he is a rogue. Like, he's an NPC character already.
Oh, okay.
He's a full-on rogue. If you were talking about someone else...
no, that's fine. That's what I was trying to figure out. Like,
well,
what's his...
Yeah, he currently... I mean, most of you have already talked to Bill and Birdie already. Casually throughout the ship, most of you, especially you, Marinus, have talked to all of them. So you already know Bill and Birdie a bit, being the quartermaster, of course. Bill, not very versed on many of the arcane things. He is just a very, like, unnoticeable individual who tends to have sticky fingers because of that fact. His wife... generally also unnoticeable, but she's just a very protective individual who will break your fucking arm if you mess with her husband.
That's my kind of woman.
And it's
I'm just eating, so I'm gonna leave my camera kind of off.
That's fine. That's fine. It's obviously a really cute combo, but you know Bill is a rogue, and Birdie has a very, very what's the word I'm looking for? Well, just like Dirk, she has a very, like, hairpin trigger of a temper. So you know her to be a barbarian as well. Neither of them are very smart when it comes to the arcane.
My kind of people.
However, I will say Cole has been eyeing Liam, who is actually... you weren't here for the session where I had mentioned, which is kind of unfortunate, I don't think. Were you? You might have. Were you here for the session where I mentioned Buccaneers, how eventually a pirate will become a thug, and then they'll eventually become a buccaneer?
Yeah, where they kind of just like
yes
upgrade their statuses.
So leveling up our Pokemons.
Yes, you're leveling up your Pokemon. Brachus, Liam's brother, is already a buccaneer. He came into this a buccaneer. That's why he was a captain.
Yeah, right.
Liam is already starting to... He's thugging. After helping out with a a number of things. You've brought him on with a number of things now, and especially like going down twice in the fight with the Cha'akans. He has come back, as well as almost dying on the ship on the way back. He has experienced quite a bit, and now you've noticed a change in him in your time on the island. It seems as you arrived back on the island, he found a new air of confidence in himself and is a bit more skilled out on the waters. So Liam is upgraded to the thug tier, so Cole was suggesting in a previous session to see if he's got any specialty with the arcane. So if you want to sit down with him...
Teach also, because I have a note that is he's the one that got hit with my catapult spell.
That is true. He was.
What rank am I on this ship? Am I just like a crew member?
You are... Yes.
You're a PC.
You are currently at about the same standing as Bill, which is a good standing. He is not he's a stowaway because he like literally stowed away on the ship, but like he was doing that to show his worth as a stealthy guy. And you along the same tier have shown your wealth or your like worth as a tough guy, but like you also weren't around for, you know, the distributing of roles. So I mean, like, obviously you're counted in with like the list of competent individuals. Like,
well, I just was like wondering where I'm at, because like if I'm just a grunt, I'm in a lot of the officers' meetings for like no fucking reason.
You've kind of it's accepted that you've cemented yourself in as competent when you took down a Yeti single-handedly. That's not something a pirate can do.
And a Yanti. Like
Like
you've come on the officer missions and done a lot as well. So
yeah.
You might not be an officer, but you're clearly useful.
My crowning achievement is melting a Yanti in front of Cole.
There is this kind of sense there's this sense on a pirate ship. Like, yeah, ships are very strict places with very strict rules, but the thing about a pirate ship is a lot of things change. Because, like, Dak, for instance, is not an officer either, but Dak has so much... Boys. Yeah, Dak has so much, like, sway and charismatic presence to him that he delegates orders when he gets them. And that's kind of how a pirate ship works, is if you're confident and charismatic enough, you can generally rise yourself up by yourself.
No, I was just wondering, because like...
Yeah, I get it. I get what you're wondering. I'm just elaborating.
Yeah, I want to... So if that's the case, then I'll sit down with Liam and work with him on training, basically, this day.
Are you skilled in the arcane at all? Do you have the arcana skill?
Let's see. I do not have the arcana skill.
That just means you formally don't know the arcane. Doesn't mean you can't show him magical tricks. It's going to be like hard for him to learn anything. So go ahead and make an arcana check still. And this will be like the whole learning thing.
That's basically like if I'm proficient in it, right?
Yeah. I mean, well, yeah. Just roll without your proficiency because you're not proficient in it. Yeah.
And if you have any intelligence, a plus or minus.
Yeah.
Right. But the like having the arcana skill would be
proficient.
Proficient.
Yeah, that would generally mean you have some formal knowledge on the arcane.
It's more just as a druid. It's not so much because you're more like nature-y magic.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the things. I'm gonna roll it anyways, but I think that's one of the things we can choose. 6.
What? Yeah, you can charge arcana. Yeah, I believe you can change arcana. The idea is though, like most of your magic comes with your bond to nature. Whereas that's hard to explain to someone who doesn't have any kind of bond to nature. So that
is one of the skills we do get to choose.
Yeah, but you didn't choose it. So like you specifically don't have any formal knowledge on how your magics work. Whereas somebody who chose Arcana would have a little bit of more knowledge formally of what they're doing than just you, who just realizes like, oh, I just draw on my bond to nature. You kind of sorry, what was your score again? What'd you roll?
6.
Yeah, you explain this to Liam, who tries his hardest to understand what you're getting at. And although although you see a sense of like comprehension within his eyes and that he is trying his hardest to take notes on what you're presenting him with, you're giving him very little substance to work with throughout the day. And although he is amazed by some of the druid craft which you can do, literally like growing new vines, living vines out of the woodwork of like the wooden bench along the bottom deck of your ship, he's amazed. But you don't really explain to him how you're doing it, short of bonding with nature itself. So while you've piqued his interest greatly, you've taught him nothing throughout the day, or throughout the morning here, as this just is going on throughout the morning. So you haven't been around recently, but there is a method to teaching someone something aboard this ship, to which the teacher will roll the skill to see how they teach it. Well, generally, if you're skilled in it, you'll be rolling performance, but you're not skilled in it, so you actually have to roll to see how good you do in the skill. Which that, in fact, will set the DC then. And then everybody else has to make and the person learning has to make an intelligence saving throw to see if they retain the information. And then it'll be like a procedure to see if they get it. He rolled well in retaining the information. However, you set a very high DC by not doing a good demonstration, essentially.
Oops.
But no, I mean, it was effective and piquing his interest still. Everybody out upon the town, however, where are we heading first?
What's
Sayri's
Jack up
choice
to?
or whoever's with us.
Oh, but I had a quick question before we do that.
Yeah, of course, Seymour.
Makeet's not here, but if Makeet is willing, he still wanted to learn medicine, and we did one thing last time.
Yeah, I can roll for Makeet.
All right.
If you want to,
it was just Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, if you want to roll the lesson, I'll roll the save.
It was performance, but wisdom, right? Or because it's medicine.
Yes, you're going to use the skill of the still thing.
Yeah. So I'm going to add 5 to what I roll. 13, 5 is 18.
Well, it'd be 14 plus 5. Because the roll on its own automatically subtracts 1.
Correct, which is my wisdom mod is plus 4, so a plus 5 total.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes. Okay. So, what was the total? One more time.
18. 13 plus 5.
Okay, so you have set a reasonable DC, which should be easy for him to learn. But if Makeet is distracted at this time due to something, he could still fail. That's essentially how learning works here. And he rolled... I'm sorry, Makeet, you did not pay attention today. He is a distracted kitten today, as down from the kitchen, both Byron and Ryan come down, covered in food, fighting the entire time about some decision that they can't make between the two of them in the kitchen. And like at 3 different times throughout your lesson, he has to go out and sort something between them. He doesn't seem to take in much of your information.
We're just bad teachers.
No,
well, no,
Seymour's a good teacher.
He's a bad student.
He was a bad student. And this is like down from each other, like down the table from each other, because there's like a long line of like benches and tables which now sit outside of Cole's room, which are just being used for teaching recently.
Office hours.
And queuing for office hours.
And queuing for office hours.
It's
like Cole has a waiting area, and that's where teaching happens.
There's just a clipboard hanging next to Cole's door with like sign-ups and block schedules.
It's like each hour has 4 blocks in 15-minute increments. You can sign up for blocks here. Yeah, go on.
Seymour can help teach Arcana because he's got that skill. So, just next time.
And you were trying to teach what? Medicine?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, since they're both doing that, he couldn't have helped there, but next time in the afternoon, if you want to continue your lessons, you can. In the morning, though, Sayri, where are you going?
What's Dak doing?
I'm
now?
going
I wanna
with
know if
because I
Dak
think we're
wanna
rounding
come with.
about to Razdan.
Dak will
but
come with if
wherever
you want to take
Sayri
him.
wants to go.
Okay.
We're going to the bookstore, which is Plunder's Pages, I think.
That
Uh,
was what you
pl-
told
I
me.
might join you at the bookstore.
Okay, you
Blunt-
come too.
Plundered, past tense, as
Plundered.
if the pages had
Plundered.
been plundered from somewhere.
I thought
About
okay.
plunder them
Plundered.
Dirk will go too as protection.
as the muscle.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's just gonna walk around silently.
Dak will also go. You will note that Dak is eager to get out into Dragontooth's Rock whenever he gets the opportunity. He used to come here as a kid all the time, so it's like his stomping ground that he likes to.
It's his circus.
Yeah, it was like literally. He used to go to two places: Talon's Isle and then Dragoontooth Rock. So it was his only time to like get off the island.
Puppo.
We go to the bookstore.
But you guys go to the bookstore, so you will be going to the Magi's Market once more on the third day here. And after returning, you guys can see in the early morning a number of vendors already set up, as well as a couple who are straggling, setting up currently. You can see fruit stands, as well as a tent emporium, as well as
Tyrone's at it again.
I'm pretty sure I wrote him down too.
Of course you did.
I did.
And on the outskirts of the thank you. On the outskirts of the squares, you can see a number of performers who are either like juggling or like casting bouts of flame into the air to applause and gasps. And as you walk past these, you can see at the back a very thin, tall building built between two shorter ones, which has like an apartment built above them. You can see a sign hanging out front, dangling in the wind, called Plundered Pages, with the imagery of a book behind it. Yes.
Can I look around really quickly, see if I see any shady people looking at us or anything like that?
Same. I was definitely going to be keeping an eye out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you both can make perception checks.
I got you, Cole. Don't worry.
My coffee is empty.
As
and it was
per
really good.
usual, Flint
Your
is going to
coffee.
help me.
Versus looking
I see you
at
drinking a
two.
San Pellegrino.
Verse will help Dirk in perceiving.
And only Dirk.
The entire time we're going around, Verth is also keeping his head out.
Well,
Oh, you're with us.
good thing Verth is helping me, so.
You're welcome.
Oh, much better. From a 6 to a 19, so that's a 23.
That's a glow up.
That's the same as me, but mine's 26. I also rolled a 19.
Twinsies!
Wisdom is my second highest stat.
Athletics is my highest.
Wisdom is my second highest. Intelligence is my max.
Intimidation is my...
Intimidation.
Oh,
Those
well,
are
hang on.
buds.
Constitution
As you
is
guys-
my second highest.
As
Sorry.
you guys head toward the Magi's Market and cross it currently, you guys keep your head peeled to anyone watching your group out of the ordinary. You don't seem to notice anything, however, out of the ordinary, except for the few heads that turn your way. As you guys are a very odd group to walk through a market.
And
Why?
Dirk the Betrayer.
Because
We're
you
an
have a
orc,
lizard.
An eladrin, a human, a lizard.
We have a giant.
You have a giant an ice drake. You have a giant ice drake with you.
We
as,
are
as well as an 8-foot tall orc.
A witch on a broom.
Are you flying your broom?
Always on
She
a
said
broom.
it. She said it.
It's canon.
It's canon. It's canon. Let's get those witches in chat. Let's get a bunch of witches in chat, please. It's happened. We've got a witch in chat. Let's go. Let's get it. Okay.
Jeez, sounds like you guys are on a witch hunt.
No, we've been trying to get her to accept her roots.
I'm not a witch. I'm not a witch. First, I
Jeff
can't
a
have my
witch.
cam on. You-
Move on. You guys arrive at this shop, Plundered Pages. Standing outside, you can see a very dark storefront as the door
I
is
go in,
currently
I-
shut with a glass pane in it. Yes.
Before I go in, I just want to cast Detect Magic.
Okay, you do
Good
so.
idea for a bookshop.
Wizard 101.
Is Dirk like Lola when we go on like errands? He's gonna like walk around the store. Then he's gonna get bored. And he's gonna sit outside and hang out till we're done.
You act like I won't even. You act
That'll
like
just
Dirk
take an
wants to go
action. I have it
into the
prepared.
store.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, no problem.
Dirk can't read. He's just gonna like look at the books like this. I can eat this.
Okay, guys. Let me continue the story, please. You guys all enter the abode. I assume anybody staying outside?
No, I'm going in.
Okay.
Dirk will stay with the
Going in to sniff the books.
As you enter,
This is my cocaine.
you hear a
I love smelling
familiar chime as you open the door and a bell rings. As you enter, it is a dark interior as it's only lit by a couple lanterns hung one in the front above a desk where you can see a singular individual currently with his head in a book. He's got like long black hair which hangs down to his chest, and he sits currently legs crossed up on the desk as he kind of leans back in his chair reading. This human individual, fairly tan skin, looks up past his book as you all enter, faintly illuminated by the lantern in this dark room. You guys can peer past him to the bookshelves, 4 in number, 2 along either wall, or I'm sorry, 1 along either wall, as well as 2 single standing ones, which leave a singular aisle reaching back into this shop. You can see a set of stairs lining the back of the closest alley of books. And as you all enter and he looks up at you, he just gives you a nod and returns to his book as silence rings throughout the room.
I just perused, if anything glows. I don't even have really any spending money. This is more just for future reference. He's just gonna peruse around, or if any books that like might seem, if there's anything like about Azul Longshot or the Strigaya god or anything.
Well, remember, Dirk did tell you that you can
Or
get books,
Anea or
it.
anything.
And what or anything?
And like if there's anything on Anea or that pantheon of the time deities.
Okay, make an investigation
All
check.
Long shots, but that's what he's thinking about. Oh my god. Investigation's even better. It'll be a 28. That's another 19.
You start to pan throughout the books, walking down the alleyways. Everybody kind of disperses to look at the different bookshelves which line every wall of this place. As you walk down the first one, nothing catches your eyes, as it seems to be mostly fiction books. Many smaller tales of gallant deeds and harrowing stories, very long titles each, with various titles of such. Oh, the mighty onslaught of, or the perilous tales of, and things like this.
Imagine some might even be like recognized with being a sage.
Yeah, I mean, you've come across many of these like storybooks almost, and they are entertaining to read. You read them mostly in your youth, some of them, as you then later turned to some of the fiction or the non-fiction titles and the more studious of books. And as you head down, you pass the stairway at the end, which leads into an upper level. And as you head down the second aisle of books, nothing catches your eye magically. You kind of peruse the selection, and as you start to trail into more informational titles, you start to get things like the guides to getting the most for your money, or the experienced traveler's guide to horse care, or informational guidebooks on how to do certain tasks, which can be useful. And as you peruse, you can find one tucked away, kind of off kilter, rest on top, almost tucked away at the side, which seems to be some sort of guide on sailing. As you open it, you can see that it's got this sort of etched, golden embossed cover, which has the picture of a sailboat. And as you open it, you can see the inside. It is Captain Therese, experienced guide to sails and more.
I guess hold on to that. That could be helpful.
Might be able to teach Dirk something.
As you head down the last aisle, you really get into some more nonfiction works, as you do see the trickling of a couple of lore books, some being on the anatomy of different beasts, ranging from the care of farm animals to more detailed the makeup and anatomy of the basilisk. You can see a range of different books of these types. At the back, as you round the outside of this bookstore, you can see a book underneath the bookshelf, which, underneath the staircase, which is lined with bookshelves as well. You can find a singular book which catches your eye, thick in binding. It is
good stuff.
The title reads simply, "The Myths and Tales of the Prime Sundering."
Oh, that sounds phenomenal. I will definitely want to grab that.
Which you do know to be the Prime Sundering as the days of creation themselves of the world. The birth of the old gods.
Right. Definitely. That sounds cool.
Which is the best title you can find throughout all of these to pique your interest. For Anea, you know to be an odd... to Strigaya, you know to be an old god, as well as the pantheons that your people worship are often old gods.
Right. I mean, I don't know. Is Tesare with us at the bookstore?
Everybody is, yeah. I mean, everybody is except Marinus and Seymour.
You point out the animal books, but I also probably take the basilisk book, holding 3.
Okay.
And then like going to Dirk and being like, "These, if you are inclined to pay for."
But of course, Cole.
Dirk just goes, "You can get 1."
No.
That's your limit.
Well, it's a good thing I have a spell ready today.
No, you're good. I'll pay for pretty much anything you need.
Good, I didn't have suggestion ready.
You know what books I want.
Don't use spells on me.
I don't have it ready.
You can make an investigation check.
I
have no idea how much it'll cost,
And
but those are the 3
Cinnabon-
books that piqued his
Oh, my
interest.
dice! Cinnabon will assist me because
He just asked that you might be able to read them to him.
I actually don't know what books you're trying to look for, so you are also going to have to elaborate.
Okay, I messaged it to you. I was like, I want to
teaching
find
people.
more
He's just been a little busy.
sex
I need
ed
to hear.
books.
I need to hear the person I'm asking questions. Say that again.
I want to find more sex ed books and stuff on kinks.
And stuff on what?
Kinks.
Kinks. Okay.
That's really what we're going into right now?
That is, you missed. Oh my
Okay, what's your
God.
investigation
You must not
check?
have seen last session.
It is 12.
Okay. You find nothing in the terms of sex ed. What you do find is a large selection of
Smut.
well, we'll call them fiction tales of your selected variety. And while not sex education in any sense, I'm sure you can get information on kinks from these novels.
I will take 3 different books.
Okay, you take 3 different smut novels.
I want
paying
to
for
pick
those.
ones, and I know. I want to pick ones that specifically have different races.
I mean, if I do have the money for the books, I'll pay for it. It's just I have no idea how much these will cost.
Anybody else picking up any books? Before we go do checkout time, I prefer it if everybody gets their shit together.
Yes, understood. I'm just saying.
Naldo is gonna look for something about jackalopes.
Okay. Give me an investigation check. With advantage, because you've been directed to the correct area. Yeah. Sex ed was not an area that was pointed out, obviously, Sayer, in case you were wondering why you didn't get advantage.
No, I figure. It's all good.
15?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't find any books on jackalopes. You do find, however, a book on forest critters. It is a small bound book, but it's very informative on all the likes of deciduous forest creatures, and you can find the page on rabbits just from browsing through quickly. It does have various extensive information on rabbits, as well as taking care of bunnies, as well as the difference between them.
Wait, what's the difference?
Aldo is going to ask how much that book is going to be.
Floppier ears, generally. Bunnies have floppier ears than rabbits. That was what I was saying. If I'm not mistaken, that's the order. Sometimes I get confused. Yes.
I think so.
I don't fucking know.
I mean, big bunnies, yeah.
Marinus.
No, I meant how much money.
No, I was answering someone else's question. How much money?
Oh.
You're gonna have to ask. This is what I was saying.
I was asking.
How many times do I have to repeat shit for you? We're doing the checkout part all at the end when everybody has their shit together.
We're trying to get a deal.
So I mean,
anybody else want anything else? Yes. So keep it in mind, and we'll do the checkout shit at the end. Rather than doing bargains with everybody individual like we did yesterday, and it gets messy and takes a lot of time, we're going to do it all at the end. Anybody else have a book to get? Or they want to look for? Dirk doesn't even know what books are. No, I'm just kidding.
Paper.
Yes, but I want to give you an answer. And by the way,
Dirk does
Cole's
know what
gonna
books
teach
are.
me how to read.
Dirk knows how to read. Dirk knows how to read. Dirk, you know how to read.
You know how to read.
Dirk knows how to read.
apparently I
There's an intelligence score which claims that you are illiterate. It is a part of the game. I mean, if you want to for simplicity's sake, unless you're super stupid, you know how to at least read one language.
I'll say
Which is
Orcish
probably
'cause I was in the
common.
tribe. No, 'cause I was in the tribe
Yeah.
of
So
Orcs.
if you want to say you know how to
read Orcish.
read Orcish, we'll say that, and you can still learn Common if you want. But illiteracy is a score of 6, which you don't have. Intelligence.
Cole will just put forth what languages he knows if you ask him.
But I'm just clarifying that because when it comes to learning a language, learning how to write a second language is a lot easier than learning how to write.
No, yeah, that's
Definitely.
But yeah.
I think we're good, and
You're good. So
everyone's
you
good
guys
to
can
check out.
all of you approach Dirk first, and then the counter with with the books. And the man who hasn't said a word yet looks up at each of you.
Hi.
Hello. Can I help you?
I'm paying for him, and I point at Cole.
Oh, right. Are you all together, separate, or together? Separate. Okay.
Well,
what are
I
you
have
getting?
these-
And
I
he's
have gestured the books of the Experienced Sailing Guide, Myths of the Prime, Sundering, and the Basilisk Anatomy book.
Okay,
Those are
well,
the 3 Cole picked.
this sailing one is gonna run you a little bit chalked up for its need and necessity, but the Prime Sundering one as well, just for its size of binding. As for the Basilisk Anatomy, I'm sure I can give you a discount. We'll say I can disperse with a lot of them for 30 gold.
Okay.
Dirk
I
has the
give
money.
the man 30 gold.
Okay.
Woo! I did not have 30 gold.
As for you,
shit.
little lady, what can I get you?
Just
Points-
start putting the books
he
in
points-
the bag of holding.
He points to the 5'2" monk.
I'm here for this book on animals.
The forest critters ones, can give it to you 3 gold.
Okay.
Yeah. You can see a significant difference. This is like literally a pocketbook filled with like forest critter information.
Can I see what book he's reading?
You can. He is currently reading a book about ships.
All right.
It is not a like guide to sails so much as it's like a in-depth analysis of the making of the galleon.
Cool.
It's very studious, as you can tell. Probably not very exciting, but he's invested in it.
That's relative, all right.
What is it you got there? And he looks at you, Sayri.
I have these ones and I'll like slide them forward.
Okay. Yeah, these have a frequent return rate. Let me put it that way.
Oh, nice.
Well, people's tastes shift. Never mind.
I mean, do you have a different ones you would recommend?
No, they're fine books if you're into that kind of thing.
I'm sure they'll be educational.
We'll call it for the lot of them 5 gold pieces.
Okay.
He takes the gold. Yeah, he's just generally saying that like non-fiction books have like a return rate, especially like smut. Like I don't know what else you want from me. Like people don't reread smut like the same scene as this. Like it's just not common. They just return it to the bookstore
Just
for
say
someone
what
else
it
to
is,
use.
man. You don't gotta be so uncomfortable about it.
Homie, I roleplayed a prostitute yesterday. I'm not
yeah,
uncomfortable
you
about
missed
it.
That's
That
fucking
was
awesome. I love
That
it.
was the usual last 10 minutes was great.
It lasted an hour.
That explains why this is coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah, the context is key. Thank you, and I'll put them in my bag.
Okay.
I guess if there was no other shopping that anyone wanted, we can go check on Pocket Watch. But unless anyone else had something else they want to do.
I will say Dirk is probably a little confused, just like character-wise, as your books were a lot more expensive than everyone else's.
Yeah, wait, how
And
much did they cost?
Dirk doesn't really get why. Everybody else had to pay like a couple gold, while you paid 30 gold for 3 books, while Sayri paid 5.
But do you even comprehend math well enough to know the difference?
Yes, actually, I do.
Are you
and I'm about
sure?
to beat some ass. I know what I fucking spend
No,
more
no,
gold
that-
than other people.
Damn, what did I walk away from?
I'm spending more.
Dirk can say something, but Dirk was very willing to pay and just handed
No,
the 30
I'm just-
gold over.
I'm
Oh, that's
just
not
messing
bad.
around. Well, I handed the 30 gold over first before everybody else paid.
Yeah.
So like as
There's a
I'm
reason the
seeing
high
this-
intelligent wizard went first. His
But no,
books are
Dirk isn't-
always going to be more expensive than everyone else's.
Dirk isn't too beaten up about it because he knows how much Cole has helped him out recently. But he is gonna ask that maybe Cole kind of pay him back when he does have money.
I can definitely keep the knowledge that I can get you 30
Or
gold.
favor for a favor, you help me get my exploding mall, and I'll call it even when it comes around.
He's like, I'll give you 30 gold.
That'll take some time. We'll see
It's gonna
what
take time
happens.
anyways. I got like a couple more weeks I gotta wait on that thing. But I'm keeping it in my mind, damn it.
Okay, well,
Like
hold
you
on,
put an
we'll-
order in for it, or
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's saving it for me.
Okay. Are you guys
Understood.
going anywhere else here in Magi's Market? Where you currently
before
are?
we leave the bookstore,
There you
Naldo will have asked everyone what they got just because she's interested.
I got fiction books.
I got one. Well, I guess it depends. It says myths, but I mean, they could be real. But other than that, I got us a experience guide to sailing, which will be helpful for when we have people that don't really know how to sail.
Me.
And then, of course, I went for the Basilisk book because if we were to run into one of those, I would prefer to not be stone.
Yeah, that
That all sounds very interesting. I'd be interested in reading those. You'd
Well,
be
you can
willing to
start one of
share.
these without me. It's gonna take a while so I can get to them.
I mean, the one I'm gonna. I mean, the guide to sailing was more for the crew. That anyone can really have that book. I mean, the other two I plan to read, but of course you can read them.
Start a library.
Oh,
Cole has a library.
Yeah.
He has bookshelves. He is the library.
And the only person who went to the second floor of his tower was Lithos when he summoned it, which has a big library.
Ava saw it. Ava saw it.
Oh, Ava went up there. Okay, so Ava also saw.
Ava stood in your doorway, but it was very clear as your walls are
There's
covered
a
in
couple
books.
rows of bookshelves with books on them, but they don't seem to be on Cole outside of the tower.
So if anybody needs them,
Calligraphy.
Anyways.
you guys, the man clutching his book in his hand. Oh, thank you. Clutching his book
Yeah,
in
I
his
think we're
hand
good
is
to
looks up
head
at you
out.
all expectingly, not saying a word.
No, just head out.
Go
before we leave,
my journals.
Okay, hold on.
to
Before
the-
we leave,
to the guy behind the counter. Sorry, I didn't
Thank
catch
you.
your name.
Why do we always gotta know their name?
Because we have to.
because we might come back.
The name is
Cyril.
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 SY.
SYRI.
Sorry, I'm real life me is reading while you guys are shopping.
That's fair.
Yeah, because I got the player handbook, so I'm like looking up all this stuff.
Is this how you play her?
Yeah.
Honestly, though, for real though.
So does
I getcha.
anyone else have any shopping, or are we going to Razdon?
I want to buy journals and pens and inks.
I mean, this might even be a place to do that.
Oh, are they here?
Otherwise, I mean, I don't know if Margrave would have like non spell paper, but he was selling that. He might be willing to sell you some regular paper.
If you needed paper, why don't you get them at the fucking shop? Literally
Yeah,
called
that's a
100
good
pages.
I
You
mean,
can go
we
back in.
also-
You haven't left yet.
We also have a leather worker gesturing to Tessare, and I have plenty of paper.
I mean, I did offer Sayri to
So we can-
customize a journal.
Yeah, we can
but
literally
apparently
craft
doesn't
you a
hurt me.
journal.
Okay, let's do that. I'll just give you the money for the materials.
I don't remember how much I paid for this paper. I
Perfect.
carry a lot of paper on me at all times.
Do you have like spare?
Like a ream of paper.
Do you have?
Just reaches
spare
into the
leather
bag
and
of
whatnot?
holding, pulls out a ream of paper, and then puts it back in.
I'm not there. I'm just laughing at it.
Naldo, do you have any spare leather or anything for?
She bought a bunch the other day.
We also
Alrighty then.
kill things quite regularly.
That's true.
Not afraid to eat on stream like you chumps.
Honestly.
Enjoy it.
Anyways, I believe we're good to go to Razdon. See if the pocket watch is ready.
Okay. Just make me interrupt my burger. That's fine. I wasn't enjoying it.
I'm sorry, mister. Let me progress the
You
story.
know what? We're
That's
just
a fair
gonna
point.
stand outside of this shop for the next
I
20
will knock
minutes.
on Razdon's door.
All right, this is the real RP challenge.
Hold
They're
on,
just-
hold
it's-
on. Nope,
Go
it's
find the
time to check
pastry.
on Tyrone.
Oh my god, yes, let's talk to Tyrone!
No, we don't have to.
You watch as Tyrone hurriedly
Spare
closes
10.
up shop.
What? Gargax is his best customer.
Yeah, what the
Yeah,
hell?
whatever. It's Kush you should watch out
Tyrone?
for.
Yeah, it's Kush he doesn't like. What'd you say, Marinus? You said something I didn't hear.
Doesn't matter. I'm not
Gotcha.
there.
Okay.
Poor Marinus.
Is your cat?
It's true. You guys are heading to Razdon's Ware. So once again, heading down Artisan Alley, so you get to the warehouse district, where you descend down to the docks where Razdon is parked outside of. You can enter his place, which is currently open. It is only about approaching noon now, as you guys enter. And he looks up as he is currently got like that magnifying, that like monocle you've seen before him use, currently like perched over his glowing eye, as he currently is working with a set of tinkering tools on a workbench on the wall of the room.
First thing he says is, "Ah, fuck, it's you guys again."
He looks up at you. Hello. Oh, hello.
He doesn't like you, Gargax. We all know it.
No, it's a Sayri. That's the loud one. That he goes.
I bothered him
Oh,
in the
no,
middle of
okay.
the night.
Well, Gargax is the one who threatened him. I remember that.
I didn't.
You didn't threaten him?
I've
No,
threatened
he
a couple
tried to
of people.
intimidate him.
No, that was someone
Not
else.
him.
Or someone else? No.
Was it somebody
You.
else? Might
Yeah.
have been.
We have pretty good relations with this shop.
I'm
I
still
try and keep good relations.
I'm still finishing up your pocket watch. That's what I'm working on
very
right
well.
now. Can I help you? Anything else?
Well, I was more checking in. If you're still working, we can come back later.
No, I'm just insetting some of the pearls now. It should be a few hours longer at most. Depends on how
Okay.
many customers I have coming through.
Dirk would like
Understood.
to ask the timeline on the mall, and if you
We'll
can
go
still
get
save it for me.
pastries.
Dirk, I'm sorry, I don't really know when I'll have it done. I'm hoping to find some time to get it worked on, but so far it's too unstable to sell to someone.
If you
Conceptually-
need it, I'm
We'll-
here.
Dirk, we'll
If you
be
need
back.
it tested, I'm here for you. I'll be here today.
I will be selling you in a sort of, well, let's call it an alpha stage,
Okay.
which will, I guess I should probably consider making some sort of contract, liability and all, but, it's implied that should any accidents occur from any of my personal creations, Razdon's wares is not liable for any injuries accrued. That being said, I will think of you first, of course. It might be a month, maybe a little bit more, I don't know.
Dirk, we'll be back, Dirk. But unless anyone else was coming for any reason, we can return in 2 to 3 hours.
Pastry shop.
Sure.
Yeah, I'd also like to pick up some fresh vegetables for
So
Dylan.
it sounds like we will be coming back. We will see you later. I will not be rude and just leave.
I can swing it by your ship, if you want.
That sounds perfect.
Oh, I don't
actually.
mind
I
coming
can
by.
buy
No,
I
you guys are a high-paying customer. I will swing it by your ship. I do not mind.
Well, I also
I think that would
may
be
have,
a great idea, Razdon.
I also
personally.
may have. I know Margrave may be interested. He did ask for me to show him some of my practice.
I'll bring him along when we close up shop.
There you go.
Very well. I guess we can go get your pastries and head back to the ship then.
Grocery shopping.
When are we
Much
gonna
appreciated,
handle
Razdon.
our situation
Oh,
that we talked about this morning?
I forgot about that.
You
Dirk's
guys
the one
are
that
wrapping up
remembers.
the morning, so you can head back to your ship, and then we'll do the afternoon routine. So if anybody wants to, do it from there.
I think that's more important than pastries, unless people want to split up. But we should maybe get Marinus and see more, so everyone's with us.
I agree.
Okay.
So I guess we're going to the ship.
Well, again, you don't have to bring everyone. It's just like, I'm doing this in sections of the day. So this was morning. You had plans to go out shopping. Eventually, you'll all return to the ship. That was the plan. That was what you guys said.
Okay.
Okay, so if we're
And
gonna go
as it's approaching lunch, you guys should be returning to ship.
Yes.
If you want to go pick up pastries, you're more than welcome. The shop is on the hill up to
the captain we'd bring him.
Oh yeah, if it's not far.
No, it's in what's known as the Vaults Plaza, which is right outside the Harpy's Den, as well as the Vault.
I don't want to flash my money, but maybe I could pay for the pastries.
5 dozen pastries.
I want to flash my wealth.
Is there a place nearby where Naldo
Yeah, you said
could
it wasn't
buy
far.
some produce?
Why do you need produce? Because
For my
the
jackal.
rabbit that you bought food for yesterday from the pet store.
Yeah, but I want fresh vegetables.
The idea is the
bet
ship
Makita
has
those.
fresh vegetables.
Yeah.
Like, the idea is when the ship comes in, they spend part of their money to restock the ship. So if you want, you can go buy more, but I'm trying to move things along.
Okay.
Like how
you can easily buy any number of vegetables. I'm just not going to roleplay it out. You go buy vegetables from many of the bazaar fruit and vegetable stands I've mentioned is in every bazaar you guys have passed. So if you want, you can pick up vegetables very easily. It's just the question is how much. That question was to you, Will.
I didn't think we were talking about this anymore.
Oh my god.
I love you,
It was
Naldo.
the only thing he was talking about.
Okay, fine.
6 dozen pastries.
You go get pastries. 6 dozen pastries.
6 dozen.
You will be charged. You'll be charged 9 gold.
I can pay that. Woo.
Do those include cookies?
They can if you want them to.
Yeah, they will.
Yeah, they
will.
So we'll say you get 5 dozen pastries and a dozen. Well,
3 dozen pastries, 3 dozen cookies.
Okay.
There you go.
Done.
9 gold.
But are they going to alt?
I mean, Sayori can have them. I'm just gonna pay for them.
Okay. You do so, and you return to the ship. I'll say it again because I'm too nice. If you wanted to have picked up vegetables or produce, you could have done that at any of the stands that were in any of the bazaars. I just need to know how much you wanted to pick up.
Well, I wanted to buy my own because I didn't think that the ship would want to
He said
give
yes,
me
that's how many
produce
you
for my pet.
The ship has been infamously nice this entire time you've been upon it, but sure. You can still buy your own, though, if you want, is what I'm saying. It's just, we're not going to RP it out because there's vegetable stands everywhere.
Like what we just did.
didn't know that.
Like what we just
He
did
was
with the
saying
pastry, you can do
I'm saying
with
it, and you
produce.
ignored me. Is where the frustration came in.
She wants a dozen carrots. How much is a dozen carrots?
A dozen carrots will be a gold.
There you go, Naldo. Mark off a gold. You now have a dozen carrots.
And a dozen carrots.
Now it's the afternoon and we're having lunch.
You return to your ship with pastries.
Yes, I'll hand them out.
And carrots.
How many can
And
Dirk have?
carrots.
You can have
And cookies.
2, but then if someone else doesn't want theirs, I'll remember you.
As you all arrive back on ship, you can see now there are significantly more people aboard. As currently, there are about 13 new crewmates which have been recruited in your last few days here. Also, aboard the ship with them, you can see Merrill standing about with a large sack of goods over his shoulder. Not sure what it is, but he looks around, confused, expectingly, looking for something, and as you arrive back on ship, he gives you all a, hello, I got everything together, and, well, it was done earlier than I expected. What can I put my
You're here
things?
for, pick a hammock.
Pick a hammock.
Right, and
Below
he
deck. I'll
goes
start
below deck.
showing Meryl around the ship.
Okay.
Sayuri will yell out, "We have pastries and cookies if you want some for everyone."
As Gargax is about to step down the stairs with Meryl, he'll just like freeze for a second. It'll look at him and be like, "Do you want a pastry?"
I want a pastry.
Or a cookie.
I'll turn around and get 2 pastries.
There you go.
And then I'll continue showing Meryl around the ship. This
Okay.
Here's Cole's waiting bench for office hours. This over here is yada yada yada.
How do you spell his name?
Usually between this time and this time, if he's on the ship.
Meryl, Meryl, I believe. My guess.
Is it RYL?
My guess.
I'm waiting for Chris.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I was checking some messages. Go ahead. What was the question?
How do you spell his name?
Meryl.
Oh, yeah. Merril.
Damn it!
I had it right.
That was close.
On top of the 13 or one of the 13?
He is another of the 13. He is not of the 13. I mean, I'm sorry. He is completely
14.
separate. Yeah. Well, I wasn't counting him among the
Yeah.
crew for simplicity's sake. Yeah. You have a speckling, which I will give you names over the break. I mean, over the break between sessions. But you have 10 crewmates, 2 pirates, 2 thugs, and a new buccaneer aboard ship.
Neat.
Alrab will whip them into shape.
It was 10 pirates,
2 thugs and a buccaneer.
And
2
a buccaneer.
thugs, 1 buck. Okay.
DMV says in Twitch chat, Chris B, check DMs.
Ooh. That's Alrev, if I remember
Mhm.
correctly. Okay.
What? Yeah.
Alrev.
DMs. Okay. Oh, but Rebel Buffoon says don't do it.
Oh,
Instructions.
Oh.
been more dedicated.
Instructions unclear.
Alrev isn't the boss of you.
Oh, I'm like Alaref. Dude, Alaref. I was so confused with what that's. I'm like trying to piece together the sentence you sent me. I didn't read the next one that says God, speech to text sucks. But the sentence reads, I'm sorry to dox you like this. The sentence reads, I'm about to, before we go underway, so if I can't play tonight, my intestines with Ali Rabbit, it's good. It's cool. Like, what? my intestines with Ali Rabbit. I'm trying to like sound that out to see like what that could have meant. Anyway,
My intentions with
What are the runes?
Alarev?
Yes, that's it. My intentions with Alarev. It's cool with you. I could. Okay, got it.
No,
with you.
Who was Meryl, though?
Meryl is
Meryl
the.
Harpies.
He used to be
or-
second or
Crossbow
first
arm.
mate of. Yeah, crossbow arm guy used to be first mate of the Harpy. Then he professed his love to her, and she was like,
Yeah.
"Bye, bitch."
No, that was not what
No,
happened.
You missed last session.
Yeah,
We
I
found
know.
out he is kind of not on her crew anymore, which
No,
is
he's on her
kind
crew.
of.
He's just been
Oh, he's
resigned to a lower
demoted.
rank.
Sorry, he's demoted from first mate. Which is why he's coming with us. He kind of isn't as like, I don't want to say needed, but like he can kind of do this.
He's been removed from sailing aboard her ship alongside her when they do go
On
sailing,
the Harpy ship?
and he was put on head of watch, is what he said, which meant he's stuck on the island. So he's said,
I'm gonna bug
"I'll come
him.
with you guys."
And he knows the way to Nazul, so he's gonna show us.
He's
Chris?
a human?
he
I don't
appears
think
to
he
be.
was a.
As far as
Yes.
we know.
Yes. Yeah, he's a human.
Appears to be a human. Okay.
Crisp.
Yes.
For the people that grab the pastries and cookies, for the people I don't know, I'm gonna ask their names and then just like have a little combo with them.
My name is Gargax.
No, I know you.
But you asked, you weren't getting instructions unclear. You said whoever didn't take a cookie.
No, I said whoever is new that takes a pastry or cookie, I'm gonna like ask their name and have a little
You're
combo.
adding the new.
Oh, I must have said it in my head and it didn't.
My name
come
is
out of
Dirk.
my mouth.
I'll have 2 cookies.
My name is Gargax. I want 2 pastries, one for me and one for that man over there.
Okay,
His name
I'll
is
have
Andrew.
1 pastry and 1 cookie.
You may have one of each.
A new fighter has appeared. I'm sorry, Makita out there. I'm breaking the rules for Alarev because I like him better. No other reason. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It's because he's going. It's because he's going. He just messaged me. He's going under. This is his last time to play for a while. So I'm making an exception. I love you, Makita.
Fuck Makita.
That was funny though. I couldn't help it.
Alarev.
Sometimes I have impulse problems.
My favorite person.
Hello. Dude, it's been a shit week, really, but I'm happy to play.
Good.
Awesome.
What
You
is
may be
Alarev
killing
doing?
some
Real quick, I need to catch up with him because he might have done stuff beforehand. You guys have been on Dragon Tooth. There's a whole lot of shit that's gone down, Alarev.
Yeah, sorry, I haven't been
This will
able
be
to
good
keep
for
up.
Rebel Buffoon, though, if you want to recap any of it.
Yeah, no, this is fine. Rebel Buffoon has been watching diligently. What are you talking about?
He wasn't there yesterday.
He missed the last session.
Oh, okay, yeah.
he
Well,
missed the prostitute
I'll be
talk.
going over through all this. Well, fuck you.
Oh,
That doesn't
Alarev
matter.
missed the Alarev would have liked to be there for the prostitute talk.
No,
This
you
intrigues
couldn't have
him.
been there. You couldn't have been there.
You
Anyway,
and Sayri can
let me
read
move
those
it along.
together.
Yeah.
Okay.
I need the timestamp.
Last thing you know, what happened?
We approached Talon's Isle, and I was with a squid boy.
What?
We went to the Underdark ? There was like this
oh yeah,
squid
of
thing
course.
that was making
Oh, thank God.
colors.
Thank God. I was so worried. I thought you were like talking about the assault on Talon's Isle with the octopus, and I was like, no,
Oh, no.
not that far back. Yeah, okay, you were there. I did forget you were there for the flump.
Yeah, he got to know.
Since then, they spent a little bit on Dragon Tooth Rock, and on Talon's Isle, and then they returned to Dragon Tooth Rock. They have spent 2 days on Dragon Tooth Rock. They're on their 3rd, and they're wrapping up things before they take off and leave again. When the crew returned to Dragon Tooth Rock, 3 individuals landed upon their deck seeking a ride to Dragon Tooth Rock. You guys gave them that ride. They were very unique individuals. One rode a bird, one was a bird, and the other... weird. But just to move things along in that sense, they all seemed to be on some sort of quest, which aligned strangely with your crew, or some people on your crew. After getting to Dragon Tooth Rock, you've spent some time here now. Before you set out again. The people on your crew have been spending the day gathering information about the city of Nizul, which is some ancient city deep within the Atoro Edith that people wanted more information on. Within the first day, more information was gathered. Eventually, a agreement on the second day was struck between Meryl to accompany you guys on an adventure through the Atoro Edith to find Nizul, and it was also through a number of other means, like scrying was done to discover what Nizul looked like and where it might be located in comparison to where you are now. So now, in the next day, you guys will be setting off in search of Nizul to the northeast. But for now, you're on your 3rd day here in Dragon Tooth Rock, and you could have done whatever you wanted in the first 2 days. On the first day in Dragon Tooth Rock, however, as your crew were wrapping up their activities and went to the bar to kind of relax and celebrate, they were attacked by demonic assassins, aligned with another crew here on Dragon Tooth Rock, part of the Harpies Alliance. They seem to be some sort of demon worshipper crew that is used to assassinate others who have bounties. Apparently a bounty has been put out on you guys, and now you're in search of what this bounty entails exactly. That's what your crew's currently about to do on the 3rd day here. What do you want to do during your first 2 days?
To make it easy, I'll just say that Alarev was just hanging out, doing his normal thing, playing with Bubba, working out in the mornings, stuff like that.
Okay. There's nothing you needed to grab here in Dragontooth Rock. So,
would you want to try to
actually-
train Bubba with anything? Just in case you didn't know you could do that, you can try to
And
teach
train
him
your
commands like stay,
gonna
follow,
say-
attack.
Did you read the whole message I sent you?
No, not completely. Yeah, that. I don't know. No, that's probably not gonna. No.
I'm not tripping. I just thought it might be an option.
No, there's plenty of ways to still level up if you just stick with your crew here.
True.
Also, Sono has his own responsibilities.
Okay.
Sony. Sono. Obviously, you knew the name. I assume it was the. Or did you actually think his name was Sony?
It's been a long week.
I chalked it up to speech to text with the rest of the message.
Yes, it was all speech to text. That's all it was.
So you want to do some training, I assume? Training is a downtime activity, so we'll do a couple of checks for you too.
Okay.
What we'll do is I would like from you, sir, relaxation, or pit fighting, gambling, burping, crime, training. There it is. So, there's not much needed for training, short of mainly because you don't have any current downtime to do too much with training. But since you're going to be coming into some downtime future, we're going to be saying Alarev is going full on training mode with the crew, especially with new crew coming on. But what that means is that's going to take some cost. The crew will cover that cost for you. It'll be part of like the ship's expenses. It's not much. It's like 25 gold pieces a day. But gradually what you'll be doing is not only earning you experience, but ideally leveling up your crew as well.
Cool.
So for these first few, I assume you're training not alone, but with the crew, you're running exercises. As for checks, I want 3 checks from you. But they're not going to all be training, because training is kind of an innate thing that you do. It's not something that you can fail a check on, like gambling or anything like that. So I just really need animal handling checks from you. So go ahead and give me I need 1 athletics check, 1 acrobatics check, and an animal handling check from you. Put them all in chat, please.
Awesome. I got it.
On the 3rd day, however, now, currently what you can do, you can tail along with everyone, which you're more than welcome to do. And if you need to do anything else, speak up. But as everybody arrives back at noon on the 3rd day, what are you all doing?
I figure we'll have lunch and then I guess go talk to the children of Nock.
I'm right behind Cole on that one.
Yep.
This is the top deck, and that is your official tour to the Hostel Finale.
And are you always serving crab for lunch, or?
No. It's mostly soup.
I've seen a lot of crab lately.
Them.
They were
We've come
big
across
crabs.
a lot of crab lately.
Also, you guys were attacked by giant crabs and fish people on your way back to Dragontooth Rock.
Cool.
So crab is on the menu.
Well.
Yeah, but we got like 3 giant crabs out of it, so
2
Worth.
and like a 4th, I think.
And like
Yeah.
shrimp people. I've been having gumbo, if I remember Makit correctly.
We're eating the fish people?
Why
I
not?
do not think we're eating the fish people.
I
We're
don't
eating
think
the
so.
crab.
I mean, those are people.
Yeah.
Dirk is fine with that.
Not anymore.
They
That's not how
also
that works.
We're not.
as you cleaned up the body, you
They were fish
also
people?
they didn't look like normal fish people either. They had they're human. They were like half fish, half humanoid. They had like fish-like faces, but they had like grown fangs and sharp teeth. Their hands were like almost talon-like.
Because
And they just straight attacked
with
us?
with the city of Nazul stuff and knowing from Miles that they got into simic science, did that seem like someone was splicing animals together?
Those creatures?
Yeah.
No, they
Yeah.
seemed natural.
Okay.
They seemed like dark. And
Let's figure it out.
make an Arcana check
Oh wait,
with disadvantage,
There were-
just because it's memory.
a question.
But I'm
Yes.
good at memory.
Yes.
I might have. Was this the session where we were attacked and then I had to leave right after because I had? Sorry,
Mhm.
if there were animals that looked spliced, Seymour would definitely have like.
They were not.
They were not. Oh,
They definitely were not. They looked natural. That was obvious, but
Arcana, you said?
yeah.
So at disadvantage, I rolled a 13, which will be a 22.
You knew them to be natural. However, they were definitely corrupted by something. Their like natural features shifted and warped to something dark.
Okay.
But yeah, you guys are out having lunch as you prepare for the next step. You guys just head out after lunch?
Unless anyone has anything else to do.
Anything to discuss?
So where are you guys headed exactly? What's going on?
We are gonna go look to find or we can ask Merrill. He's here, where the children of Nock are kind of based, and see if we can talk with them to get this bounty taken off us.
Actually, Meryl, do you know anything of that sort?
Sorry, this crab is really good. The children of Nock, they've got a abode of sorts within the jungle. Not the jungle, but the jungle. The jungle. That's
Capital.
rather confusing.
Capital Jungle.
Capital, lowercase.
Lowercase. Out within the island somewhere. And by somewhere, I mean on the southern end. The lower island.
Well, we definitely should be ready to get attacked, because, I mean, once we were in the jungle, not the jungle, but the jungle, that was where they attacked us.
What is this with the jungle shit?
So there is a part of this island called the jungle, and then it also has a jungle on the island. So to further explain
the
it,
part,
Dirk,
no, real quick.
No, I understand.
Gotcha.
Dirk, I'm just playing Dirk.
it's like Cole will literally go into like, so possessive pronouns and
Teacher of English.
Drooling.
Damn me.
Common.
Having to eat to sustain myself. I'm so horrible, rebel buffoon. I'm just kidding.
But no, I'm just.
We're trying to get the mukbanger people, okay? Relax.
Dirk wishes
Try
to
spread.
know our negotiation tactics. Should we just immediately just come off and say like, "Hey, take this shit off," or are we going to be more passive about it?
well, you're not really allowed to fight on this island, and I would
We're going to be in the
highly
jungle. Nobody
recommend.
would know.
I
That's
recommend
not how this
you
works.
all take precaution if you're going to head out to deal with them. What, you dealt with one member of their crew out in the jungle?
I also encountered one. I can only assume. Well, actually, we don't really know. There's a lot on our plate right now.
We
They're
dealt with one.
They're how can I best describe their type? Loyal devotees of, well, an ancient god. This makes them quite formidable, and you probably would not wish to deal with them. Not to mention, I am confident their crew outnumbers you threefold, at least.
We'll be fine.
Well, if you all die, it was nice knowing you. I will be staying here.
Nah. We'll kill them all. It's okay.
So
If it
they're
comes
just
to
not
that.
even worth talking to.
No. Not in the slightest. They're, very, let's say, financially inclined. Should you have the gold, they'd happily rid your bounty, and even return the favor, if you will. But they would not get these opportunities were they not approachable. You could speak with them. They will not attack. Their behavior is often underhanded.
And if we didn't have such gold, would we leave this meeting alive? Likely?
Most likely. There's a bit of honor to him. Mainly because it's expected that others know of your journey there. It would be easily tied back to the crew. However, your walk there and your walk back, I cannot speak for.
What's the bounty on our heads at the moment?
You do not know.
Well,
That's the problem.
Marinus, if you're willing, I know you're one to summon birds.
You just want to fly there?
I
can
would
also
prefer
summon my
not to
bird.
get attacked by demons again.
I shall fly.
I also could fly myself. I cannot summon for others.
I mean,
What
You're forgetting that I have my own bird as well.
What is it you wish to...
Cole told you about it.
What is
How
it...
else to retain that?
What information are you wishing to gain from this meeting?
Who?
the
Why?
cost of our bounty?
I don't think
How
they'll
much?
give us any information without monetary value, but
I don't
we're
either.
hoping they might. I mean, hopefully they might have something they're willing to either trade or ask for a favor or something, but outside of that, I think we'll just have to be returning, and
I
it's going to be
personally-
dangerous. I would almost think we should just return if we get any such money, because if that's all they care about, and getting there might be somewhat easier if they only have some eyes on us, but getting back would definitely be the difficult part.
I mean, I personally think it's all a bad idea.
I
don't
would
think that
say...
we're gonna get anything from them.
I would say if you do not have the money to pay it off, should you take some sort of agreement of theirs, some sort of deed to pay it off, I wouldn't trust that in any sense.
Which is good to know, so it might just not be worth even going to talk to them. More
Kind of what
hassle
I-
than it's worth. Well, I guess since we're just waiting on my pocket watch, I know Dirk wanted to be taught something. I can kill sometime. I was already teaching Ava Dwarvish, if you want to know Dwarvish.
Looks like Cole's office hours are open.
Cole has class sessions now. I like this.
Class is already...
Maybe he wants to train Liam.
Have you spoken to Liam?
Liam is currently sitting with Marinus outside your room as you come down to the
Oh.
lower levels.
Oh, what's going on here?
Well, wouldn't yeah.
I was gone.
Liam seems inclined to the arcane arts.
I mean, I like what Marinus here can do. Can you show me what Marinus can do?
Well, I can't. There may be some overlap, but my practice isn't as I don't even fully know if it's spiritually or how yours works. Mine is more understanding the arcane behind the spell.
Well, Do you understand the arcane behind the spell? And he looks to you, Marinus.
Not so much. Mine's a more natural touch.
He kind of stammers for a second. Yeah, I think Cole might be the better teacher. No offense.
Well, I can definitely look over what he was showing you and try to branch out from there.
You can see in front of Liam and Marinus, between the two of them.
Assume it's like a similar Gargak situation.
No, no, it's nothing like that. It's just the two picnic tables, which are kind of built into the wall now. Are blooming vines from the dead wood that they're built in, and they're kind of interlocking together and holding itself. It's just a huge display of druid craft and other spells that he can do just on the edge of this table, which I mean it's pretty cool, but you cannot imagine what he learned from that.
Yeah, it might be better. Here, I have a desk in here, and I will definitely. I'm fine with showing Liam arcane, bringing out paper and ink for him to write stuff down, and
yeah, Chris didn't even give me a chance to roll.
Cole will start trying to teach him very basic.
Roll what? What are you talking about?
When maybe I tried to teach, you didn't have that rule yet.
When did you try to? What did you try to teach?
All I was.
When I tried to teach Dwarvish.
And he did so bad that Cole came in and was like, Jesus.
Yeah.
No, I had you roll for that. I did have you roll.
You rolled bad.
I did not roll anything.
Okay.
I asked,
rolled bad.
No, you had Ava roll something, and I said, do you want me to roll? And you were like, no.
Okay. Well,
either way.
Sure. Stay salty.
Blame Ava.
I will.
If only there was video.
If only.
I can't
Anyways, give him a beginner's
But
hand.
yeah, no, I'll definitely. I mean, I don't know how you would start teaching arcane. If it would be here's the basic of a cantrip, or here's what magic is, or here's a rune, or I don't know.
It would definitely be some arcane rune transcription. As there is a whole separate language that the arcane is understood within. You would just begin to have to teach that, which would take some time. So it will be an intelligence check. If we're, as we go into the evening, anybody can do as they'd like. You, I assume, will be teaching Arcana to whom?
That's my plan. To Liam.
Okay.
Now,
the way this works is technically anybody can sit in on this.
Yeah, if you guys want to.
Just if you learn something will be on your end. But if nobody wants to do this, that's fine. So roll the performance check with intelligence.
Maybe if Marinus wants to get some more Arcana info.
Yeah.
So I just roll an intelligence. I know you said performance, but just add my +5 from intelligence. No proficiency, right?
It's intelligence modifier plus the performance skill. Yes.
Well, I don't have anything. I don't have anything performance anyway, so just +5.
And then add a D4 for guidance.
I will allow you to guide your teacher.
Teach me.
Hey, Crispy.
Yes.
So, a couple questions. One, do I still have? You remember when we got the
one thing at a time, please, real quick.
Okay.
It was a 19.
Let me get the number real quick. 19. Okay, and Liam is going to do one
with the D4.
That was 19 with the D4 for guidance.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
I only rolled a 1, unfortunately, on the D4, but it did help.
Okay. And Marinus, go ahead and roll an intelligence saving throw.
20. Nice.
With with advantage.
20.
Nat
Nat 20.
27.
Nat
Nat
20?
20.
Okay. I will be a generous person, and reward nat 20s with 2 marks. So again, like I've said this, you can put Arcana as what you're learning, and put 2 tally marks under it. What's his face? Liam only got 1 because he did not get a natural 20, but he did succeed his check, which you set a really good DC for.
Nice.
He is 1 step toward this. You are 2. You have no clue how many steps learning this is going to take. But you have 2. So just keep marked on your character sheet 2 tally marks because it will advance as you work toward it more.
I'm trying to figure out where to put it.
Also, that being said, everybody update their character sheet. I'm going to go along here real quick. If they haven't already, make sure your character sheet's updated with everything. I was going through a number of people's character sheets to update my records, because I keep passives recorded and stuff on my end, which I need to do, and I noticed a number of you don't have your character sheet up to date. So just keep that in mind. Update it on Roll20. Dirk, what are you doing for the afternoon?
If we're not going anywhere, then I'm just gonna go down to what's his name? The God, I'm forgetting right now.
I sat behind you.
To work on my carpentry.
Lithos?
Yeah, lithos. Working with lithos.
Were you learning carpentry? I thought you were learning blacksmithing. Who was
blacksmithing?
learning blacksmithing? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He will teach you some blacksmithing, which he's going to set an amazing DC for because it's fucking him. So you can go ahead and roll intelligence saving throw, which I'm sure is great for you, right?
$11.
You succeed. He set, using Flash of Genius, he set an amazing DC for you. Literally you just need to beat a base 10.
Okay.
So Lithos is probably the best teacher to teach you shit. Just keep that in mind. Because they're going to need to roll really high checks to make sure you can record this information. But you can do the same thing. Write blacksmithing and put 2 because you've already done some work on it before this rule was established. So you can put 2.
Technically, if you think about it too, Gargax is also not the worst because he gives you a +3 to your saving throw.
Yeah, that is actually really true as well. That's really true as well. Gargax.
So is this not a third one or just 2?
2. Gargax.
Also, I want to say something really quickly. I have to run to the store really quickly, so just
no problem. You can actually hop out of the call. I think it'll be fine if you need to.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
So I'll be back in like 2.
It's just gonna jumble everything, but that's fine. Okay. Gargax, what are you doing? Sorry, Alarev. I was just gonna go through everyone in order just so I can get track of it better.
I will wait to see what other people are doing first.
Okay. Marinus, what did you want to do? You were learning. I'm sorry. You did the learning. Tassare, what are you up to today?
I'm going to spend the afternoon reading my new book and playing with Melon.
Okay.
And then kind of just waiting until Cole leaves for town so I can go with him. And then hopefully he can go with me so I can pick up my necklace and my Jackalopes clothes.
Okay.
I don't have to go alone.
Are you trying to train your jackalope in anything specific? Continue the training you were doing previously, or
no? Just spending time with.
Just spending time. Okay. It's spending time check I can think of. I do want. What's that?
Yeah, develop the relationship.
Are you? Yeah, I mean, obviously that's what you're going to be doing by playing with, but I don't think there's any check I can have you do with that. What I will say is, are you proficient in animal handling at all?
I want to say yes.
I think
Yes.
you already are too. Yeah. Okay. So
I am.
I can't really see. I will say, go ahead and make an intelligence saving throw for me.
8.
8. Okay, you do not succeed, but you do spend a good amount of time reading over the book, and it does
Succeed
teach you.
at what?
I'll get there. It does teach you a good amount of information about animal handling that you already knew, being very proficient in just the forest. You already a pretty experienced survivalist, already know the forest pretty well, but it does give you a lot of insight that you didn't actually clue in on, especially into the diet of rabbits in general, as well as some other forest creature. And although you don't really find anything particular in there that you don't already know, you think this book, as well as books like it, could help you become even more proficient in the animal handling skill. Meaning there is the ability to become double proficient, and I will allow working toward that. It might just be a longer process, whereas it might take 8 checks to become skilled in Arcana. It might take even longer than that to become double proficient in animal handling. But like, if you keep reading books like that, as well as similar to that, like if you pick up more of the similar style, you could become a prodigy in animal handling. So if you would have succeeded that check, you would have been one step closer, is what I was going to say. But Alarev, what are you doing?
Okay.
And then, of course, you bond with your pet.
I would like to know, do I have to like roll something to remember like something that happened a while ago?
Depends. You gotta have to not be vague about that. If it's just like something in your background, then no. I mean, you have memory of your past.
It's something that happened on the island when we picked up the bounty for Tanner, and we met with the guy, the like the foreman of the shipyard there.
Yeah.
He gave us a list of stuff that crew was picking up, right?
No. He gave you information on what he was selling, or they were selling to him.
Yes.
Yes.
And they were selling 40 pounds of kitten.
Yes.
And realizing that we were meeting with, or after meeting the ant people, and that they have chitin.
Same thing. Yes.
I'm trying to piece together the pieces in my mind. But Alarev's not that smart, you know what I mean? So I want to.
It's pronounced chitin, just so we can establish the pronunciation now.
Sorry.
No, you're good. It's just you said kitten and then chitin as if it was like some gotcha, as if like, oh, is there 2 different types of material? No, I just mispronounced it at one time. Yeah, no, that's the same thing, obviously. But what are you trying to ask? Like, you do remember all this. What's the question you're leading into? No? Hello?
Oh, I'm here. I'm
waiting on Alarev. Okay.
Oh, there it is.
God, the suspense always comes at the worst time.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, sorry, my mic cut out. That was
Yeah,
weird.
that was weird.
I was saying, seeing that we had this like random bounty put on us out of nowhere, and like thinking
I don't know if I'd say it's out of nowhere.
Yard guy who was trying to like get us back for like kind of getting rid of his like source of income, or it might be the Wanty who you know, after we took how they were making income from that guy, you know what I mean?
I don't know what you mean. Say it one more time. Maybe I'm confused.
Okay. So this guy, he told us, I'll give you this information, but just don't like mess up like my business or whatever, right? With this crew, because they bring in a lot of money for him.
No, he was generally saying, like, his whole holdout was he was trying to hold out to give you information for in exchange for currency. Like, he wanted you guys to pay him for his information. He was also saying, like, don't go spreading word that I freely give out my clients' information. That's what he was trying to get out there. I mean, he already made the sale. He doesn't really care so much about them. If you're asking if he'll buy more chitin, probably, but you'd have to go talk to him. Is that sort of what you're leading into, or you're looking for something
I'm just
separate?
trying to figure out who put this bounty on us seemingly out of nowhere. And I'm thinking, I thought it might have been him, but that doesn't really make sense anymore.
No, you do remember it to mainly just be him trying to strong arm you into giving him money. Like Kush, it was mainly a matter of Kush kept like holding the gold in front of him but not giving it to him, so he's not going to give you the information. And like you guys weren't getting that until Cole put down like a couple platinum like right in front of him, and he's like, yes, okay, fine, here's the information, get out, because you guys were like testing him. That's why he was frustrated. But it was more so like because you guys were just irritating. Probably not worth killing an entire crew over. Just because you're not aware, the bounty, all you know is like the guy. So it was a guy in the middle of the town. Essentially, while you guys were walking back at like 2 a.m., he just disemboweled himself and turned into demons in front of your very eyes. They dressed like cultists, the entire crew, and within his rags, they found just a single piece of paper that in Abyssal said the crew of the Asta El Fanal. Whatever you guys pissed off wants your entire crew dead. Which you didn't even tell to that guy who your crew was.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then, okay. That's all I wanted to figure out. And I think it might be either the Juan T who put out a bounty on us, maybe, or someone else. I don't know. That's what I'm going with.
Is there anything you're doing with this afternoon?
Probably not. I just wanted some clarification on that.
Okay. What would you be doing for the afternoon, though? Like, Alarev probably wouldn't be standing around, would he?
Oh, I'll just read the book that Cole gave me.
That was just like heroic tales, right? If I'm not mistaken.
It was like history of Aqualis, and
I mean, it's just like it's lore stories. It's like just stuff from being a sage, just like collected stories he liked. It's not really any real like lore, just like fictional stories that are based in lore.
Okay, got it. You spend your evening reading on the ship. Sayri, what are you up to?
I am going to bug Marinus. Not Marinus, sorry. Meryl.
Okay.
I don't know. I will find him.
He is currently resting in a cot. He's awake.
Okay.
He is awake.
I'll like rap on the wall. Didn't hurt myself. And be like, hello?
You don't have to knock. It is an open room. I saw you approach.
Yes.
He lives in the crew's quarters where everyone.
And I'll go like sit in like an adjacent cot, and I'll be like, so how did the talk with the harpy go? About you coming with us?
About as good as any witting generally goes. Disappointment, I'd hope, but I don't know. I'm here.
Okay. I just want to check in on you.
Yes, thank you, but I'm fine.
Snuck you
What? I'm sorry?
I snuck you a cookie and I'll hand him a cookie.
I'm not really a sweets person.
Took a You know what? Then I'll give it to Dirk later.
I'm just kidding. I'll take it.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to check in on you.
Yes. Thank you. No, I was sad parting ways, but I've been in and out of a number of crews now. I thought the Hoppies would be my last. I didn't expect working my way up to the top just to climb my way back down again.
Yeah. I mean, you are a man of much skill.
You don't know that.
You know what? Maybe I value a little more you than a little more than you think. Okay, how about that? You are a man of much skill, nice face, big muscles, and a crossbow arm. That's cool. So, yeah.
Well, I'll take all those compliments in stride. I assure you, they're much appreciated. Maybe it's just my change of position that's got me in a bit of a down state right now.
Okay, well, everyone's here is pretty nice. We're always chatting over dinner or something, so you're always welcome as usual.
Oh, I often can't keep my mouth shut. I'm sure that won't change. If you had anything else,
I'll let you rest now. You're good.
Thank you.
I just wanted to
It's been a stressful day, as you can imagine, for obvious reasons. I'll be at dinner.
Okay.
What is for dinner?
See you later.
Crab, I assume, right?
I hope so.
Yeah. Seymour, what are you doing?
All right. So first, just out of character, I was looking through sort of just magic items in like Dungeon Master's Guide and Tasha's because I was sort of curious. And can lizard folk get tattoos?
Yes.
Okay. All right, sweet. That's good to know. And and then
yes, lizard folk can totally get tattooed. That would suck.
Okay,
I'm sorry if they couldn't. That would suck.
So I was like,
yes.
It's just, I mean, it's a world of magic, you know.
Yeah.
It's inset. It's like it's Scrimshaw almost, but with like inset gems. If you're doing the magical ones.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
I think Brad had a lizard person that was like a tattooer for his
he did.
spellcasting and whatnot.
That was like the first question of the campaign we ran because he made a Dragonborn bard tattoo expert, and it was like before we start, like first question, it was like before we start, can Dragonborns even get tattoos? And I'm like, yes, I'm not gonna like throw this wrench into your character
because fuck you.
Dragonborns don't have nipples.
They don't. You're right.
It doesn't mean they can't get tattoos. I don't know where this correlation's coming from.
It
Yes.
just means they can't get nipple rings.
Seymour, that is something you should note. Sari has been talking a lot about lizard folk nipples the last day. It's been kind of weird.
Thereof.
They don't have them.
Okay.
Every time she says that around any of the reptiles of the crew, yeah.
She's just standing behind you guys, like looking over your shoulder, like.
I mean, Cole gets a very similar reaction because he's like, "This is pretty basic information."
I just like every time we just like pull up our collars a little bit.
We're just like modesty around Sari.
Until I learned,
I never.
Well,
I didn't bring it up.
Yes, Rebel Buffoon has a point. You also don't have belly buttons.
You don't have belly buttons?
They didn't have an umbilical cord.
I mean, they're hatching out of eggs.
Underbelly.
That goes into my notes. They don't have
Wow, they can't get belly rings either. That sucks.
They can still, I guess, pierce their flesh if they want anywhere. Technically, you can get a ring. Yeah, that's true. It'd just be a belly ring.
I mean,
oh, that's so weird.
Tattoo. Anyway, yeah. Moving past that, what would you like to do besides get a tattoo right now?
All right. I was just looking at it for future reference.
Yeah,
but
I figured they're expensive.
Yeah, so I'll probably just teach Makit medicine.
Okay,
Again,
go ahead
if
and
you-
roll that check, that medicine teach performance check.
All right. Open, and then +5, so 13. Would he give me inspiration? Because he did the first time.
Yeah, he would. He gives you
would.
soup.
All right.
You can
so
roll a
another
d8.
D8.
You guys
8, so
Look at
16
you guys
plus 5 is
abusing these
21.
character concepts.
You mean using our abilities?
Using abilities of people who aren't on the game right now. I'm fine with it. I'm not going to complain. But
to be fair, he's trying to teach said character.
yes, yeah, and this time he succeeds. Not because of his competence, however. He is a very distracted kitten, and you have to keep.
Yeah.
Come on, like down on the paper, as he keeps like. Hearing anytime you notice somebody in the room mentions like I'm kind of hungry or I haven't eaten in a while, he has the urge to like stand up and go feed them, and you have to keep putting like your hand on his shoulder and like forcing him back down into the chair. It's quite a process, but you managed to get it through to him this time.
Oh, that's good.
Since Rebel Buffalo is bringing up lizard folk and bones, we should remind everyone that Gargax uses the bones of his ancestors to cast spells.
Marinus,
Yep, I will never forget.
Yeah.
Grandmama's bones.
where is that spell from?
That book that you had him send me.
Then yes, that's fine.
It's
Any
even
of
worse
those
because
spells that like previously you would have known, you can appropriately like
Just
mix
because
in. That's
I
fine.
think when you said it, you were just like, yeah, just look for bones to roll. Like you're just killing people
do
for
approve them
bones.
with me like you have done, but that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Listen,
Hey,
I
Crispy,
bought them at a market
Yes.
a long time ago.
I
Okay, we're
updated my
good, we're
character
good.
sheet.
What a guy.
It's pretty funny if you want to look at it.
Oh God,
Oh,
is what I,
it's
did you
fine.
put that important role in there?
Yes, it's in
I
character
figured.
appearance.
I figured.
I'm back. I
Back.
guess I'm not
Hi,
going.
Dirk.
Hey, what's up, Dirk? Okay. So
back.
you are all back as the day winds on. Many people are studying away below deck. A quiet afternoon, as the only sound really seems to be Lithos working away on his creations. And as he seems to be doing mostly tinker work today, it is a quiet ship. And as the day rolls on, yes.
Since I didn't do any, I was gonna see what other people were doing first. Since everyone's like just like learning their own skills, I'll just work on carpentry again then as well. Learning from Lithos.
Lithos is already teaching someone.
Gotcha. I mean, he did it like 2 things in one day. Like,
Well,
I
this
remember
we're
once.
doing sections right now is the thing.
I could have.
This is the afternoon.
He's still
Yeah, I know.
working. He's teaching like somebody in the he's busy. He can't do it now.
Gotcha.
Somebody else could if they had the skill.
Is
But I-
Maori on board?
No,
Maori's not on
Maori we
board.
left because he's fortifying our island.
I see.
I will say there is
That's fine.
one other individual. Oh well, let me take a look at the crew list real quick.
We can
That's
read
fine.
my book together.
Well, if
need
you
to
wanted to
cuddle up
learn
with Alara after
blacksmithing,
we
if you
read
wanted to attempt to learn arcana, like those are the 2 classes going on at the moment.
And medicine.
Oh,
Or
and
you
medicine,
can-
you're right. You're right. I forgot.
Or
There's
you
3
can
classes.
read with me.
You guys will just have to match each other's reading pace and be on the same page, which Gargax is going to come in the middle of a story, not knowing what the main character or what's going on.
Alrep is a very slow reader.
Oh no.
I will say, and this is the awkward part, there is one other person aboard ship who you have seen to use and be quite competent with carpenter's tools.
Okay. And who is that?
Greg.
Greg?
Our buddy
We'll go talk to
Greg.
Greg.
Okay. As you approach Greg, sits there quietly reading a book.
Greg.
He looks up at you.
I was
Back down in
wondering.
his book. He's listening.
Greg, I was wondering if you could help teach me a little bit about carpentry. Been trying to learn the past couple of days with Lithos's help, but he is currently busy. Maybe you could help me out?
Looks back down at his book. Back up at you.
No worries. Finish your paragraph, it's fine.
Ugh. You watch as he does a couple of motions real quick as he just. No, thieves can't.
No. Not in the slightest.
As you kind of look at him confused as he does that, he does the exact same motion again in the air with his fingers, and then opens his mouth, and you can see he does not have a tongue.
What? Greg doesn't have a tongue? Wait, what? Since when?
He's never had a tongue. You've literally never heard Greg talk.
Oh.
None of you have.
That's why he's the strong silent type.
Oh.
I thought
see.
he was just kind of like me.
That's what you get for assuming.
I see. So, I guess that's a no. I mean, could you just show? It's a hands-on work. Do you think? I'll pull out a piece of paper.
Make a persuasion check.
How desperate are you to learn carpentry?
I mean, that's the thing I've been working on. I rolled pretty good. It's over 20. 23?
Not bad.
Not bad.
He looks at you, and you watch as he just closes his book and then stands up. And he waves as he walks out the door. He takes you to where like a Maori's workshop is, and there he has you build a crate for the day, showing you the processes of doing it. It's a very hands-on process. He is going to make an intelligence check and set, or I'm sorry, he's going to make the performance check and set the roll. He does not have a good charisma score, but luckily it's not using charisma.
I wonder why.
It's using whatever carpentry is, which I believe is strength.
Yes, and he has set a DC for you. So you just need to make that intelligence save.
Cool. I rolled a 19. No, 18.
You succeed.
Cool.
You can begin your learning process for carpentry.
Also, every time I work on carpentry, I just remembered, we just kind of count it as me building something. I've done it 3 times now. This is my 3rd day doing it.
What have you built? I'm trying to remember.
I've built.
I
made a new porthole, and I widened another one, and then now today.
So that's not. See, this is the thing. That's not formally learning. That's just using them without
fully knowing what I'm doing.
Fully knowing. So I will reward you 1 process toward. However, there will be a difference between learning and working without proficiency in the future.
Gotcha.
Like creating like a box is obviously just a sample of something that a crate is something for you to learn on. But yeah, generally there will be a difference. Okay, so you all learn throughout the evening, and as the time ticks on throughout the day, eventually as the sun sets in the east, you hear a cry calling up over the ship. Hello?
Laszlo?
I was told to stop by.
Oh no, it's Razdon! Razdon! And I'll like lean over the edge.
The perfect
You can
person.
come up. You don't need a password.
Let me just.
Okay.
Margrave, and you watch as he just like taps him on the head, and they both just lift up.
It would help if you guys gave them a way up.
To the dock.
Lower the gangplank.
There. I mean, there are generally ropes, but I mean, there is a netting that hangs down off the side of the ship that you can climb up and down. And normally a pirate would climb up that, but they just float up to the deck gracefully.
Magic users.
We
I believe we don't mean to intrude, but we were invited.
Would you like a pastry or a cookie?
No, I'm sorry. We already ate
Okay.
this evening. We're just coming.
If I'm not teaching, I'll be up on deck. I just don't know if I'm still teaching.
I know you guys are all wrapping up your lessons around this time as you hear the call come across the ship. Most of you heard him shout this as it's either below deck or above.
Okay. Yeah, I'll come above deck.
Cole. Your pocket watch is complete. Did you pay all up front?
Ooh. I did. I paid for. He said 1,300, and I gave him that much right away. But I will look at it and.
Okay. You can see the front of this as well as the back now is inset with the pearls have each been cut in half, it seems, and laid around the front and back, creating this sort of border around a scrimshawed boat which has like white waves splashing up against its hull. It looks beautiful. It's like next to the pearls there's this like nice golden trim, which is a nice contrast to the entire silver piece itself. It looks quite ornate now. I think that should do. I do hope.
Well, we can give it a shot, and I know you were somewhat interested. So, if you're willing, have you happened to use any, lower spells at all today, or?
Myself? I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, curiosity for the spells reason.
I just cast a minor incantation to fly us up here.
Yeah. Well, if you're willing, I can show you at least what I'm hoping this pocket watch will allow me to do. And
are we all there watching?
We're just up on deck. This isn't hidden at all.
This is all pretty open. All of you can see it if you would like.
But then I did prepare this because I knew I was picking this up today. So I will reach out if he lets me touch him, because it's a touch spell.
Of course he will.
With the pocket watch in the other hand and kind of like...
Pulls away. Filth! No, I'm just kidding.
Click like the little button and speak the words to cast the spell as he should. I don't know if he's missing any health points.
He is
For
not.
funsies. Well, he would have got 2.
He
But
can be
he
if
can
it's
get
needed.
he also can get a second level or lower spell slot back. If I assumed he did levitate, so I'm assuming a second level.
Actually no, he used a 4th level fly spell.
Well,
but he
so
does
that's why I
use
said
throughout the day.
minor.
He does use throughout the day, like detect magic and things like that. So he does have plenty of missing spell slots.
Well, he will get one of those back.
What does the spell return? Like
If
up to
they
how
were-
much?
If they were neither, I'm just doing level 3, so it's they were never healed or damaged. They get 1d4 health, and then a spell slot of 2nd level or lower. If I cast it at a higher level, like 3rd, you can, or a 4th, you can do 3rd level. If you cast it at 5th, you can get a 4th level spell slot. So
Okay, so you definitely
it scales. I only cast it at 3rd level because
Yeah,
I asked
okay.
for a minor
I got you.
incantation.
So you definitely return one of his 2nd level spell slots to him, and as you touch the
And the hand just goes backwards a little bit for a second.
Yes, with the pocket watch in hand now, you watch as he dangling it forward begins an incantation, and it is as if a large gust of wind blows through the area. You watch as the pocket watch begins to sway in the wind ever so slightly before it springs open, and you can watch the pocket watch begin to wind backwards as an arcane silver energy channels up Margrave's arm for a brief moment before vanishing near his chest. That was quite the experience, Cole. What is it you just cast?
Well, you said you might be interested in my area of expertise, and this was a chronomancy spell that I had come across.
Chronomancy. That's dangerous, but you don't seem to be having any adverse effects. Impressive. I don't know where you came about this, but should you ever copy the spell down, I would pay a great deal for it.
That was another reason for showing you the spell. If I don't have a scroll at the moment or anything, but and we were about to head out, but if I were to work on that and bring it back, I might be willing to sell or exchange.
I would definitely take it off your hands, as I'm sure many around these parts would. I don't know if it would necessarily be up for my practicing, but I definitely have to toss it about in my head for a bit. It's dangerous messing about with time, but...
Oh, I've heard many warnings. It just has recently decided it doesn't care about the warnings and it wants to be used. So, finding this spell, and I figured if it would be obviously lucrative or beneficial for us both, it would be worth either exchanging spells or I could work on a spell scroll.
Well, I will definitely purchase it if you ever do. This is an interesting feel. This
we will
return.
Be heading out, but we should come back eventually.
Well, you know where our shop is. Should anything call one of us away, and be it the duties of our crew, we usually leave one of us behind. Normally Razdon if we can spare him, but he is... Well, I'm kind of the more crucial of the two of us. That's a little rude. I don't mean crucial like that. They need artificers aboard a ship. I'm sure you guys have figured that. If there's anything else I can do for you guys, Margrave and I were just about to head out. We don't want to hold you guys for any longer. He starts walking back toward the edge of the ship.
No, of course. Thank you very much for this.
Of course. If you have any other spell components you're in need of crafting or anything else you can think of, don't be afraid to ask. So long, and you watch as they both just take off from the edge of your ship and start flying toward the city.
All right.
Bye!
That being done,
at
is there any...
this time, Naldo, you and I assume a few others from your ship, just for safety reasons, are just about getting back, because you said you wanted to go get your outfit from the individual for your rabbit, correct?
Yes, and my necklace.
Oh yes, the necklace too. Okay, so you take a number of crewmates' guard, as well as Kush, who is available for a stroll around town after teaching thieves' cant to the crew for the rest of the day. You get a number of people who do follow you to get your stuff. After first returning to the Artificer's Alley, the Jeweler's Row, in the Artisan's Alley, you do return to the Stones of the Deep, to which Miriam... did you pay in full for the necklace? I can't remember. Or did you pay half up front?
Half up front and then half after. Although I already took it out of my thing,
okay, that's always smart. I do the same thing usually. Miriam does have your necklace ready for you. To your liking, it is I'm sorry, you said azurite, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no. You wanted amethyst
and silver.
in set in silver. Yes. Not the most standard of chain. It is these sort of flat links, which are of elven make, that kind of fit in together almost seamlessly. It's kind of a flat chain that rises around your neck that sits perfectly as a pendant around your chest. It is quite beautiful of a necklace, and you can see why she's regarded as such an expensive craftsman. It is a simple but sheen silver that shines in the light as soon as you leave the dark interior of her shop. As you head to the other shop to acquire the clothing, however, you do see she is beginning to close up shop as you approach, and as you catch her just outside of her door, she turns around and sees you approaching. Right. I believe the clothes for the rodent, if I'm not mistaken. Just 1 second.
A jackalope, but sure.
Yes, a jackalope. I'll be right back. She disappears inside her shop for just a brief moment. Well, the light's flickering on as she turns on a lantern, and then off as she comes back out. You can see her with a large box in her hand, currently wrapped with a bow. As she brings it out, you can see she lifts it up, and you can see inside 3 different sweaters. Each knitted, they kind of have like a thick yarn seam, or not seam to them, sort of grain toward them. They are thick woven sweaters, but they are alive with a mix and match of different colors. As she starts, I wasn't exactly sure what you were looking for, but I did a couple of makes, and I used some of the specifications from your friend, the one who came through for your crew. If you see here, I have the one you requested for specifically, and as she points to the second one next to it, these are sort of striped in your crew's colors, and you do see it is a very simple like sweater with like armholes for your jackalope's arms, as well as a little tail hole as it kind of goes over their butt a little bit, but from like the butt it is mostly red, and then around the waist it starts to be striped in this like the colors of like red, and then this white, and then a teal, and then a white, and then teal all the way up, and then at the back of it, kind of around where the neck is, you can see a bow on each of these sweaters. And then the third one is a little bit of a more solid make to it, with trims both around the neck as well as the arms, and one around the tail hole as well. I figured if you were going to pay for the best there is, I might as well do it up nicely for you. And she closes the box. Now, I don't really make clothing for jackalopes, she says, but if there's any sizing problems, feel free to return. I'm happy to make any edits I need to. And she hands you the box. Now, I believe we did half up front, half now, and she extends her hand.
And I paid in full.
I'm pretty sure she said that. If you paid up full, I believe you. But the general rule on like custom made orders is they take half front. So if you paid up full, then I just don't remember. But the exchange is made nonetheless, and you have your garbs. You can see as you open up and kind of peer inside, underneath each of the sweaters, they do have this sort of like not elastic, for elastic doesn't exist, but this interwoven material which kind of fits around like some sort of harness strap on the inside of each sweater. Same with like a little cut hole in the back for you to put a lead in if you wish. They're very, very finely made, especially being knit.
Thank you so much.
Anytime. And you watch as she puts a large like sun hat on and then walks down the street in the opposite direction. You return to your ship just as everybody else is finishing up. with your gifts in tow, as you see currently Razdon and Margrave flying off overhead as you walk down the docks to your ship. There, a number of people stare, currently watching Margrave and Razdon go, and as you arrive back, it is now the evening. You all can do what you'd like for your final night in Dragontooth Rock, and we will begin the next day.
Actually, with everyone returning to our ship, is there anything stopping us from not leaving tonight rather than in the morning?
The captain's drunk. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, everyone's kind of had a whole day.
The captain
one was like resting at one point. So.
The captain has been drinking, as he's been spending all the day on ship again. Like he just has spent this day lounging around, as the other days he's been out like getting crew. This day he has been on deck the entire time, mostly the entire time. He's gone out for lunch, but
Are we still going to talk to the children of Nock, or is that...
No. We when talking with Merrill, he basically assured us that talking to them without money is pointless.
Good to know.
Or at least very risky.
Which we decided was more risk than it was worth, because either way we would have to do the walk back to the ship from their base.
Risky eye.
But we'll probably see them because they're hired to kill us. So
the captain is on deck, and if you guys want to talk about leaving early, you can always approach him. But discuss amongst yourselves if that's what you want to do.
Gargax thing. Cole was, if no one else was gonna need anything, Cole was gonna go to his room to work on some stuff. Which, if anyone else has anything else they want to do, I can hold off. But
I will approach the captain then. Captain.
What is it, Gargax?
I'm just thinking maybe with the bounty set out on us, maybe it might be better for us to leave now rather than give them the chance to catch up with us in the night rather than in the morning.
Leave whenever if you wish.
It's just a thought.
It is a thought. I told the crew we were resting here this evening, so if you would like to, it is your job to rally and put together a shift who will take first watch. I'm not opposed to it. It is smart thinking, but I'm just telling you what the last given word was.
Fair.
Do you like your day off being cut early?
That's fair as well.
Admittedly, you're allowed to do it. It's just you can handle the aftermath.
We can have an officer.
Point taken.
Again.
That's kind of what happened to me.
We
today.
can leave in the morning. It's just
that
my
sucks.
nerves is low. You prove a good point, Captain. Have a good night.
You too, Gargax. Here, stop hogging that. You watch as he snatches the bottle back.
What? Okay. Gargax looks down at his hand, not realizing that he had.
No, not you. He said Pierre, stop hogging that, and took it from.
He said Pierre.
Oh, Pierre, my favorite person.
You all
can't have two favorite people.
I can have as many as I want, Oliver.
You all have the evening ahead of yourselves. If you would like to do anything, speak up now or forever hold your peace.
I'll forever hold my peace and just go to bed.
Gargax is gonna go to sleep early today to be able to wake up early tomorrow morning.
Got it.
Dirk is ready to leave. He wants to go to, so he's gonna go to sleep.
Sayri will stop Dirk. I will give him 5 of whatever leftover pastries there are.
Did Alarav get a pastry?
All right.
Did you want one got a pastry for everyone?
Sure.
And I'll go wanted some pastries.
You of course get one.
Everyone
as well.
had pastries.
I said everyone can have one, and then if people didn't want them, I said I would give Dirk some because he asked.
All right.
Cool.
I guess I'm gonna sit here and eat pastries.
Extra pastry.
Before bed. Just a bunch of pastries before bed. Oh.
Dirk can rack out wherever he wants. He was a part of the
Sounds like
military,
an
okay?
average Tuesday night.
I'm not hostile.
Dak is. I'm like, what's everybody gonna do for their evening? Dirk is like, I'm gonna eat 5 pastries and go to bed. Okay.
I did that funny thing.
Sounds like a plan.
Thursday in
I
real
will
life.
do more. Sari will do more reading in
Okay.
the navigator quarters and take her notes.
Okay.
Naldo's gonna have Melon try on his little sweaters.
Okay. Melon at this point is already getting pretty comfortable with you, Naldo. So he takes it. He just sits there and takes it. And it's not an easy process to put a sweater on a jackalope. It's actually pretty funny to watch. But these are nicely made sweaters, and you do realize they button in the back for that exact purpose. And although you have to like stuff the little tiny bunny arms through the little tiny sweater holes, that is the most difficult part as you fit and style this bunny. And as you like walk around the room, you watch as the jackalope just follows you, and you just kind of like ogle at it as it does this little catwalk around your room. I assume Sayri's in the room for this.
You're so cute. I'm so happy for you.
And
Oh, buddy.
is anybody doing anything
Wait,
productive?
we're all meeting this bunny.
I said I'm reading.
You all. The idea is like most of you have caught wind of Naldo and this bunny as she's been bringing in things for this bunny every time she's gone out so far. So you've caught wind of the animals that have been brought on deck. Not to mention, every day so far, Sayri has been like letting the bird out below deck and just praying it doesn't fly off.
To never return.
They do after a couple minutes at most, so it's looking good.
So you're aware there is now a toucan on board to go with the already plethora of animals.
And they're all nice.
Good thing
Oh,
My
Melon is
familiar's
so
nice to
nice.
everybody.
He likes taking treats from people's bags, but I try to stop him.
Has
I mean,
Marinus met
more
Bubba yet?
I don't think
Well,
formally.
see, I have all these spell slots and animal friendship, and I can speak with them.
That's been like the one thing nobody's like thought of. Just like everybody's like, I'm gonna seek out this person to teach me magic, but everybody who's had a pet is just like, I want to make it my friend. I'm not gonna seek out the 2 druids on deck who can literally talk to these animals.
Wait, let's look at the stream. What is my picture?
I don't know. What is your picture?
Is a cat on his shoulder.
Oh yeah, yes.
I can talk to my pet. It's just in the
mean,
brain.
Marinus.
Just saying.
Alarev just
Marinus.
approached you.
Yes.
Would you like to meet Bubba?
Sure.
I forget how majestic my beard is in that drawing.
Alarav will lead Marinus to his room where Bubba is.
Well,
Another
the room.
question I don't think I ever asked: is Bubba like a male or female boar?
Bubba is a male.
Okay, because I'm pretty sure I just gave him the name without ever asking.
That's a very Oliver thing to do.
Or who
Yeah, play with the
Alarev?
board for the minute. Why
Trying to
not?
remember who Alarev bunks with.
Pierre.
Pierre, right? That's true.
Half
I'll
elf
bring Gus with me.
boys.
Yeah.
Yes, and as you do, you see a already growing young boar. Bubba is now twice the size as when you first got him, Alarev.
Nice.
For when you got him, he was but like a teacup pig-sized almost, maybe a little bit bigger. He like squeaked and squealed at most. Now he is now at the snorting phase of being a boar, with like tusks that are growing in quite significantly out past his snout. He is constantly digging them into something in your room. At any given point, he is currently scratching those tusks against something. The leg of your bed is already off kilter currently because of the amount he is like worn down the stump of one of your legs. As you
I need to
enter,
get him like a teething log or something.
as you enter, he looks up with like a huff and a snort, and he runs to the door eagerly, trying to get out past it, but you shut him in ever so slightly as Marinus creeps in, and he greets you happily.
So
I
I'm gonna
give him
cast
head pats.
animal friendship on it.
Okay.
Meaning no harm. If the intelligence is 4 or higher, the spell fails. Must
It is
succeed a
not.
wisdom. Must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or be charmed by me.
Okay. It rolled a 6, so it failed. So
Bubba
yes,
is just like his dad. Dumb
Bubba,
as shit.
Bubba, Bubba, who with an intelligence of 1, is currently like hopping around eagerly at the foot of Alarev, and as you bend down, you just kind of like touch with your fingertips, like running it down his mane for a brief moment. You watch as just like a mist of like aqua colored flakes just like pass down over his body for just a brief moment, and he just calms, standing still. You can kind of see like a faint wag in his tail, as stumpy as it is.
Alarav not being like Alarav obviously knows about magic, but
You
he's just,
saw
like,
the magic ability, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just like kind of bewildered at how his like demeanor changed so quickly, you know. And he'll ask, "What'd you do to him?"
I just made him super friendly. He'll you want to train him, right?
Oh, sure, yeah,
Well, this is just helping us out.
okay.
So,
Do you want to actually spend the time to train him to do something right now?
I mean, if
Sure.
he's beating up your room, might be a good thing to fix.
Marinus paved the way. for a
Yeah,
big
let's
boar.
do that. Is there like a spare like log or something?
On this ship made out of wood, there's some.
Nope. No
There's
wood.
very sarcastic
sounds
for a legitimate answer.
Well, I
We
don't
don't
know
have
if
any
it's just
wood.
like all planks or whatever.
There,
you know what
there,
I mean?
there is a lot of there's a lot of planks, but there's also like spare beaming as well as just there's all sorts of patchwood as well and planks to use. So you could build anything with like the store that is in the bottom level because it is used often to repair the ship when it takes damage. There's always.
I just used the last to make this cool box.
Oh, that's perfect. You could use the box.
Nice.
No, it's my special box. Fuck off.
So I'll use speak with animals and just kind of translate.
Nobody
Okay.
touch my treasure.
I'd like to get him
My
like
favorite wood
a
crate.
log. Not like one that would like reasonably fit in my room if there is one, so that he can chew on that instead of everything else.
Okay.
And communicate to him, hey, I got you this log so that you can, teeth on that instead of, my bed.
Well, as Alarev runs off to get this wood, Marinus, you stay in the room with Bubba, and as you cast speak with animals on yourself, touching your vocal cords, the same like flash of arcane passes over you this time, and you can hear him ever so slightly as he just like kind of turns his back toward you and waddles across the room. He doesn't like scrape on the bedpost, but you do watch as he approaches up like Pierre's dresser. Just kind of scrapes one of his tusks, and you can hear him go, my tusks really are killing me, as he just scrapes it.
Your dad's coming with a board for you to scratch on and tee them.
You watch as he like turns back toward you, looks really confused for a brief moment, and then just goes back to scraping.
So I'm gonna walk
Like a
over to
baby
him and
teething,
like
he just doesn't give a shit.
kind of like try and scoot him away from the dresser.
Okay, you do so.
Kind of not very hard, just like gently.
You do so, and as you do that, this is when Alarev enters, and you do have quite a bit of, like, a couple of planks, as well as, like, a chunk of solid wood, which you could use to craft something if you were competent with carpenter's tools. Or had someone in the room who was. Marinus is the joke.
Idea of what you want?
Yeah, sure. I can help you out.
What are we thinking? I'm gonna make you something to. What he said tusks, right?
Yes, he has tusks. He's got two tusks.
Tusk scraper.
Okay, you're gonna make like a boar scratching post, essentially.
Yes.
Yeah, like
Like
so.
a
I'm just
cat
imagining
scratching
something
post,
that's like on
but for
two stumps,
boars.
or I mean, even just like a kind of like build it out, I guess, somehow, a round thing, and just kind of attach it next to his bed, right on the wall.
Okay.
Because it seems like he wants
like an
something
overhanging thing that he can like hook his tusks into.
Yeah, or like I'm imagining he's obviously just putting it up against the dresser and scratching it. So
yeah,
try and build like a rounded thing, something for him to like get on and like.
Okay, yeah,
it.
Yeah, I totally understand. Go ahead and make a carpenter's tools check, and this will be what you guys do throughout the evening.
I mean, you've got 10 minutes to work with the
Can we
user
chat
himself,
with him
the
at the same
customer
time?
himself.
Yeah, you can. You obviously can. As Marinus works, you start to hang over the planks as Bubba kind of like waddles up to see what you guys are doing questioningly.
10 for carpenter's tools.
Okay. I will say you can have advantage because Alarev's helping you.
An 8 was the other roll.
Oh, okay. Wait. You added your proficiency,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have it all done through.
So you just rolled real low, and an 8 was the total.
You literally rolled a 3 and a 5.
So my strength is a 1, right? And my proficiency bonus is 4.
I will say,
pretty bad.
Throughout the evening, you guys spent a good amount of time talking with Bubba and crafting this. All the while, Bubba is like over your shoulder, and you hear his actual like voice, Marinus. You can hear the arcane translation of what he's saying to your mind, and you can hear constant questioning as like you can feel his tusks dig into like the bottom of your boot occasionally as he tries to get your attention, and as he's distracting, you can have you send Alarev to turn around and like distract him for a brief moment, but like all the while he is curiously like trying to get at what you're working, and he's doing that thing that dogs do when you're like working on the ground trying to do something, and they like come under your arm and like get in the way of like what you're working on specifically.
Gus, can you deal with this? Like, play with him.
Gus,
teach him to charge or something. I don't know.
Gus contemptually, like cats do, plays with it, but it's more of like a bop on the head, which causes Bubba to go into this like cute angry charge where it like looks menacing if he was like an actual boar, but he's not, and you can just watch as Gus like steps out of the way as this little boar comes charging out at him.
His tiny little legs.
He just like Gus just springs up to the top of the dresser as like Bubba comes barreling through to like stumble and roll underneath the bed. You get this like contraption made as the evening winds in, and all the while you guys could have talked to Bubba, who Bubba is not super talkative. To be honest, most of what he says is "my tooth hurts" and treats. Like that's about it. He's got a very one-track mind. As you can tell, Bubba is very young. But he's maturing.
Baby.
Yeah.
I mean, the pigs are smarter than dogs, so I would think eventually.
Yes. A boar has an intelligence of 2, though. What does a dog have? That's actually a good point. Pigs are smart, but that for a wild dog. And yeah, well, in D&D, I guess dogs are smarter than pigs, which is actually not accurate. That is
No.
And I guess we're kind of like training this one, so I would think over time.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, he is relatively smart for a baby boar, I guess, but that's only because he's been magically gifted the gift of speech for a brief moment. I don't know. Anything seems smart when it can talk for a moment.
When
Yeah.
we get,
Do you communicate to Alarav that his tooth hurts?
He doesn't say it to you. I mean, he's
I'm
Alarav.
asking Marinus.
He is.
Yeah, I would tell him. So we're building a. What I'm building is this, tooth scratching post, obviously.
Alarav, you're wise. You're not. You may be dumb, but you are wise. So
yes,
he has been communicating to you that his tooth hurts this entire time. So, I mean, you might have not have like really done anything to it about now, except when you get like Marinus to come build this. But like, you're wise enough to know what he's going through. Like, you know animals that well. You just don't know like learned things very well.
okay.
I'm just clarifying the difference between wise and intelligent. Wise generally has to do with like natural things. So like
intelligent is knowing
the act
a
of
tomato
teething.
is a fruit.
Yes, that's
Wisdom
not that.
is
Believe it or
knowing that
not,
it
that's a
doesn't
good
go in a
joke.
fruit salad.
That's a good joke, but it's
it's
not
actually
very
really good.
clear. No, it's not. That does not really clarify.
I mean, animal handling is a wisdom stat. It's not an intelligence stat.
Because-
so animal things you would probably have a pretty good understanding of.
Because the truth is, wisdom would also tell you that a tomato is a fruit because it's a natural thing. In full honesty, that's why it's just not a great analogy. Whereas, like, just keep it in mind that the natural world, natural occurrences generally have to do with wisdom. Just like in the same sense, like this boar is going to learn things naturally and is going to learn survival skills naturally. You did too, because you're wise. That's kind of the good way to think of it. But yeah, that was just clarification. You guys
how to charge. Don't worry.
You guys spend the evening building this contraption, and although it's not like sturdy in any sense, it is built and it is a nice contraption for a teething boar. And throughout the evening, Marinus does clue you in on some of the hints that this boar is giving off, which is generally just my tooth hurts and I like eating, which kind of you caught on to already over your time spent with this boar. You get the hint that he doesn't like baths, mainly because you have just been giving him baths in the hot spring, or not the hot spring, the like bathhouse, and he just doesn't like it. He likes to be muddy. That's all that's really given to you over the day. And as you guys all turn in for the evening, the night creeps on. Oh, was there something you wanted to do?
I do. Now that having like the component for this spell and of casting it, I do want to work on. I don't really care about keeping it a secret, really, but I do want to work on like kind of a spell that. I mean, I'd be making it up, but I think it would be cool, and it's not bending the rules too much.
Okay, that's obviously something we're gonna have to work on.
I know. I don't know if you want to talk it privately.
No. That's fine. That's obviously something we're gonna have to work on out of game, but it is going to be a long process.
Yeah.
So, for the sake of simplicity, this evening, just do an Arcana check, which is generally what it's going to be going forward. But it'll probably run along the same rules as like keeping track of learning a skill.
Well, that was just why the other night I was looking over them to try to get a better base knowledge of this school of magic. And when Meryl came up and like spooked Cole, whatever, that's why I was looking over them. But I will do an Arcana roll. 17.
Okay. You begin the processes of working out the logistics of a spell, which is intense, of course, but we will discuss further out of game, and
that's fine.
I figured this is the idea is something Cole's been tossing around for a while, in his head, and he's finally, looking over the components of the spell and getting them on paper.
Sure.
So this is the first time you are actually getting them down on paper on the process of possibly creating your own chronomancy spell.
Well, yeah, now he's had two spells that one was like stopping and one was kind of reverting. So now he's got two pools of potential chronomancy spell to look at, is how I was thinking about it.
Okay. You do so.
That was all I was doing.
The night ticks on, and as you all turn in for the evening. Yes. Anything else? This is what I'm going to say. As the night ticks on, before anybody goes to bed, does anybody else want to do anything else? Speak up now, or else we're going to bed. Go ahead, Alarev.
So whenever Bubba tries the post for the first time, I want to give him a treat. Positive reinforcement, you know what I mean?
Okay. You do so. As you tuck in for bed, he's still kind of playing around as he does. Pierre's not currently in the room, as he's currently up with the captain still. So the entire time, Bubba's just kind of running around the floor, but you usually go to bed as he tires himself out. But as you do, you're kind of tucked into bed, and you watch as he pulls at this wooden contraption, and you just feed him a treat and then turn in. Anybody else want to do anything? Everybody does their arcane studies.
I'm going to bed.
Everybody eats all their pastries. Everybody does their prayers. Everybody attunes to their nature spirits.
Learns about the forms of the female bodies.
Does whatever witches do at night. The funny thing is, Sayri's now studying up on her medicine knowledge, so she's going to be a witch very soon.
Oh gosh.
She's getting formally
She's
educated.
studying, guys. That's what it takes to be a witch, guys. You need
She's
to
gonna be
learn
that. She's gonna be
stuff.
that medicine man now, or that medicine woman in the woods. Seymour, anything else you're doing
Get her
this
a
evening?
herbalism kit.
Okay, you all turn in. We're gonna take a brief break here. I gotta run to the bathroom. I'm gonna play some nice jams. I can see there is 16 viewers in the chat right now. That is awesome. All of you out there. Just hang in. We're going to take a brief 10-minute break. We'll be right back. You guys can enjoy the tunes of our friend Harris Heller. And by friend, I mean I have no relation to them whatsoever, but they do DMCA free music, so I'll take it. You can check us out on YouTube, which I will say now. There it is. Look at that. Check us out on that YouTube. Go ahead and throw us a like. And go ahead and hit the notification button so you can get notifications whenever something's added. We add our sessions the day after we live stream them here on Twitch, crispy_VDL. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Thank you for tuning in.
Speaking of
Hasta luego. Stupid.
Just go
Alarev time.
Thank you all for waiting.
Somebody sounds like a sex site. That's funny.
As you all turn in for the evening, you now awaken the next morning. Sounds of gulls calling overhead as dock workers begin their shift early into the morning. Some of you heading to bed at an early hour begin to arise at the beginning of the day. About 5 o'clock or so, Gargax, you are the first to wake up, while Alarev, I need from you a wisdom saving throw, please.
Okay. I have to ask, am I being charmed?
No, you don't have to ask. Just give me that wisdom saving throw. I know.
I have advantage.
I know. Give me a wisdom.
Okay,
You don't think I know you're a half elf? I tell you with advantage.
It was a 13.
Okay. As you awaken, each of you in your rooms aboard your ship, Alarev, as you slumber, the sudden noise of wood shattering and boards breaking meets your ears, and you awaken suddenly to see Bubba ripped off the new scratching post you had built into the side of the wall, throwing it across the room. He currently rams at it, currently smashing it into the wall repetitively using his tusks. You can see where next to your bed Marinus had attached it. It is now, the boards are now torn out and nails are protruding, as currently Bubba picks it up using his tusks once more and whips it around behind him. It is morning.
Sternly call out, Bubba.
Make an animal handling check.
$16.
As he throws it behind him, he goes to charge it again, pushing it along the floor. You call out Bubba, and he stops. His head turns toward you, making eye contact with you for a brief moment.
And
he goes back to pushing it.
Dang it. Okay. I'll call out sternly again, with more passion this time. Bubba, stop.
On the second yell, the tone in your voice is received, and he stops. Coming to your feet, you can see his tail wagging mischievously as he approaches.
I'll say, Bubba, you can't just destroy this. This is to help you with your teeth pain.
He just climbs up onto the bed after a few failed jumps. After the third one, he springs on the bed and then just like nuzzles in your blanket and then rolls over.
He still knows the trick I taught him.
He's just showing you his stomach. He wants tummy rubs.
Here's the thing. I can't reward bad behavior with a tummy rub.
That is the smart choice.
I'll say no tummy rubs. You need to be a good little boar. And then I'll leave.
Okay. You do so.
So, do I get a jump start to this morning because I went to bed so early
you
last
do.
night?
I will also say most people have gone to bed early, for nobody really did anything last night. So most of you are pretty much up pretty early into the day.
I would like to spend, I'm saying like early morning if I can. Like, I might have even like skipped dinner last night.
What is early morning? Well, you didn't skip dinner last night because discussion was had at dinner. But after dinner, if you would have turned in, yes, you can. Like you can wake up super early if you want. But like I'm saying, like most people are waking up like at 5 o'clock. So if you want to wake up earlier than that, you're fine.
Yeah,
which 5 o'clock is early.
Yeah, I want to methodically go through the ship, starting with the bottom deck, and slowly but surely work my way through the whole ship and make sure that there are no stowaways or hidden things that aren't supposed to be on the ship.
Make an investigation check.
And I would like to guide myself while doing so with Belrothane helping, etc., if I can.
Sure.
The whole way through.
As
slow and methodical.
No, because the process, like, you're not going to be able to guide yourself through this entire process.
Okay.
It is like a slow process, but help is totally reasonable.
Okay. I rolled 2 2s.
Sometimes I feel like it's like every time I roll 2, which has happened a number of times as a DM with advantage, whenever I roll the same number, it just makes me go like, I wish I rolled those separately. It wouldn't have happened if I rolled them separately.
Nice. Thanks. I really appreciate that, Dice. That's
But
cool. 2.
Yeah. You spend the morning before everyone's awake going through the ship, checking every nook and cranny, and you find nothing. No one. Nada. Zip. Zero. Zilch. But as Gargax peeps his head into your room, Cole, because he said everywhere, you awaken.
True.
And everybody else awakens around 5 o'clock in the morning, bright and early, as the sun begins to rise in the west.
I thought Cole's door was magically locked.
To everyone but Gargax!
Ironically.
That's not even true.
Well, that's Gargax and
There's
Lithos,
a number.
Right? I thought it was just...
Lithos
oh, I think you
and
said the captain too? Yeah, you said the captain too. But I was just saying, like, Gargax specifically can do this, so I'm putting it in there.
I don't remember if I said Pierre or not, but I know I said the captain.
It's just kind of the joke that, like, Gargax can.
Yes.
There are an elite few.
He opened it just to flex on him.
I think it's funny because Gargax doesn't even know that no one else cannot open it.
You guys arrive on deck. You guys arrive on deck for a seafood medley soup for breakfast. Mostly crab. It's mostly crab. Spoiler. But it is very nicely prepared, as Makit did make it this morning. Bright and early, tea is being served, coffee is being brewed. You all are getting ready to set out as shouts begin to erupt across deck. The captain has not arisen this morning, as it seems Pierre has taken the lead. Hanging currently from the riggings in the mainmast, he shouts, "You all better be in the best mood to start sails today. We want to get on the waters immediately. We have new faces. Get to know your neighbor and the one next to him. These people will be with you for quite some time." Shouts like that continue throughout the day. He just... "Oh, hello! Noldo, I believe Alarev is leading exercises this morning."
Sounds exciting. I'd love to join.
Alarev, if you would like to lead everyone in your exercises this morning.
I will.
It is implied every day you've been gone, of course. You have been partaking in his exercises. And if you haven't been... I can't remember. Have I been describing it with you around, the effects of the exercises?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That, like, when I focus, I can sense, like, when people come near me.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask, so with the new hires, like, how employed are we? As far as
how many
we need
people?
Everyone to run sales and stuff.
That's a good question.
Like,
that is some. That is the question that we will answer in a moment here. But
very well.
We can actually answer that question now as you brought it up. That works. Oh, it looks like you've already put them in here. Wonderful. So we have the 13, because I'm not going to count Merrill currently.
Although he is present.
He will, yeah, and he will work a sail. He's a competent sailor. Spoilers, if you guys didn't figure.
He's got crossbows for arms.
One arm.
Arm.
He has a normal hand as well. Arm, I should say.
Oh, did you need that sail lowered? Shoot the rope. Just like
I just watch on the Google Doc as I say that the tab under Meryl next to human class. There's another one that says crossbow arms, and you just watch as the S vanishes as you all say that.
I thought he had 2 crossbows for arms. I'm
He has-
sorry.
no, you're good. He has
Oh,
one
man,
crossbow. That would be
difficult.
pretty ridiculous.
That's what I thought the whole.
How would he reload?
Oh God, what did I
someone
miss?
with him at all times.
What did I miss?
Can somebody
We
please?
re-educated Marinus.
Marinus thought Meryl had 2
5, 6,
crossbow
7,
arms.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Which just is comical to think about.
So without you guys, there's 15 crewmates, counting Bill and Birdie, who often do sail. You had 15. You just got an extra 13, which means
28.
Yeah, you have a total of 28, which you guys, who's generally about 12, you're just about a fully stocked ship again, almost. You guys can have shifts of, let me just see here real quick. Magic items. Nope, I need ships. So I gotta go through the DM binder. One moment. Lots of shit.
What's our current adventure? What are we doing?
We are heading to Nazul.
Marinus, the quartermaster. Where are we going again? As the ship sails out.
Hey, that's the navigator's job, all right?
And it all fades to black.
I wasn't there last.
No,
couple
I know. It's just funny in concept.
We asked around about the city of Nazul, and eventually Meryl has offered to show us the way, which is we've looked upon, and it seems the Yanti are there.
And his brother.
And Gargax's brother with a tome that, because of the conversation we had with our bird friend and the librarians,
we're gonna meet him there.
They already flew ahead because they had a bird they can mount, that flying bird, a giant bird, and
Cordelia.
And now we're trying to get there because this stuff seems pretty important, and Gargax also really wants us to.
Of course. Okay.
Freaking Gargax.
So, the ship at one time needs 15 people to sail. At full speed.
So we're 2 people short of having a full 2 shift.
A full 2 shifts without you guys.
Yes.
Lending a hand.
Oh, you're right.
Which technically you guys have Vala and Bloop. I mean, if you guys really want to be
a bird who doesn't.
Well,
but like,
sounds like
but like the idea
might be needed.
Yeah, that's kind of the idea. Not everyone might be needed, but like, theoretically, Kush probably would be good to sail because he's like a leading body who's competent at sails. Seymour probably most times, if not busy, would sail because he's the most competent sailor I think on the ship.
I agree with that statement.
But that's again up to Seymour. You guys would have probably like 1 or 2 of you that would sprinkle in the sails. So if you guys wanted 2 full shifts of 15, you'd have it with you guys staying separate. But that would be working your crew in 12-hour shifts, which running them in 12-hour shifts is different than running them in 8-hour shifts. If you run them in 8-hour shifts, it may improve morale. But running them in 12 hours is entirely legitimate. It leaves them.
I'm going to tell you right now, you don't want to run your sailors in 12-hour shifts.
So what I'm hearing is there's 3 shifts.
Well, my only thought being, like, if we could even have, like, 2 people off, because Dirk might need help with reading, but we can go over the book of sailing guides and try to get him a better knowledge for the future, if we're okay for, like, 1 day or a while doing it, so that he can get, like, he said he can't read common, so I'd have to just read it for him and help him understand.
I mean, we also have.
It's gonna take weeks to gain proficiency in sailing from that book.
I would
I understand. I'm not saying we have to do it straight, but like
Or days, I should say, probably not weeks. If
Well,
you were
I'm just
doing
saying
it straight.
we don't need to do straight necessarily. Like we could do one day every couple,
Quartermaster
every 3
here.
or something.
Yeah, quartermaster is going to have general say over this. Well, actually, technically, shift leader is going to have the say over how you distribute ships, but it's going to be pretty much decided between the two of you.
I mean, Brackus Mills was an ex-captain, so I would think he would be able to sail a ship pretty well, or at least command, sailing.
Yeah, I mean, he can sail, but that's my point, is he's going to be on sailing.
But like having him, like if you guys wanted to have other people lead, is what I'm saying.
Well, ideally, mainly because I only run a session of 7 of you at a time, ideally, you guys are going to be split up amongst the other, or at least one of you will be. Yes, Brackus Mill, you can put on a leadership position, but mainly that's just going to be like in charge of things off the ship. You guys are still like in charge on the ship, especially even if like somebody's on
I'll
deck.
lead one of the ships.
Yeah,
obviously.
Somebody's always going to be on helm. Like the captain's either going to be on helm or somebody else is going to take over helm while the crew takes over. So if you guys want to start taking up helm, that's a position you guys can start doing while other people do. And that is just a general steering check. That is really just leading the sailors. So if Marinus, you ever want to take over helm, the captain will does give up helm half the day. It's just usually been given to Alonzo or somebody else.
Would that be like a charisma check? Because in that case, Gargax would totally.
There's not many checks to manning the helm except during in combat.
Okay.
Combat is whoever is at the helm is in charge of the ship.
I see.
They choose where it steers. I mean, ideally, you all are going to discuss it. It's not going to be one person going, "No, we're going here." But the person at the helm is controlling the ship. Yes, and so like still the same thing applies. Like if you want to make a command, but yes, generally commanding the ship from the helm is a charisma check. There's a whole bunch of other things it does in combat, but outside of combat, yes.
So if somebody wants to learn it, they should probably take the second half of the shift.
Yeah, how would that work? Could I be like slowly gaining proficiency while I do it, maybe, or?
No, there's no proficiency in the helm. Like it's not something like except anything on you if you do on a boat. Like,
well,
if you're proficient in sailing tools, or like if you're proficient in a sea vehicle, anything you do on a ship can generally use that proficiency. Fun fact.
I see.
So a helm check can actually use sailor's tools. There's a lot of rules to use sailor proficiency, but like doing these things is not going to gain you the skill in any sense. That's not how it works. You need to study, or be taught.
How it works in the Navy is that if you want to qualify something, you have to stand under instruction watches where you are basically the watchstander, but you have someone watching everything you do.
So yeah, that is actually like a method. If somebody, like, that's what I was saying. Like, if like just doing the task is not going to learn you the skill, but if you want somebody to show you it, you could be watching them work the sails, or they're watching you work the sails. It depends on like narratively what I say at the time. But like that's the idea: is somebody helping you, is teaching you sailing. Like if for instance Seymour or Marinus, you have ships, correct? Or water vehicles.
Yeah. I do.
If either of them wanted to spend the shift like working the sails, showing you how to work the sails, that's different. They'd have to go through the whole like performance check, but they could also be working the sails while you watch.
Okay.
That's another option if one of you just wanted to help teach someone as we go.
Yeah, like that.
In that case, I think Gargax is gonna just try and like every day, if the captain's steering at the helm every day, then during our shift, then Gargax will just try and watch over him and learn as he goes.
And then I mean, after we always can.
Okay, that's not going to get you proficiency in water vehicles. is what I'm trying to get through.
Basically, during our shift, I would be doing water vehicles, and I would be teaching you at the same time.
And so Marinus would get help on the sail. Oh, but you said the captain, not the. You can't do that on the helm, is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
You can
Not
only
on the
do that
helm.
on sails.
Gotcha.
You can't really learn how to operate a ship from just the helm. You'd have to learn how to operate sails as part of that.
Okay.
We gotta work you from the bottom up, man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like the helm will be the last thing you learn.
And so it sounds like the idea is you will currently have two full shifts of 15 crew. Marinus and Seymour will be constantly working sails, teaching someone during the process. If at any point a crew member, like one of you guys, don't want to learn sailing that day, then it'll just be said you're teaching another crew member, and it'll work as like experience toward them.
Yeah.
And
wait, including us though, we don't have enough for 3 shifts.
You do with you guys working. You have enough for 3 shifts. Yes.
So why don't we do 3 shifts?
I'd like to say as well, Alarav will always take a sail if one needs to be taken.
Okay.
But also after our shifts, like you can still also
be studying,
teach from the book.
Well, that is the perk of going to 8-hour shifts from 12-hour shifts. Is rather than each of you having 4-hour off times, everybody gets 8-hour off time, which makes the whole crew happier and really improves morale. Not only you guys, but like the idea is Lithos, who is going to have to help out on sales, will then have 8 hours to work rather than his 4 hours to work.
Oh man, you have to contribute to the crew.
Yep.
Oh, he's not here to come. It's okay.
He's in the Twitch chat at one.
I know.
I'm sorry. I was jokes.
Paul, really? I'm beginning to think Matt also thought he had 2 crossbow arms, and he's just trying to like save face. Anyway, you guys get this all straightened.
That stuff is not as important as running the sail, Matt, because you will still have 8 hours afterwards. So stop complaining.
Do you all have anything else left? Because as the captain arrives out of his room on deck,
sorry.
Yeah, he shouts out to each of you. The sun is in the sky, and it may be hurting my eyes this morning, but it signifies the path ahead. I assume you're all ready to go.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Huzzah!
Right. Then who's taking morning watch with me? Well, let's do first come, first serve. Cole, Dirk. Let's see, I see Marinus. Sorry, I see you over there. No, don't try to hide. Who else do we have? Gargax, Alarav, Sari, and Seymour. How about all of you grab a couple hands on deck and we'll get set this morning.
Do they have to be my hands?
Yes.
Grab a couple hands to help you out on deck. And we'll get started. Somebody grab me some coffee.
Okay.
And he starts walking down the stairs.
I think 46 people on our ship at the moment?
Yes.
If all the player characters are here, yeah, 46 people. And then you said it was 15 needed to...
15 to operate at full. To operate at full speed.
Do 3 shifts, literally. Full speed.
Yep. And that's the plan right now. Everybody just needs to work.
Oh, hell yeah.
So as you guys who vanished, Seymour, or no, Marinus. As you guys, step forth, each of you grab a different sail to which you get stationed on for the day, and as you all lower the sails, turning the ship about face, you head out, rounding the central block. The center post of Dragontooth's Rock. You begin to veer into the pass that leads out the other side of Dragontooth Rock. And as you pass it, heading north, you begin along the coast of the upper island, rounding to the east as you crest the northern peak of the island. As you venture away from Dragontooth Rock, I need sales and perception checks.
I can do perception, for I am not good at sailing.
I'll take a sail.
I'll do
I'll take a
sales.
sail.
And my familiar will help me up in the trees and just look around.
Sailing is what?
So
Did you just do
sailing,
that?
we're good. I just nat 20 sailing.
Nice.
So whoever's getting taught today, you're learning quite well.
Well, fun fact. So you do actually have to do a separate roll if somebody is
That's
learning
fine.
today. Is
I would hope
it
this
any of you on deck on learning today, or are you just teaching another crewmate?
I'll learn on my off shifts.
I figured, Dak, wouldn't you want to learn? Or,
Like,
Dirk,
whoever-
sorry, I keep doing that, Dirk.
Dak is like, I've been sailing for years.
Whoever wanted to learn,
Dirk, this is
basically,
Dirk's
like,
first shift.
you're doing
so
it
he's
during
on
our shift.
Do you want me to
Yeah.
learn while I'm on
What's
shift?
the sailing
Well,
check
so
again?
So you-
Marinus is like
D20 plus
showing
survival
how to
plus-
sail
1 second,
right
please.
now.
1 second, please.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
it means you wouldn't be sailing today. You would instead be doing the act of learning sailing.
Oh no, the other person, right?
The other person would be. You would also be sailing. The teacher would also be sailing. The teacher would also have to give me a performance check. Using wisdom.
Oh, using wisdom instead of charisma.
So you can just change that
Well,
roll
what's
appropriately.
the sailing
Yeah,
check
so
again? It's
A
wisdom.
sailing check
or it's-
is either so you can use either strength or dexterity
Okay.
to make a survival check. So you use the proficiency in survival if you have it.
I do.
And then you can also use your proficiency in water vehicles if you have it.
I do not have proficiency in water vehicles. But
So
I do
what
have
you-
proficiency in survival, and I have my strength.
Yes. So you actually would not be that bad at sailing already. Because you...
No.
So yeah, the nat 20 for water vehicle and then the
So
17
you can
for
probably just
performance
sail.
for teaching.
It's up
I
to
mean,
you.
I rolled a 10, and it's still a 19.
Okay, yeah. So you can sail. You're not currently learning. However, there is somebody eager to learn from you, as Kush is not currently on shift, and Laszlo is an early riser. So Laszlo eagerly hops up to your sail as you are proficiently rushing aboard deck. He hops up to you. Oh yeah, Laszlo's also on board now.
Is he our crew?
He is on. He is your
did
crew.
join.
He, however, has never stepped foot on a ship before, so he's got a lot to learn. So he is going to try to learn from you. He is going to get advantage. Oh wait, no, you rolled a nat 20 on the sailing. Never mind.
He also apparently is.
He rolled a
next
nat
in line to
20!
be like, he's also nice. He's also apparently like next in line to be the chieftain of the Grung. That was information found out after he came, and I'm like, oh, this could be a problem if he dies.
I mean, it'd be a chieftain. A chieftain.
Okay, fair
They
enough.
have multiple
But
chieftain,
still.
which you do know. Yeah. Still, that is a good point.
I think that
That's
would
a
be
good
a
thing to
sour
note, thank you.
subject.
But he nat 20 that, so he's going to get 2 checks in sailing. I will go ahead and mark that.
Good.
He's going to be the
Well, it
chieftain.
would be.
He's
Wouldn't
going
it
to be
be
the chieftain to teach them all how to sail.
water vehicles,
Yes, water vehicles.
not sailing?
Yes, same thing.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Name another water vehicle. I guess paddles.
We're
or
just,
rowboat.
Submarine?
You're just rocketing the Grung.
Kayak.
That exists in this
evolutionary chain.
world.
Kayak.
Yes, and I did say
Canoe.
rowboat.
Jet
Are
ski.
paddle boats a thing?
I feel like that's just
Probably
another.
not.
I feel like that's just another way of saying rowboat. Technically, like, what's the difference between a
It
paddle?
really is.
No, a paddle boat's
Paddle-
thing where like your feet
No,
are like
I
what?
know, but
Oh,
like
yeah.
that is what a
One's with an arm, one's with a foot.
But like my point
about
is
you?
like definitionally, what would be the difference between a paddle boat and like a rowboat? Like you're technically
Hear me out,
paddling
right?
a rowboat, right?
A
A
really
rowboat
big
uses
seahorse.
rows.
No, they don't. They don't. They use paddles.
Paddles,
Would a
whatever.
really big seahorse be a
words,
That's
things.
that's literally my point. But moving on, you guys do coast into the wind currently.
Naldo got a 14, unless for some reason I have advantage.
No.
Okay, then I have a 14.
You do not. But as you guys start your coast north of Dragon Tooth Rock, do I see your perception check in there, Cole? There it is.
Yeah, it's
18.
it's
Okay.
towards the top 18.
You all are currently coasting into the wind right now. It's working diligently against you all. It is quite some work to head northeast currently, but you guys are doing it, currently tilling the ship back and forth as you progress against the fierce winds. You begin your progress away from Dragon Tooth Rock. Cole, atop the lookout, as you peer back in the direction of Dragon Tooth Rock, as you guys venture off toward the horizon, sailing in the opposite direction of this large upper island of Dragon Tooth Rock, you watch as coming from the east side, a large warship drops sails and starts heading in your direction. You guys are far off, miles off in the horizon as you watch through the spyglass as they drop sails and start heading. But as they drop those sails, you can see they are black entirely.
I will. They're just behind us.
They're miles behind you guys as you ventured far off into the horizon by the time this ship starts, but you see it start in your direction, far off in the distance.
Well, I do want to point it out to everyone, so I'll yell down. It looks like the children of Nock are sailing out on a warship behind us.
Oh, fuck.
Do we want to launch a fireball at the ship?
Octopus and
They're
bomb.
miles away.
We can take them.
I can drop bombs on them.
Do we want to drop bombs?
I'm just pointing it out. They are miles away, but
We don't want to start anything yet.
I'm definitely gonna keep an eye on them. I don't think we can have this long of a conversation. I'm up in the crow's nest.
I mean, I assume you can come down to have that conversation. You have freedom of flight. But
either way, fine.
Yeah, this happens over the course of your sailing. You do notice it, so you can come down and have that conversation, and then go back up to the crow's nest.
I mean, I don't know.
Keep an eye on them and let us know if they get closer.
I imagine they're gonna catch up. But
we can take them.
If they get close enough, we'll octopus bomb them.
Fuck them
Well, I
up.
was gonna. It's up to you guys. I could try. I could try to speed us up for. I mean, like 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes with control water, but
I can just
that
outrun
will
them.
already be expended.
Yeah, how
energy
tapped would
then.
you be if you do that?
That would
How
be.
prepared would you be for a fight?
I mean, I would still have my big spell and like.
How many bombs do
To
we have
just
left?
be honest, I would still have 3 level 3s, 2 level 2, or 3 level 2s, 4 level 1s, and a 5th. But that would be 3 4th level spell slots. It's control water is 10 minutes.
Goodbye, fourth wall. See ya.
Sorry, I don't know how to describe it. Like it's really hard to be like this one without just being like, this is how the game works.
Of the fourth ring of magic, 6 of the third ring of magic.
You're like looking at your rings, like how many marks are on them?
But yeah,
we'll just owl bomb them if need be.
I mean, I'm at least willing to do it for 10 minutes to see if we can just get distance while they're afar.
Sure.
If you think you can
Which
control the ocean,
I will definitely do it for 10 minutes, and I'll also go to the top of the crow's nest because I can be 300 feet away from the water and still do it.
Okay, so you're gonna cast Control Water and speed up the current. Create a current. I assume.
The redirect flow so that we don't have wind, but we'll have the current of the ocean pushing us for 10 minutes.
Oh, you need wind?
That's up to you. If you have a way to do wind to get the sails, that'll probably speed us up more because we don't have wind right now.
If I do gust of wind, does that work?
The spell Gust of Wind in a sail is what you're asking me right now.
What's the spell say?
A line of strong wind, 60 feet long and 10 feet wide, blasts from you.
Well, yeah, I'm familiar with the spell. That spell is the exact spell that would fill sails. There are other spells that do work better, of course, like Wind Wall or like that is like a consistent reoccurring spell. But Gust of Wind is like a minute long of like wind in the sails, which could help. Yeah, for especially
I do have Wind Wall also, but I think.
No, I'm just saying, like, Gust of Wind also works on sails. There's certain things, like, I think Kush was, like, mentioning, like, could we have Vala fill the sail with winds? Like,
that would be cool.
Vala has Eldritch Blast as their wind spell, which is like a concentrated point of wind. So it would just blow a hole in the sail. But Gust of Wind is like a wind blowing through a sail. So that would take a sail into full wind, which would be great, especially for somebody currently sailing against the wind. You guys currently do not have wind in your sails because you can't get an angle for it. But you can catch wind as you guys till in the direction. But this would let you. This would let.
Yeah, no, I mean we don't have wind, so I want to try to get us moving.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll push wind into the sails.
The good thing is like they don't have wind either, though.
Well, there is certain subclasses.
There are.
I mean, it's common for ships to have a I forget what they're called. It's a sorcerer that's like a weather. Because they can just, but they just literally can be like wind.
Yeah,
as like an action.
You guys, as you now channel forth a gust of wind into your mainmast, the largest sails, you watch as it barrels forth, filling the 3 sails, getting you guys to top speed, along with the channel of water beneath you. You guys begin to course through the water at top speeds northeast. No longer having to till the water, you don't have to take a back and forth passage in the direction you're heading. This gives you the upper hand on this encroaching ship, but only for a minute as the gust of wind begins to taper out and you go from 150 feet per round to slowing down to about 120 after that minute passes. As the water courses beneath you all and you all continue to sail diligently, you continue on for another 20 minutes heading northeast before you slow even more now. Coming down to about half speed. You're at about 75 feet per turn.
Do I still see them with the spyglass?
As you look through the spyglass, using the same perception check for this 4-hour period, you can still see them. However, now the bow is below the horizon line. You can still see their 3 black masts off in the distance.
They're quite far at the moment, but I can still see them. So at this point, I'm still fine with up for a fight if you guys want to. but
I mean, if they're gonna come
they've
attack
been
us,
keeping up pretty well.
we could drop bombs on them.
They're not gonna go away.
Or we could just sail with the wind.
That would be
I know
at
we're
them,
trying to go
wrong direction.
northeast.
but that would be
What?
at them. The wind
See,
is
the problem
at them.
is that we know that
Be a
the
180
location
turn
we're trying
around.
to
We'd have
get
to go at them.
The problem is that we have to keep going the way we're going, or else our bearing will be different because we don't know exactly how far the island is.
As you
right?
say this, Alonzo pops his head out the navigator's quarters. Yes, thank you.
So
It's hard to keep track of where we are in open water.
We can't exactly divert our course to try and lose them.
Didn't mean to do that.
Because unlike the game Sea of Thieves, Will, you can't see yourself on the map and you don't know where the fuck you are in the middle of the ocean.
Also, I mean,
know
they
where you
would
came
just
from.
they would
That's
just take
why-
an angle.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah.
Would be the same problem, unfortunately.
They'll either catch up or not. And if they catch up, we'll fight. And if they don't, then we don't have to fight.
I mean, if they
That's kind of
they
how it
do get close enough, I'm fine with using that again. And I mean,
Sure.
I can make a whirlpool or throw water at them.
Sure. I like that idea as well. I just
Okay.
recommend to be ready.
Oh, of course.
Question, DM.
Yes.
If one were to shoot a ray of frost at a boat, it wouldn't do the 10 feet slowdown thing, right? That's not how that works.
But I will definitely expend a charge of the staff of defense to just get mage armor going.
Okay. As about 4 hours comes to pass, as you guys are above deck here, as you sail off into the distance, only accompanied via magical means for a brief moment, you begin to course northeast. And as you do so, behind you, you begin to leave behind Dragontooth Rock in the horizon. As these singular island, two islands that crest around the northern corner of the northern island of Dragontooth Rock, vanish over the horizon line ever so slightly. To the north, Cole, you see a number of islands begin to pop up in your horizon. Due north of where you guys head now, it's a little bit back toward the west as you guys venture eastward. But you can see islands first, but as you venture out further northeast, you can see as a fourth one crests around the northern side of this isle of islands. And in the center, you can see even more, another cluster of like approximately 3 islands. This cluster of islands all sit in a bundle of about 6-7 small islands in this isle, far to the north, west of where you guys are sailing. And as you sail north, you guys reach about that 4-hour mark, as far off to the west the islands sit in your horizon.
Hey, Crispy.
Yes.
Do I have to make a check to like keep note of all the islands we're passing? Just so I can help Alonzo like draw a map later.
Well, that's what Alonzo's doing right now as the navigator. He is currently putting note of these islands to say, well, so navigating, which you've been learning from him, the act of navigating.
I'm already proficient in navigation.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, you're right.
I'm just helping him like draw maps and things like that.
Well, yeah,
just being nice.
Yeah, naturally, as a navigator in tune, as somebody working in the deck, you're naturally taking in these notes. You are proficient in navigating. You know what you're doing. You know that the key to navigating the ocean, the key is keeping islands in your horizon line. As you get out into open water, if ever there are no islands on your horizon, navigating becomes 10 times harder because you're judging off of your bearing and if you've kept it correctly this entire time, and if you've been judging your distance the entire time. Keeping pace, it's much more difficult. However, if you have if you have the sight of an island in your horizon, you can just track the coast, and it makes the entire process easier. So as you are working on deck, yes, you see these islands, and immediately you're making mental notes of it. Just as yourself, knowing you're going to have to help out. I don't need a check or anything, mainly because you guys spend hours seeing this island. Like, you have enough time to tie down your sail, enter Alonzo's chamber, and say, there's an island off the east, draw it down. Like, this is how long this sailing check is. You're not constantly on your sail. You can tie down a sail and go do something really quick, but you're going back to your sail.
Okay.
A sailing check is generally 4 hours. That's the amount of time that a sailing check will cover you. But yes, it is implied as this is all going on that Alarev steps away from his sails to either take note himself or inform Alonzo of a spotted island. And as Alonzo does appear on deck to kind of do a quick sketch of the sights he sees upon this island, you guys sail on northeast alongside it. And I need another check from everyone.
Cinnabon will help me. It's better.
Big oofs. Rolled an 11.
Big oofs indeed. Actually, not it rolled an 11, or like total.
No, I rolled a 4.
Gotcha. Big oof then.
And got up to 11.
I didn't have any good rolls either.
I got a 7.
I got an 8, but it
I should have
just
given
because of my
myself 40s.
proficiencies, I can still push it to a 17.
Out of my 2 dice that I rolled the first one. It was a 4. I said, "Ooh, I hope I could do better than that." And then I rolled a natural 1, and so I said, "I'll take the 4."
Dude, Seymour's fucking
4
cracked.
sounds
He has
good.
like a 13 fucking plus
Yeah.
to his vehicle.
How?
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah.
So
Well, it's his character.
So if you're proficient in sailing, you add your sailing check as well as the survival check.
Yeah.
So if you
So
have
I add my
survival as
proficiency bonus.
let me just explain it, please. It's so much easier than multiple people. I'm sorry. So for sailing, it is the dexterity modifier or strength. If you use strength, if you're it's the survival skill, and then on top of that, just like most things you do on a ship, if it involves knowledge of a ship, you can use your proficiency bonus for the for the water vehicle on top of everything. So the check alone is a dexterity survival check. And then on top of that, if you're proficient in water vehicles, you can add the water vehicles as well. So are you proficient in survival, Marinus?
No.
So you're just using your proficiency for the water vehicles as well as your wisdom or your dex score or strength, whichever
I'm
you prefer.
using my wisdom because that's what I thought it was when we went over it. Was wisdom and proficiency.
Never have I said is it wisdom. And we also have it written down in the home rules where it says dex survival check.
Okay,
it's
so
fine.
nice.
Yeah, it's fine. Like, it's no trouble whatsoever. But I just want to be clear. Never have I said that. We've like gone over these rules a number of times. That's why I want to be clear.
I don't know how I had it on wisdom then.
In home, well, probably just because you were just assuming it was a normal survival roll, which I don't blame you. I just like to do specific checks to specific deeds. Like, you don't tie a knot with wisdom, because you just don't. You tie a knot with dexterity or strength. So it does require a little bit of both. That being the case, though,
Being a Boy
what
Scout,
is
you know,
yeah.
knots, you gotta know what the knot is to actually tie it.
That's my point. That's why it uses your survival skill as well as your skill with hands. Where was it though? No, I do need to know though. Is what is in the chat correct though?
Then it would be a 9
Be a
instead
9.
of 11.
Okay.
Because it would be 2 less since it's dexterity over
Gotcha.
my wisdom.
Gotcha. It is, as you guys venture into this 4-hour mark, it is now about 12 o'clock in the... No. 10 o'clock in the afternoon. Technically the morning. Depends on how you feel.
Damn, what time did we get up?
You guys got up bright and early, 5 a.m., and you started sail by 6. You are the morning crew. As around 10 o'clock, the winds begin to shift. They continue to blow in your direction, however. Causing quite a disturbance as you guys push on. It is difficult to keep the wind, and as you begin to tire in the afternoon, Seymour, keeping his feet underneath him and his wits about him, pushes through as many individuals begin to tire. You guys begin to slow down to about 60 feet a turn.
Oh no.
Begin to slow greatly, and Cole, you do watch as the ship, black sails in the horizon, comes into view once more. Far off into the distance, it begins to catch up over the course of these next few hours. As the day rolls on, the sun begins to rise to its peak at about noon. 2 hours pass on, and this ship still sits, now completely over the horizon line. Cole, you can see them. Their decks there, they still sit about a few miles out from where you guys currently are. You can watch as their sails begin to slightly furl, ever so slightly, around the bottom, Cole. But as their sails begin to furl ever so slightly as they reach this 2-mile mark out from where you guys are.
They're not far, guys.
Oh, fuck.
How many bombs we got?
I have them because they're in the bag of holding, but I think we have 4 or 6. Lithos was kind of keeping track of it, unfortunately, and I didn't get an answer out of. I didn't remember to ask. He might be if he's still here. You guys only used 4 in Talon's Isle, we think. We used 2 on one ship and then 1 on the other or something. Or no, we had 12 originally,
didn't we have
right?
9 left? I thought you had it written down. I thought somebody had it written down.
Lithos does, because he crafted them. They were his.
Hey, Lithos, how many bombs are left in that?
We have 10 still.
10. Oh my god.
I will write it down.
Thanks,
now.
bro. I mean, I would assume he's on the ship and it's in the middle of the day.
I have the number written down.
And for us, we probably work, morning and the night shift, the
Lithos is.
Are they all the same? You didn't have any bombs that had a special note in case you had. Okay.
No, they were all the same. So I mean, if you want, I could drop bombs on them.
You would just have
What's
to come
the point
up
of
and
dropping bombs into the water?
I'll come down. I don't really need to be
Is
in the
it
crow's
smart
nest.
to just shoot them out of the fucking water before we even know if they're evil or not?
The bombs were phenomenal. I
Or
don't know why
hear me
you're
out.
hacking the bombs.
We have someone who can change people into
it's a lot of
giant mystical creatures, and said creature could become a stealth octopus once again and plant them to the bottom of the ship, causing utter catastrophe.
Can it not be me this time?
I think you guys are overthinking this. I'm just gonna make some birds and fly the
No,
bombs
going-
over.
I
and
think
drop
you
them.
guys are.
Never mind.
I think
that's
we are
an
as
easy
well.
and
But if
obvious
you would
target.
how many do you want, Marinus?
No, I'm asking if we want to do this.
I'm fine with giving you
Why
bombs.
wouldn't we?
I'm saying
gonna
if
attack
they,
us, I would
if they
assume.
initiate combat, I say we send someone to do the stealth octopus thing again.
But he's
and we
just
just plant how many? We have 10. I say we plant
2.
He's just gonna
How
drop.
big
Would we know?
is the
Would I
ship?
know?
It's a warship, you said, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't tell me anything.
Chris.
It's bigger than our ship.
Yes.
It's bigger than our ship.
Would Dirk know the average range of combat ability for a warship?
We also would need to
What's their
change fuses
ranges?
because they take a minute to blow.
You guys know an average range, it's a couple. It's 12,000 or 1,200 feet.
So about a mile.
But no.
That's a little bit lower.
No,
right?
that's not at all a mile.
5,280 feet in a mile.
You know what? I'm thinking a kilometer. Never mind.
Yes, that is closer. Yes,
Okay.
but they are currently 2 miles out.
Yeah, they got a cool minute.
Yeah, yeah.
So
They're
the
pretty
bombs
much
are the bombs are already waterproof.
But as you guys continue to sail in this direction, you do notice they've stopped gaining on you. Even though they had the advantage to gain on you, they've stopped.
It looks like they're not initiating with us. I say we just keep going. We go where we go. If they try to stop us, we fucking take them out. It's that simple.
I agree
We don't
with
need
that.
to make extra enemies. We don't know for sure.
I'm not
that
saying
those
we
are
need to
the
be the
children of
ones
them.
to attack first. However,
Exactly.
it's to be ready for when they attack, if they
Exactly.
attack.
I would
And
prefer that it
if
is
we
via
want-
octopus rather than birds because birds could get shot down.
They can also
Octopus
miss.
is a little bit more discreet.
Either way, I could do either. The hard part about an octopus is the boat moves fast, so it's the grappling the boat versus
Yeah.
having a bird fly over to it.
I'm just saying that they're going to see the bird coming.
And if Marinus misses the boat, he's kind of just stuck out there.
Marinus.
Well, who said I'm going?
Marinus.
You said you would do either.
You're the octopus.
Yeah, it doesn't mean I have to go.
Dirt's not
Marinus,
fucking
being
going.
a druid, would you have a problem
Anyway.
with sending these eagles or birds or whatever to be dive bombers?
Dude, I got no problems with that. It's just Faye.
They're not real animals, yeah.
Oh my
It's
god.
whether it's an octopus or what, I make them.
Guys,
anyways,
before you guys
let's
get
keep voting.
to into this whole bomb ordeal, you'd realize that they need fuses, right?
Yeah, their fuses are at a minute right now.
Yeah, they have
But
fuses.
If it's a minute, then it's however far a bird can fly with it in a minute and dive bomb.
That's kind of my point, is they're a mile out. Who is going to be there to light these? Like, you guys, they don't just explode on impact. They're not warheads. You know what I mean?
He's
I
saying
know
like
that.
you leave a fuse at a minute, you light it, then the bird flies and just lands on their boat, and
Yeah.
it'll blow in a minute.
But they're a
from when we
mile
light
away.
it at yeah, I know.
I know,
It's
I'm not
far
saying
right
right
Two
now.
miles
I'm
away.
saying we're not fighting them yet. We just wait for them
we're
to
just
initiate.
talking about it. We're
Yeah,
just
I'm
talking
aware.
about it.
Yeah.
When they get close enough. That's all I'm saying.
Not when
Cole,
they get close
Cole is
enough,
shouting
when they
all this down from the
initiate-
crow's nest.
Fight
Just kidding. I'm kidding.
Not when they get close enough. When they start fighting us. When they pick a fight with us, we will snuff them out. We don't need to make.
Don't you have your thing to ask
In
if
case-
something's gonna happen?
I could, yes. In case these people are the children of the Nog, yes, we should take them out. In case they aren't,
I think the black sails say enough for me.
It's pretty obvious.
it is pretty obvious, but I'd rather be more careful.
That's a real.
They also left from the east side of the island, which we heard that's where their base was.
Black sails are a pretty dumb idea aboard a ship. In general, I feel like only those devoted to some kind of cause would commit to that kind of stupid plunder. It gets quite hot out here in the sun.
When we inevitably destroy them, can we loot them?
Yes.
I'd rather
I
not.
mean, I
dwell
felt like
in the
that was
water.
obvious.
Gentlemen, ladies, you're all heavily underestimating what is tailing us. You do realize they are pirate lords under the Pirate King. Ones that didn't happen to stumble upon an island that gave them a lucky advantage over others. I wouldn't so easily scoff at the advantage to take them on in a fight.
No. I'm all for avoiding.
I see no reason to engage in a fight unless we have to.
I mean, they're gonna
I
catch
agree.
on us.
Well, no, they have stopped. Like they're keeping their distance at the moment. They started to furl their sails a bit, and they're just staying 2 miles out.
That's even more unsettling, if you ask me.
Yeah, I agree
I
with the
think
captain.
They might be
likely
sending
they're.
something over here.
It's also possible they're just tailing us. For them, it'd be easier. Could be easier if we get to port, and then we're just sitting there. Our ship's in port, and they can either dock with more people and look for us individually, or they could just shoot the boat when we're near the island.
This is an even better point. We don't know the rules of Nizul. Seymour has a good view on things. Could be using us as an advantageous guide, if you will.
Why don't we watch them for a little bit? Not like a long time. But if things don't change, maybe we could send someone out to see what's up.
That's what we've been doing, though, isn't it?
You guys are currently sailing as the sun has risen past noon. It is now nearing about 1 o'clock as you currently veer around this western island. You reach its northern end as your last hour of shift concludes, and Lithos, as well as Cush and a number of others arrive on deck to take over as second watch.
Maybe we can take refuge on one of these nearby islands.
Anyone think that maybe black sails are going to attack at night?
Sayri has a question for Meryl.
This is exactly what I'm thinking.
Does Meryl know the ethnic composition of the children of Nod?
So then maybe we should. Sorry.
What do you mean, Sayri?
Like if they're mostly human, or if there's elvish or dwarvish among them.
It's very tough to tell. Unfortunately, they cover themselves head to foot in black garb. For all I know, they could be lizard folk, they could be Luxodon, they could be human, they could be dwarf. They often range in size, but I'll tell you what, they're definitely devotees of some dark god.
Mm-hmm. What is the significance of their ethnicity, Sayri? Or their race?
Yeah, dark vision is why I'm asking. So if we plan to scope them out at night, we would have to...
I will say the children of Nock worship the Queen of Darkness, the creator of the abyss and everything that comes from the dark. They definitely prefer the blackness of the abyss.
Maybe we could use a nearby island as kind of like a refuge.
That's possible.
Do you happen, whoever hid the ship, if they might have that spell? At like when you guys did it at like hallucinatory terrain?
When we did that, we were stationary, though.
No, I know, but if we're using an island...
I don't have it right now, but, I mean... Yeah.
Because it would potentially be possible to use an island. I mean, I don't know how long that spell takes to cast.
I'd have to study for it first.
Right, but I don't think it's an action, is it?
It's like 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's a 10-minute spell.
Hallucinatory terrain itself?
Yeah.
Yeah,
so we would have to lose them for 10 minutes for that to really be an option.
Which, with a 2-hour gap, in a ship, you realize is possible. Well, a 2-hour gap, a 2-mile gap. That can result.
We're already rounding an island. We can just like
a 2-mile gap against the wind can result in anywhere from half an hour to an hour's travel.
I also could make us a bit faster again.
And then we could just circle around this island that we're currently circling around. Say we use the island, and then that would give us time to prepare.
But he doesn't have it prepared anyways. This would be a tomorrow thing.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if we were to use an island.
I need an hour.
You only prepare your spells at the beginning of the day, though. You can't just do it whenever.
Hey, can you get Zach real quick?
No, you can prepare spells after a short rest, which is an hour.
Zarya.
Oh, okay.
I mean, unless Chris is, I think that's what I read in the book.
I mean,
Prayer
I
and
know for
casting
wizards
spells,
it's long
spiritual spells,
rest.
summoning spells.
I think druids have different rules if I remember correctly,
Yeah.
but I can't remember off the top of my head. So I'm
Okay,
looking
so
at
would
it
it be under?
currently.
It would be under the character, right?
Potentially.
Is this how druids prepare spells?
Please, guys, 1 second.
I was just gonna...
You can
Preparing
also
and
change your list of prepared spells when you finish a long rest. Preparing a new list requires time spent in prayer and meditation, at least 1 minute per spell level for each spell on your list. Yeah, you can do it at a long rest with everyone else.
Gotcha. I just get my...
Yeah, there was something. I swear.
You get wild shape back after a short
Yes,
rest.
yes. That is true. But yes, you would need to prepare them over a long rest.
I wish I had another wild shape. That's like the only thing.
Which, like, theoretically, a long rest doesn't need to be tonight. You guys are about to go into 8 hours of rest.
Right.
There is. We have other crew that's going to keep sailing.
Correct. So maybe if another island comes up, it is an option after these 8 hours. But
I can prepare.
Theoretically, right? We're about to go into 16 hours of rest because we're gonna have time to.
Correct. Yes. Total. I'm just saying, like, he's not gonna
sleep.
I'm just saying, like, he can change things in that first 8 hours. Yes.
If that's the case, if I'm going to go into a rest and we have like an hour left of our shift.
Well, I was saying they were arriving on deck already by the time you guys were. I kind of already gone through that part. Yeah. But
never mind. So you'd be like, I got a bunch of spell slots. I'll just start. You know,
we're currently switching.
If you want to, like, just start throwing gusts out, you're more than welcome to, like, in that last hour. If that's what you're saying you wanted to have done at that last hour. Okay.
So
how many spell slots would you have expended?
If you would have done that, I would have definitely done
8 of them. So 8 minutes worth.
8 minutes worth. Okay.
I would have definitely done control water again if you would do that.
Yeah, he only
another
needs
10
1.
Minutes.
But it's only one to your. Like,
no, I understand. I definitely would do that again.
For just another 20 minutes?
10.
Or,
it's a 10-minute concentration.
Oh, 10 minutes? Okay, yeah. So 10 minutes. You send a current underneath the ship as Marinus starts pumping wind in. For about 10 minutes, you guys course. And many people are almost jerked off their feet for a brief moment as the ship goes from moving at about 60 feet per minute to twice that. You guys begin to course forward, and Cole, you watch as behind this ship hurriedly begins to lower its sails once more to try to catch your speed. And while they try to catch up with you, they still have to till against the wind in this encumbersome warship that they pilot. And you guys begin to course for this last hour far ahead of them, reaching past the northern end of this island, this isle, I should say, group of islands, as you continue northeastward.
Because I was already planning to use like an hour after to do arcane recover, so like I'll use another spell slot.
I mean, you're gonna have 8 hours, so
it takes me just 1 hour, and I can get the 4th level back, so it's not the end of the world for me.
Okay. You guys are retiring below ship now? Or what are we doing?
Yes, I'll get
8 hours on
lunch or whatever and spend an hour to arcane recover to get one of the 4th level spell slots back.
Well, are we about to rest or are we about to have our 8-hour off shift?
This is your 8-hour off shift.
Okay.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. I'm going to get like lunch and just do a quick arcane recover, and then I'll do stuff after that.
Okay.
I'm going to help Alonzo with the map making and navigating.
He will take an advantage roll on this section of a 14 and a 15. Natural plus his proficiency. You guys spend the hours toiling away in the navigator's quarters, drawing out and mapping the distance. And he does teach you a little bit of cartography as you guys navigate throughout, but he does seem mostly preoccupied as you guys start to venture away from the coasts of these islands. Okay. As you all begin your evening off, what's everybody doing? Alarev retires to navigating. Gargax retires to butt sniffing.
I'll cast augury.
Got him. Okay.
Obviously,
About, you'll
I'm
guess
in-
it, the ship.
Yeah, you're meditating, changing your spells.
Mm-hmm. I am. No, I'm casting augury.
I'm not talking to you, I was talking to Marinus. God, I think you're so important.
Yeah, always.
Yeah, go ahead and cast augury.
I do so, yeah.
As you begin your prayer with candles and incense lit in a small circle in your room, Ethereum looks on, interested, as you roll your dragon bones. As they assemble themselves in a message of woe, you sit there, take a deep breath.
Not surprised. I will spend the rest of my shift learning sails from someone who's on sailing shift who is really good at it.
Okay, currently Cushes, and he will give you a performance check. Teaching you sailing. He rolls a 11 plus 4 plus sailing, which he is very proficient in. Okay, you get a 20, which will set you up for a pretty good check. Go ahead and roll an intelligence saving throw.
Not great. 8.
8. You fail.
Okay.
Before I go to help Alonzo, I'd like to approach Sayri and let her know that if she wants to learn how to navigate or make maps, that I could help her.
Yes, please. I mean, yeah, that'd be cool. Oh, baby.
I thought you were navigating with Alonzo. Which is it?
I forgot I
I'm
was
saying
muted.
beforehand.
Like, I'll
I'd
just
like to let her
Oh,
know.
you'll just come sit in with them. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Then
Observe it.
Alonzo will do a teaching check for you. How's that? Okay. He doesn't roll so great this time, as he's more preoccupied with navigating. He's not so focused on teaching you, but he has set your DC. You can go ahead and roll an intelligence throw.
Oh, that's not that bad. 18 straight.
You succeed, and you can mark off a check toward navigator's tools.
Hell yeah, brother.
Oh wait, he actually rolls with advantage because you were helping him.
Does that
It's
stack
better.
on to the lessons that we had before? Because you said I could read a map now. So does this stack on? Because this was before the tally roll as well.
No.
Okay, so I'll do that.
You'd barely done any thing at that point. Whereas others had had multiple sessions, to which I'll reward one. The other one was just kind of your preliminary. Okay, Seymour, what are you up to in this afternoon, evening?
Probably just taking stock of all the medicines and things we have on the ship since I'm the medical officer now. So just sort of general organization.
You can do so. There's not much. There is a clean bandage. There's a saw that's bloody, which you don't hope has been used in your time on the ship. But as for medical supplies, besides a healer's kit, there's not much aboard ship for taking care of one. For the last medical purser was a cleric, and while he had medical training, he mostly just used his immense divine energies to heal.
Yeah, I'm moving in my herbalism and alchemist kits into
Gotcha.
that space then.
I mean, there's clean bandages, which is more than you could have hoped for. Sorry, what are you up to?
I'm gonna spend like half of the time reading my book and trying to teach Melon some more tricks.
What's trick?
Okay, trick. Stay. And I'm gonna use my carrots.
Okay, you do so.
2 carrots.
Gotcha. Give me an animal handling check, please.
17.
Okay. Marinus, did I already cover what you're doing?
Yeah, meditating.
Meditating, right, duh. Gargax, we did. Dirk, what are you up to?
If I can't get some more blacksmithing training, I guess I'll just...
Lithos is working a sale, no. So
yeah, so I'll just go... If Cole isn't doing anything, maybe he can read me some stories or something like that.
Well, for a bit you can see him meditating, which as you give him space for this first hour, you go bug McKeat in the kitchen, which you're happy to do.
Yeah, of course.
Over the course of that hour, Cole, you finish up your arcane recovery, and what are you up to?
I was planning to read the myths of the I wrote it down, but like the myths of the prime sundering.
Okay.
To look through if I can find any of well, if it has an index or anything, or just briefly panning through to if there is anything for any of those pantheons for Strigaya or Anea or anything. Primarily looking for those. Yeah. Otherwise, it's an interesting read, and if Dirk wanted to listen, he can.
I mean, Dirk has nothing better to do, and he said you'd read to him and teach him how to read.
I know, that's why he's like, yeah, sure.
Okay, so give me an investigation check, though, to see if you can find what you're looking for, because there's not any table of contents or anything like that, no.
Hey, can I get Kronk to talk for a little bit? He was super quiet on my end. Out of nowhere. I just want to make sure I can hear everybody.
I'm talking. Do you need me to talk more, or is this a good enough amount of talking?
It should be good for now, but you're just super quiet. I don't know why.
Dirk, can you
What's up?
mute, please, between...
Oh, yes, my bad. I forgot.
Okay,
I got a 23 for investigation.
You can find plenty of mentions of Strigaya, as there's numerous spots where she's mentioned throughout the book, as the book covers a lot. It is a large tome for a reason, and just from the start you can actually see an early mention of them, as it talks about, in the first chapter, it talks about the Prime Sundering, and the times before the Prime Sundering, which there's not many mention of any gods besides 2. After the Prime Sundering, it speaks of how these 2 gods were ripped asunder, and their formed both the land as well as the sky, or more specifically, the stars, where also upon the land was born the life of the new, first, the old gods, what would later become known as the old gods. Among them was Strigaya, which was the form of an ancient, an old, ancient, wise owl. It used to fly the ancient and raw earth in search of unknown knowledge and mysteries, clumps of magic and the arcane that
were residually left behind by the death of the first creator gods. First creator gods, you know, to be known as Avarax, the Almighty, as well as Miranus, the Unknown. As these two gods ripped each other asunder, they formed the land that life and the immortal races would soon be formed upon, created by that of the ancient deities. The form of the great bird Avarax was torn in two, creating the form of Avaria, as well as the form of Jorok. Jorok, Cole, you know to be the ancient lord, what is colloquially known as the King of Devils. The god Jorok, or devil, being of arcane horror, was formed out of the hatred that the god Avarax had for its other eternal rival, Miranus. Avaria took to the skies, creating it as their new home, and sharing it amongst its 7 children.
Get off the table.
Sorry. One of which is Strigaya, the ancient bird of knowledge and collector of the unknown. It also does make mention within the same early chapters of the book, which you do spend your time reading, to Dirk, which takes it very much like a children's book, which this book is almost written like in times, for it is a representation. It seems to be the written down version of an oral myth that is usually presented to more traditional of societies. And Dirk, yourself, kind of recognize some of these tales, actually, as your people, back the Jock and Orcs, are worshippers of the old gods and not the new gods. And this being the case, one story that was often told around the bonfire or reenacted via like elaborate costumes around in your hometown was the story of creation. So they used to have like these elaborate like dances around the fire where somebody dressed in like orange feathers like all across their body would reenact images of Avarax fighting this like vast tentacled beast which ripped each other asunder, creating the universe. This was like something that was like frequently done for the kids of like Jock and tribes, and you actually recognize many of these stories as he reads them off to you.
Oh, that's awesome, because I thought I'd just be sitting there drooling like
no, for these are creation myths, and those who are more versed in religion would know these kind of stories, especially those more tied to the old gods. So Cole, you kind of recognize some of them yourself with your people being more native born, as well as Dirk, you both do. You also do continue reading through this chapter, Cole. You do catch wind of the other god, Miranus. Miranus was torn asunder into 2 gods, the goddess Mira, and the creator of the lands, Tyrannus. Mira, spelt M-I-R-A in the book, resembles a lot of the name Mira, M-E-R-A, that you recognize throughout your studies, which is another representation of Meoa, who is the first.
Okay. So there are like two names for the same.
Yes, your people refer to him as Meoa, where people like the freemen of Aqualis refer to them generally as Mira.
Okay.
And you can only assume that this book's representation of the name Mira is also similar, because the same creation myth is identical. There's more to the book, but as the day rolls on, Dirk falls asleep in your lap. No, I'm just kidding. You all continue on throughout the hours. The day rolling on in the distance, and you hear a shout come below deck as the captain descends below. They're still on our tails, everyone. I don't know what this exactly means, but it's just about to go dark. He says, Cole, the time is around 6 o'clock, and the sun is probably setting off in the distance. Unfortunately, the wind is still working against us. And it seems we're sailing into a storm. I just thought I'd let you know. Be on your guard.
Yes. Very well. We're not going to lose them, it looks like.
Well,
Mike's not picking you up.
Sorry, I was looking elsewhere. Is anybody doing anything else in this 4-hour interval?
Yeah, nothing ever happened with my animal handling check.
You're right. Going forward, though, are you doing anything different?
I said I spent the first half doing that, but I never got to say what I was going to do with the second half.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm asking. Are you doing something different with the second half?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna pester Cole about one of his books. See if I can read it.
Well, in that case, as you do, I was wondering if anybody was, before I went on, I was wondering if anybody was changing up with what they're doing, which you are. You do, over the first 4-hour interval of this journey, you do manage to get your jackalope to listen to you. While it does normally follow you around at your heels, you place like a carrot, slice, just a chunk of it, on one end of the room, and telling him to stay, you manage to get him to stay under the promises of this carrot. However, over the first few tries, he finishes the carrot and immediately comes running to you, expecting more. Over the course of repeating it, however, you do get him to stay and then come to you, however, only under the guise of a carrot. Without the promises of a carrot in your hand, you have not been able to get him to come. But with a carrot, he's quite obedient. Anybody doing anything else? Or everybody
I'm gonna keep with the sales.
Okay.
Trying to learn.
You're still continuing with the sales.
I'll just say Alarev is ready to help with whatever comes up.
Okay. You guys are still working away in Navigator's room, which is, like, you are quite helpful to Alonzo, who is currently, while you guys have been working 8-hour shifts, you see he's a full-time navigator for this ship. So this man is under some stress, but at least he doesn't have to go aboard islands and fight Yuan-Ti, so he's happy.
I'll let Alonzo know that if he ever needs a break, that I can help him out.
I will definitely take you up on that. But as for this, I feel it's kind of important I supervise. I eventually am going to crack, but that's why my room is in the same room as this one. And he points over to his bed, which is just, he has a cot in the corner of the navigator's
It's
quarters.
like literally
for that
3
idea.
feet away.
Yeah. he works where he sleeps. He's a very busy guy. Kind of like Lithos.
Alonso just built different. I mean,
Honestly.
Which he likes to do, and he's kind of a shut-in. He's often inside aboard this ship. But he seems happy with it, so you guys continue to work in there. Continue learning sailing.
is Sari still with us?
Sari is still with you, yes.
I'll just mention things to her oh, so you see how the calipers are set to this distance, and it means that this scale on the map means that we're moving this distance every time, and blah 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 blah.
Blah 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 blah. Uh-huh.
So you took a note of that. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm listening, I swear.
Tasare, you go to Cole, who is currently reading to a sleeping Dirk.
And they lived happily ever after. The end.
Cole Dirk ship incoming.
Don't tempt me.
Dirk would destroy Cole.
That's the best.
Oh my god.
Alrev is I don't know why, but everyone ships
running
Alrev
down.
and Pierre, and Alrev has shown no affection to anybody but himself. So I don't
Okay.
understand how this works.
Tasare, you approach Cole.
All about dynamic.
Hi.
This is
Cole,
where you initiate.
Tasare
the RP.
stands awkwardly inches from you.
And says nothing.
Still says nothing.
Hello.
Hi, could I borrow one of your books?
If you want, the ones I'm not reading is the Basilisk Anatomy and then the Guide to Sailing.
I'll go with the first one. Sounds more
Okay.
interesting.
You get a Basilisk Anatomy book. That's as much as I know about it because I literally bought it, or Dirk bought it the other day.
Sounds great.
Okay. So that's what you're gonna start reading?
Yes.
Didn't you buy a book?
Yeah, but I already read part of it.
Why wouldn't you finish?
Because I already know a lot of what's in it.
Okay.
Okay. You can begin reading that. Over the course of the next 4 hours, the sun sets off in the distance, and darkness sets overhead. Lanterns begin to be lit underneath as
But
no
I would go
light
to
begins
the
to
deck
creep.
after the captain said that to keep an eye out because I'm expecting us to get attacked. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh,
You
yeah.
can go to the deck then.
I'll keep an eye out, but I know it's dark, so I'm not the best for this.
I'll go up to the deck as well, just to.
Shall I eventually?
I mean, I'm trying to learn sailing on the deck, so I'm already here. So
Alarav will go to the deck to help, but if he doesn't need, if he's not needed, he'll go back to help Alonzo.
I mean, we're
Okay.
expecting to get attacked.
So at the sign of attack, Alarav will go onto the deck to assist.
Yeah,
as
you are a monk. You can just run the entire length of the ship.
Cole, you gave me a perception check?
I didn't. I imagine, because it's dark, I'll have disadvantage. But with
Sun
help
is
from my
setting.
Okay.
You're good for now.
Okay. Well, I still will. My familiar will help me, so then I'll do advantage.
Correct. Since you came up when the captain said so, you are coming up at sunset, so there's still light out.
22 perception.
Okay, Cole. As you can see, you see what the captain has told you. The sails of the black ship are still in sight. However, the bow is now below the horizon line once more, as you clearly have put some distance between you and the ship now. This is good. However, you currently sail into a storm, as darkened clouds ahead of you begin to rush in your direction. Sail northeast still, as you venture into the darkness. The sun sets behind you. Many of you arrive on deck here, as once more the wind.
Does anybody else hear him intermittently turning himself down or something?
It's because he's
trailing off.
leaning away from the
Turns
microphone.
from the mic, yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Okay, did you still hear me, or?
what we
I heard
you
everything but
say-
like the last part.
Yeah, you were like, I assume you're like, as the wind shifts, maybe, but I didn't really hear what you said.
You drop like maybe a word or two every sentence.
Oh, that's because I literally said, as the winds shift, and then rolled to see what
No,
the
like,
result was.
I wasn't positive if that was what you said. Like, I heard you say, as the and I just assumed.
Well, as the winds shift, you can feel aboard, up on deck, they begin to return to your sails finally. As you all shift the sails to the northern position, you can catch wind once more, and the crew begins to work diligently at getting the ship up and running once more. As you guys near top speed, you start to course into the night as rain begins to drop and fall onto the deck and on your heads, Cole. You too, Dirk, and the various crew working about in the night. The first hour passes, followed by the second, and then can you mute please, Dirk? As the second rolls around, a thunder cracks overhead. As it lights up the sky and the deck below, you all can see each other once more. And Cole, as you stand currently, are you on the crow's nest, I assume?
Yeah.
Oh God.
You can see, for a brief moment, the flash of the ship far off in the horizon line. Just coasting over now, but still upwards of 3-4 miles out. You've put a great amount of distance between them since you last seen, but in this night they still follow, and as you guys course onward through this storm, many of your crew begin to tire, but hold diligent before the final night crew arrives on deck.
Am I still being taught for the second half of the... Or we just
it is a singular 8-hour period that is like one teaching session. So for each of you, training an animal is different. Training an animal is not going to follow the same like tick mark.
Yeah.
Eventually, like very soon, your jackalope could know how to sit, depending on consistent checks. Whereas learning a skill is much longer. But yeah, a general class is going to be an 8-hour period, just because I generally do morning, after, like on downtime periods, it's morning, afternoon, night, which will generally be like 8 hours with breaks included. So we'll say 6 hours is what you spend with like an hour break here and there. But that's the idea of what like a teaching session is.
Gotcha.
Ugh, that sounds awful.
Hey, we as modern day humans, don't we get like subjected to 8-hour teaching days or learning days? Like, come on.
I haven't been in that kind of
Or
school
16,
in like
you know, it's whatever.
9 years.
It do be like that, you know, college and all.
Man, I'm taking
If
2
you're in the
classes
military,
in
they
college,
push this shit into
so
overdrive.
it's
Hey,
like
Christy, I have a question. So my character hasn't really done anything that needs him to like take a rest. If I choose to stay up and like be alert or like help Alonzo, would I have to like
Exhaustion.
make a fatigue check? Okay.
It's also just like number of hours you've been awake. Kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Exhaustion. Once you pass the 24-hour mark, I believe you get one automatically, or do you have to make a Constitution check? I'm trying to remember off the top of my head.
I mean, it's different for
I wouldn't
the
know.
DM style.
Preference.
I know it's generally different each time through. The way I like to do it is after 24 hours of full up, you get your first exhaustion, and then every
hour.
Every hour of exerting yourself, like heavily exerting yourself, you have to roll a fatigue check. But like after that, like if you were just like hanging out on the ship for 8 hours, you wouldn't have to necessarily. Well, maybe at that 8-hour mark, I'd make you roll a fatigue check. But like those first 8 hours, you wouldn't be rolling each hour after that. It would be progressively harder, admittedly, but like it's when you do fatiguing activities that you'd have to roll against getting another exhaustion.
So like, for instance, for a sailing check, I would have to roll 4 Constitution saving throws.
However, I will say, and I've made this point once before, which I don't think I made this session, it is the hottest month of the summer, or it's hottest week of the summer currently, as it is the closing 2 weeks of the summer, which I've said the captain as well as Epherium both count as holy days. It is the sweltering period, the sweltering days, which is the closing 2 weeks of summers, and it's generally the hottest 2 weeks of the year. So this is actually a very bad time to trying to fight off exhaustion, because it is like any hour in that heat is going to fight your exhaustion.
Okay.
Oh God, I feel bad for getting sweaters.
Like, if these people are close, Alarav doesn't want to sleep, but me as a player understands that mechanically Alarav should sleep so that he doesn't have to face exhaustion. You know what I'm saying?
So that's fine. What I will say is each shift, you're going to get that one exhaustion, which means you're going to be rolling at disadvantage. Each 8-hour shift after that, you're going to be rolling for another advantage. Or each 4-hour shift after that, you're going to be rolling for another exhaustion. 4-hour shift.
Okay,
so you have
it's not like a sailing check and then 4 con save throws.
No, it'll be sailing check, con save. Sailing check, cons, because I do 2 sailing checks a shift. Every 4 hours. So every 4 hours I'd be asking for another con save, essentially. Although, what I'm saying is the rules might be different these weeks, so take that risk accordingly, because it is very hot out. It's hotter than normal. It is like sweltering jungle heat on the ocean in the sun, which now it's raining, so just take that into account.
Okay.
So it is now
Also,
evening.
Keep in mind that, like, maybe you know how exhaustion works and all that, and Alarav doesn't, but also Alarav knows that, like, sleeping is good, and fighting, I'm sure that Alarav has experienced that fighting while tired as fuck is not very good compared to being well rested and prepared for a fight.
I'm ready to go.
A fight happens.
True, but
in the middle of the
Alarav is
night.
a soldier, and he knows that sometimes you just gotta embrace the suck. You know what I mean?
So I just rested for 8 hours, just making that clear. So I'm good to go.
If you all had done what Marinus had done, you would have been prepared for this night. But now it is Marinus who is all rested up, with his spells prepared too.
Hallucinatory terrain.
So I figured we would try to do that.
Gotta find an island.
That being the case, Cole, with your 22, you can see off to the west. You guys are currently.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You are currently drifting off toward the west, and the island, or I'm sorry, toward the east, and the island that was off toward your west is now vanishing toward the horizon. The only one, any sign of land that you can see currently is blocked by the stormy darkness around you. As the storm rages on throughout the night, it courses through the evening till now it is about, let me see, math here. You guys finished at 2, followed by another. It is now about 11 o'clock, in the evening. What are you doing? It is about time for those who have been up to turn in for their hours of rest.
I'm going to bed.
Yeah, I mean, might as well.
You all turn in?
You can wake me if you have to, but I will attempt to sleep.
I'll stay up.
Alarav will tell
Very
whoever's in
valid.
charge on the top of the deck and just tell them, like, at the slightest sign of trouble, wake me up.
I mean, you said it was, what, 24 hours before?
That would be Marinus, who's currently on charge on deck as the quartermaster.
So Alarav will approach Marinus and say, at the slightest sign of trouble, like if you guys are struggling with maintaining sails, or if we go into combat with this other ship, wake me up and I'll be available to help.
Oh, everybody will get woken up if we go to combat. Don't worry.
You hear down from the crow's nest, Pierre shout, "If you hear gunshots, that is a good sign that there is combat."
Pierre's my favorite person in the world.
Flint's just
Also,
gonna
can
stay
I just
around
say
Marinus
that-
so that he'll also be like an alarm for Cole.
Can I just say that I hate myself because I'm on the Connecticut, which is SSN 22, and it's a rule where whenever you hear 22 or 22, you say "hoo-yah," and I just said that when I'm not at work, and I fucking hate myself for it.
Wait, when did you say hoo-yah?
So
someone said it was like 22 something, and I was like, "Oh, hoo-yah." And
I've got
I
a
was
better.
like, "Oh."
I've got a better story for this. So I've spent years at 5 years at a Boy Scout camp as a camp counselor, working as just like a goofy Boy Scout camp counselor. And we had a rule where there was like a number of things. If said, like you had to do something, you had to say something ridiculous. It was like there was one where it was like. If somebody said "without further ado," you had to say "whatever ado was," and it was like really stupid, but it like worked really well if somebody was like "without further ado," and then they presented something, and then like the entire staff would go "whatever ado means," like it's stupid shit like that. But the worst one was the word announcements. You could not, if somebody ever, which was like the funny part of it was like you had announcements every night. But like if anybody ever said announcements, you had to do a whole song and dance where you basically mobbed the person who said announcements. And it was like this long, like 2-minute bit. It took forever and it was really obnoxious to the point where like the mobbing got very violent because most people were upset they had to do the bit. It got
like,
so
"Why'd
out of
you
control.
say it?
Yeah, like it
You
got
deserve
really
this."
intense. So like the bit included like skipping around the person, so the entire staff would skip around the person, and then like you'd shove the person into someone else's hands, and so you'd be skipping around the person, shoving them, and it got really intense, the shoving, because you'd get really pissed, especially if it was like a long day of program, and then somebody did it during evening program. You'd just be like, "Oh, you fucker, you've asked for it," and then you just go do it.
That's funny.
That sounds like a lit ass.
But like it's gotten to the point where I cannot say the word announcements anymore without cringing, like immediately.
I know I can't cast spells while I'm in wild shape. Can I cantrip?
No, you can't do any spell casting.
Yet.
That's the important
Fun story. There's a certain procedure that there's a certain valve that's numbered 22, and every time you call it in, you have to say, like, this valve 22 hoo-yah, number of turns opened. And it gets really obnoxious because you like constantly throttle that valve. So every time you throttle it, you have to call it in and say it's this, this valve hoo-yah, this many turns open. It's the fucking worst. I hate it. But at the same time, I'm conditioned to love it because hoo-yah, 2-2, bang bang,
Yes.
Arsenal of the Nation, ready to fight, ready to die.
Throttle that valve. Anyway, you guys are currently sailing in the night now, as
Sleepy time.
as you guys, many of you fall asleep here aboard the ship. Each
I'm
of
gonna
you
grab
now.
a beer and pee real quick.
No problem. You do that in the night too, Alarev. as each of you individually slumber throughout the night.
Do I need perception or anything?
You will need a perception as you are keeping lookout. Cole.
Although I hate you.
Why? What did I do?
Your yawn. I caught the tail end of it and then I yawned.
Oh.
As you slumber,
19.
Cole, you find yourself in a blank white void, similar to that of the dreamscape you craft when casting your spell, Daydream.
Mm-hmm.
White void, no horizon line, as far as your eye can see, and you just stand there. What are you doing?
I rolled a 19, a 26 for that perception, by the way.
Okay.
I don't know.
26.
Mm-hmm.
Walk around, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. You begin to walk, and as you do so, time drags on. You seem to walk in a direction for a short period of time, but after a while, you lose track of your perceptions, which is hard for you to do, especially as each step kind of blends into the last as you walk in through this dark void continuously, on and on, for what seems like hours, but also minutes. What could have been days, but you just have no clue, for you have no landmark to look upon, but a blank white void. Eventually, far off on the horizon, you see something appear. White on white, it's hard to notice at first, but it's as if you reached a wall, curved, reaching far back as far as the eye can see. It's as if like this round wall reaching high up into this white void as far as your eye can see vertically begins to bulge out toward you. In front of this wall sits a single wooden chair with a man in it. A rugged brown robe over his shoulders. He sits with his hood up, facing this like starch white wall which curves outward far off into this white void. As you continue to walk in the direction, it seems to grow as you walk toward it. The first sign of any focus point in this white void.
Far away still?
As you walk,
with someone sitting there?
As you walk, it gets closer and closer, closer and closer, until you're but feet away from him. 20 feet out from the wall, he sits 5 feet out from it, in a chair, unmoving, hands crossed in front of him with a long cloak sweeping up behind him, draping down the chair. Simple wooden make.
Hello?
Sorry, one moment. Long, brief moment passes before you can hear an inhale, which seems to echo around the space around you. Hello. The individual stands up and turns around, and you watch as the cloak, simple brown, rugged cloak, unfurls around him. You can see it's open in the front, and you see a black void of a person. The edges seem to illuminate as a sort of sheen forms around a bald humanoid head, void of any hair. It seems to have human features, but beneath its transparent skin, you can just see a void of darkness, with little glints of white light throughout, speckling it like little lights in the abyss. As he looks at you, you can see white, glowing eyes which open as his eyelids open and stare at you. As you stare down his cloak, you can see it clasped in the front by a singular silver circle. And chest down, you can just see a smooth humanoid form of transparent skin and a dark abyss, which seems endless as you stare upon it. You're taken aback for a brief moment, for this is otherworldly. You don't even know mortal, as its glowing, piercing eyes stare through you, glowing a bright, shining, silvery light.
Not many are brought to my world, to my realm, to me here.
I don't really know where here is.
This is but a prison, crafted by my own accord. For you to enter my domain.
Did he say how? Sorry, what? I heard enter my domain.
Who are you to enter my domain?
My name is Cole Strauss. I just kind of ended up here.
Ones who just simply end up here often dabble where they don't belong, in things they do not know. Have you been dabbling where you shouldn't, Cole?
In what way? I don't believe I've done anything.
These eyes see more than just reality. They see the truth, Cole. You know where you have been spending your time, where you've been lending your efforts. And so do I, and I think so does another. I hold a delicate balance here, Cole. And should you disturb this, I don't think you would like the consequences. I'm not sure. You can continue with what you're saying.
I have no intention in disrupting a balance. We're actually looking to try to prevent what has been, I guess, a prophecy of apocalypse.
Apocalypse, and their prophecies have been promised for many ages. I have watched them come, and I've seen them go. And should you actually, truly be fighting one of these prophecies, then I am not your enemy. But there are ones this prison is crafted for that would wish to use you. Warn you to watch where you step. For one wrong move, Cole, those who walk it with you will crumble. Now, leave my domain, for I have a will to keep. And he raises his hand, and you are struck from his domain, rushed back into your body for a brief moment, into darkness now. You, sir, Marinus, in your evening aboard the ship, it is an ominous...
Are you still trying to keep that voice?
Yeah, I was gonna
Sorry.
say. I
It
don't
is
know
an
if you want
ominous
it.
night of... it is an ominous...
It's fine if you want DM voice like that.
As Cole's walking away from the guy, he's just like, Marinus. As it is
Cole's
an
looking for
ominous
his
night.
note for a name of a specific god.
Marinus, as you keep watch throughout the night, that was actually a test. I wasn't even sure if that was going to work as well as I'm tempted to see how it sounded. Anyway,
Dude, it was
That was fucking dope
pog.
as hell.
Dude, oh my god,
It's
I
fun.
was like
It's good
pogging
stuff.
hella hard. I was like, oh shit.
Our rebel's gonna be sad he wasn't here for it.
Oh man, he's gonna have to watch it on YouTube or YouTube.
yeah, you can check it out on YouTube at Ship Sales and Heroic Tales. Go ahead and toss a like there, or go ahead and hit that notification button if you want to be alerted for any more postings that would occur. Which
Don't forget, you can also watch them on Twitch.
Oh, thank you, Marinus. That is a good point you have. You could totally watch us on Twitch here at Crispy VDL. Thank you for the poggers and chats for a sex, bro. Anyway, you guys awaken. Marinus, you had a long night of watching the horizon, and although it was an uneasy night of tension aboard deck, your watchful eye over top did put a number of people at ease, as it did seem to be an uneventful night here at sea. As you guys continued southeast, the wind's now in your sails, as the sun begins to creep into view along the west. You can see the black sails, ever so slightly, Marinus, over the horizon. As you can see the sun begin to crest, silhouetting the sails just over the horizon line. You know you guys managed to keep your distance, however, you are still being tailed throughout the night. As you all awaken, this morning a porridge is currently being made for breakfast, served with fresh fruit acquired from Dragontooth's Rock. You all arrive in the kitchen. You can discuss anything you would like, and then we can begin your shift in the morning once more.
Alarav will take his fruit and give it to Bubba because he knows that boars are normally like omnivores, and he doesn't want to just feed him meat all the time.
Fun
Bubba
fact,
eats.
boars are great ways of getting rid of bodies.
Yes, I was going to say it. He eats it quickly and ferociously, as it is gone in an instant as you lower it beneath the table.
Bones and all.
I mean, Cole wakes up and immediately, I'm not going to pronounce this right, but is going to start looking in that book for anything on Anawa. I don't know, but it's the keeper of the wheel and all.
You got it the first time. It's a Naui.
Anawi, keeper of the wheel.
It's an
and all
owie.
it watches.
Oh God.
I was gonna say, yeah, I was like,
It's
an
really
owie.
interesting filter.
It's Onawi. Onawi.
Oh, now.
I missed most of that
Maui.
dream because I had to give my child medicine. That's why I turn off my my thing, so because he makes it look like I'm abusing him.
That is
we don't know
fine.
anything about the dream.
If you want, you can check out that dream on Ship Sails and Heroic Tales on YouTube.
Oh my God! Stop
Anyway,
it. I watched some of them.
Some of them. Chat.
Yes, the ones that
Shame
I'm not
him.
in, dipshit. Because I live it.
Okay. You guys are... Well, I live them all. I watch them all. No, I don't watch them all. Are you kidding me?
That's some ego right there.
You guys are arriving on deck. You guys can talk about anything you want at breakfast here before you start your shift.
What are we gonna do about that damn ship?
Exactly what we've been doing.
Ignoring it.
Telling it to fuck off.
Well, we haven't done that yet, but we can try. I'm all for
We
that.
should try that.
I
with
again
Naldo.
don't think we should initiate anything.
Marinus.
Not that we're initiating anything. We just shout into the air.
As the sun rose, Marinus, you did catch wind of south of you guys, far toward the east, quite a ways south, another island cresting into view. Quite large from what you can see.
Did you hear me, Crispy?
What was your question?
Would Alarav know about the spell message?
You know there is arcade means to contact people, for the world has slowly expanded over its growth in the arcane over the last few hundred years to...
They call it social media.
Well, no, it's called magic media, but yes.
Magic media.
Well, Alarav will ask the group, like, if any of you can contact them, maybe just let them know that we mean no harm and that we're just trying to,
I think
explore.
that they know that we mean no harm. I
No,
think they
there's
don't give a shit.
There's a hit out on us. They're killing us for money. They don't care.
The same way we killed.
They don't care that we mean no harm or what we're doing. They're just assassins for hire.
Dirty deeds done dirt cheap. Well, maybe not dirt cheap, but still dirty.
That's pretty
deeds.
catchy. You could write that into a song, I think.
I agree with Alarav. I think that would really catch on, Naldo. I didn't know you were
Where's the bards?
Such the musician.
Do we have a bard on board?
Is that a legitimate question? You have two.
Yes.
There's two.
And also,
Okay.
Naldo does know how to play the flute, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So,
Also,
You just start
just a
playing
side
Dirty
note, if
Deeds on
Alarav
your
ever
team.
dies, I'm coming back.
She's
as a
composing
bard.
it.
who's our bards?
Ava and Makit. Makit is a cooking bard. In all defense, you wouldn't really know he is. His art is the art of cooking,
I guess
which is
that's
a
fair.
creative way
I
of making
thought,
him a bard.
Maybe just like
He also
'cause that
plays
kinda-
music with his pots and pans.
True, that is
that
true.
is true.
I think
Maybe I should hit
I'm
him
just
up.
saying, if I ever die, or if Alarav ever dies, I'm coming back as a bard that
It's a bit of a jump,
the
but I'm
vicious
down.
the vicious mockery is just going to be me roasting people in like rap lyrics.
I really want to hear that.
I'm down. Hey, I'm down with it.
But me talking as Dirk, I just really think we should Dirk thinks we should handle this ship that's tailing us as quickly as
Dirk,
possible.
again, the ship is larger than ours. You know you can't take on a ship larger
We
than
have
you
to
very
do something
easily.
about it. It's gonna either way. It's either gonna take us out or we're gonna take it out. We have
We're
a
gonna
plan
head
with those
to the
bombs.
nearest
I've
island.
seen Dirk throw a cannonball, and it's pretty impressive. Not gonna lie.
I'm like an extra cannon.
A warship outguns a Carrick any day, unfortunately, guys. As well as an orc, yes. Even equipped with an orc.
What if we went with that plan of we could all just... Are there any islands nearby? This is me asking.
Marinus, what I just told him, so go ahead and speak, Marinus.
Okay.
Oh, do I get to speak now?
Yes.
Sorry, Marinus. Have you been waiting?
Again, a number of times, Marinus, we've said raising your hand is not the play. Like, I know it's being polite, but, like, you need to chime in. Like, there's...
Guys, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, like, I'm sorry. There's 8 people
So
in the
here's
call.
the plan. We're going to find an island. I'm going to hide the boat. And we're going to blow the shit out of the other ship.
Sounds
if
fun.
they attack us. Obviously,
like
they're
that
probably
plan.
going to try and inspect and see what's going down.
Shit.
I will
From
say... It
From
seemed...
from what I remember, those little bombs were like 3 or 5 second fuses. I can make octopuses. I'll go over there and blow the damn ship up.
We would have to reset the fuses. They're a minute at the moment.
Okay, I am an experienced naval captain who has commanded an armada in his day. What they're doing is trying to draw us out. Sitting at the distance that they're doing, they're hoping we aggress first. What you're all suggesting is to fall into their trap. I want to be clear on this.
I definitely believe we should not be the first to attack because
I am also on that vote.
I agree.
If nothing else, they would be able to fall back and say they took us out because we attacked them.
Your plan, Marinus, to swim up to them, correct? And possibly attach? This would need to be done approaching them. Last time they approached, they sat out 2 miles, correct? An octopus could probably swim that in 45 minutes to a half an hour if you're lucky. We would need to approach closer, to which I assume they have set up some sort of cannon barrage if we did that. That's why I assume that's what they're expecting us to do.
Well, can't shoot at us if they can't see us.
True. So just keep planning your magical means of shenanigans, which, hey, I'm all on board for. I haven't really...
So we just
go will chime in. I think we should, not try to aggress them, but at the same time, we should walk softly and carry a big stick. Our big stick being all the bombs that we have.
And we're ready.
Also, now canonically, that quote is Alarav's, not Teddy Roosevelt's.
To get the point out there, I believe the plan right now is we're going to look for an island where I will then use control water to help us get distance from this ship while you cast your hallucinatory terrain, and hopefully we'll get it where we're around and they won't be able to see us and they'll just wonder where we went. But
this is ideally if we find an island that is tall enough for us to mosey on up next to it.
Well, I'm not saying we do it this second, but I'm just, when we approach an island, that's the plan we're going with.
That this island isn't too far off of our course, because if we lose our bearing, we might miss the island we're searching for altogether.
Pierre, who is currently stopping in for a cup of tea, turns to you all. There is the island to the south we have just approached.
That's kind of off course.
Which way were we traveling?
We are traveling northeast currently. It is true, it is southern, it would be off course, but it is the closest thing to us currently that I could see. That was quite big. It is a big island.
And I mean, to your point, Gargax, as long as it's an island, we should have an idea of where we are. It's if we just go into open ocean, that's a problem.
Otherwise, we can keep sailing.
But if you think about it, a small island, like perhaps
if we
the
need a
island
big
that we found the Cha'akans on, if there's just a fucking mound of rock that Marinus makes that is approximately ship-sized, it's not exactly going to be very deceiving. We need to find the right cliff.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying you were worried about us getting off course, and I mean, as long as we know where we are and if it can help us lose them.
It would be quite off course. I have talked to Alonso already. He could do it, but it would throw us quite a bit off course. We would have to probably re-navigate north for a bit till we find a new coastline.
I say we wait out until there's an island that isn't off of course as much.
Okay.
There's no problem. We've got plenty of sea in front of us. This is approximately a 2 weeks journey that we know of.
We just don't know what they're doing.
If this is the case, then I suggest we do whatever we can to put the most amount of distance between us and them come nightfall.
Agreed.
Yes.
Well, then I will go to bed because I was up all night. And he goes downstairs.
Good night, Pierre.
Love Pierre.
Go to my handy dandy lookout point.
Go to my handy dandy sail.
I will man a sail.
Okay, you do so.
Wow.
Sail.
You're gonna man a sail? Who would have thought?
It's a lot easier than sailing a man.
What?
I don't know. Men are pretty easy to sail.
Yeah.
Hey there.
Oh, that's riding, Noldo. Come on.
Apparently hard for you, thirsty ass.
Oh no.
Oh, that was a dig. That was a dig.
Go ahead and
Only
put them
if it were
in. Make sure to
true.
put them in chat as well as say them out.
I rolled a 20.
I rolled a 15 total.
What are y'all
I
rolling
rolled an
for?
18 total.
They're sailing. My
Sailing check.
perception is
Oh.
24.
I guess you need sailing. Okay.
I guess we gotta sail this ship.
9.
My
Oh my
sailing
God.
is 24.
I might have had a
I'm
few
sorry.
adult beverages, and I can't figure out what 14 plus 8 is.
That's
20.
Pretty good.
14.
I'm used to being around the infantry guys. I have to be snarky.
22. Hoo-yah. Sailing.
Booyah.
Hoo-yah, I
Hoo-yah is
got a
better
fucking
than
9.
That's
The
not.
army says hua.
I have to pee real
Hoo-ah.
quick. I'll be right back.
How big is
Did
your
you
bladder?
just go to the bathroom?
Yeah.
Like, go to
He's
the
been
toilet.
drinking. Somebody's been
I've been
drinking.
drinking, and
So
I have a
have I.
small bladder.
I was gonna
Don't
say,
fucking
and-
judge me, Will. Okay.
I was gonna
I'm
say,
sure everybody
as the
has
one
a
here
penis.
with 20 years of experience with my brother, he has a very small bladder. It's okay.
Can attest.
It's
Wait.
okay. We still love him.
Aldarev is your brother?
Yes.
So is Kush.
Yes.
In
Let's
real
be
life?
clear. DMV
Yeah.
is Lonk's brother.
Yes.
Just so we don't
And
confuse
we're all related.
fans.
I am the youngest, and then DMV, and then Big Pasta is the oldest.
This is real life canon.
Real life canon, yes. We
My
are
mind
blood
has been
related.
blown.
Our mother and father are the same people.
If you
Yeah.
look, if
know,
you
right?
looked at me and my
They're
brother,
the same person?
That's a bit weird. Your mother and your father
Okay,
are the
my
same
mom
person.
and my dad is
I
the
mean,
same
no
as their
judging,
mom.
but how does that work?
Okay, listen.
Okay,
he
don't-
said-
three
he
six.
said
Okay,
my mom
so
and my dad are the same people, so it's
yeah, I know it
distinct as
works.
separate people.
I know.
if you
Yeah,
looked at me
thanks,
and my
Carl.
brother, the first thing you'd think when you look at my brother is go, that is one ignorant looking motherfucker.
I am missing a sailing check from somebody. Whom would that be? Probably.
It's not me,
Alarav.
Dad.
No, Alarev's sailing is
No,
22.
Alarav
I
Not
swear.
You did put it in chat. I see
Cole,
it here.
Seymour, Gargax.
Oh, it's
Noldo,
Sayri's
Bear.
above at the 15. Okay, got it.
I
I have emptied the pee.
It
from
was
my
because you were
vault,
before the
and I'm
perception
ready
check.
to
That's
play.
why.
Jesus Christ,
Well,
Alarav.
I mean,
Your pee
it's not my
doesn't come out of your
fault
balls,
Sayri
but
jumped the
sure.
gun.
I shot the gun when he told us to shoot the gun.
I said I'd do a perception check, and you're like 15 sailing.
Did you shoot the sheriff?
No, you can't.
I
be
did
on
not shoot the deputy.
Okay, so we have
That's
three
fair.
That is my
successes,
statement. The
three
sheriff-
successes, 4 fails. You guys are currently at normal wind, which means you have nothing working against you, nothing working for you. Your crew is working aptly, which is putting you currently at a speed of 120, or yes, 120 feet per round.
Well, let's put as much distance as possible today. Yes, that's the goal.
Correct. So you guys sail for a number of hours. Enemies, however,
Random encounters. Dun dun dun.
also are sailing quite diligently, and you can watch as they begin to coast over the horizon line, catching on you slightly as these first 4 hours begin to tick away overhead. They close in to about the 3 hour, or that 3 mile mark on the horizon, and as this time begins to slowly tick away, eventually Oh, sorry. The time reaches around 10 o'clock as you guys reach that 4-hour mark in your shift, and the winds begin to change. Cole, as that 4-hour mark reaches, however, around 10 o'clock, you can see, coasting just barely into view as you sail past, or just north of that large island far to the south, you begin to near another island. This one in the direction that you're heading, however, much, much smaller. It seems to be a small island which just crests the horizon. Crests the horizon. Far to the northeast. Just a little bit more north than your current bearing. Hi, chat. How are you?
Chat, I love you.
Chat, don't listen to him.
No, no.
No one will love you like I do.
Okay, crazy.
Okay. I'm gonna show you where you're wrong.
It puts the lotion on the skin.
When you wouldn't want to put lotion on my skin.
Is it dry?
Okay.
Why?
Or else it gets the hose again, guys. Come on.
You would. Jesus. If you saw my skin, you'd cry.
Do you not moisturize?
No, I have a genetic condition called X-linked ichthyosis. It's like severe dry skin.
Oh no.
So I literally snow when I itch myself.
Oh.
I just like, I don't want to be in any bit insensitive, but could you please pronounce that again?
Could you spell that?
Yes, X-linked ichthyosis.
It sounded like you were going to make this like really, really hilarious joke, which was like, I have a genetic condition called excellent dickliosis. I'm like I'm just like,
I am gonna use that.
I'm like, how have you never like? That is just what it came across as, and I'm like, what? And then I heard, I rationalized it. And I'm like, oh, okay, he wasn't just like making this like complete out of left field joke, which like I'm like, I guess it is just my head. I'm sorry, guys. I'll apologize to the world on that one.
Called excellent small dick scoliosis.
It's not the size,
but it's still excellent. All right, it's still excellent.
Still excellent. You can still be excellent. Okay.
The motion of the ocean. Okay.
He works hard. Okay.
It's not about the size of the sword. It's about the skill of the swordsman.
Hell yeah, brother.
Words to live by.
But
yeah.
You guys are at that 10-hour mark, and the winds shift, which means I need a new sailing check.
We all die. We all died.
Oh no, that face.
We all just died. We
What?
all just fucking exploded.
What?
Oh no. I'm not
Did
even...
he roll it? He's
Uh-oh.
guessing?
What happened?
This is when we get smited by the gods.
Oh god.
Oh no.
Thank you so
Oh
much.
man, I had a really good roll too.
Okay.
Put my roll in here, but
All this dick talk makes me have to
Spontaneous combustion.
What?
Spontaneous combustion.
This is
asking
that
for
moment where
punishment?
he thought to himself, "I'm gonna put
That'd
this
be
in
way more
here, but it's
exciting
never
than
gonna
a
happen."
dragon.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Who didn't learn how to sail? I got a natural.
Ooh, fuck.
Why am I getting such bad rolls? Oh my god.
Because you're bad.
No,
Maybe
that's
you
not
can
it.
Don't talk to Naldo like that.
Okay, good. Is
I will say, Marinus,
that a pun?
just because I'm nice here and I don't want to watch this continuously happen throughout the campaign,
Oh no.
you have a familiar. A familiar is really good at taking the help action when you're doing something.
That's why I keep saying Cole or Flint helps Cole with his perception.
Which is why I say Cinnabon
So-
helps theory.
So
when I rolled
whenever,
that.
when I know you're just new to the rule of familiar, that's why I'm super tempted to be nice here. You're familiar. You can command via telepathically to just help you out on things, and they are more intelligent than just a normal cat. Not to mention, cats can be helpful generally, if well trained. Your cat can help you with sailing, and like the idea is they're checking knots and keeping other sail stations in line. But go ahead and roll a second die and take the higher. I know this is just going to make you roll a lower number, but...
Oh my god!
Yep. Oh, there it is. There it is.
There's
a There's a reason I'm called God.
Wow.
What the
fuck? Wow.
Just keep that in mind for the future, though.
Marinus.
Whenever
you
my
might
rolls
as-
matter, whenever they matter.
You might as well have just blown up the ship.
Guys, it's fine. I got an at 20. I got an at 20, guys. We're good.
That is
Shut up.
actually
It's
good,
okay.
because
Oh my
here we
God.
have a failure from Marinus, a failure from Tessare, a success from Gargax,
Hard fail.
a success from Seymour. So those counteract each other.
Seymour's super
Who else am I missing out on? Dirk got a 22.
I
Very
literally
nice.
put 3 lines.
Alarav got
Alarav
like a
27.
27.
Savory got a
What do you mean you put
really
3
hard
lines?
for me to fail.
Three
Oh,
lines.
I see him. Okay, I see him. Oh, and Alarav got a 27. Okay, yeah. So you have 4 successes. Or I'm sorry.
One's in that 20.
Well, let me get there.
Okay.
5 successes because it's simple wind. 5 successes, 2 failures. 6 successes because of a nat 20, which counts as 2 successes. Which counteracts one of your failures, which puts you at max speed. 150 in dead wind.
Let's leave him in the fucking dust. Marinus, give him some wind.
Just kidding.
Hell yeah, brother.
As
Marinus,
fucking leave him
actually
in the
be useful.
dust, brother.
Raise hail,
this-
raise hail.
As this storm drifts off to the south past you guys, the wind vanishes around all of you
Oh no.
Fuck.
as you have hit a patch of dead wind.
Marinus is like, I was born for this.
I think he was actually swatting at a fly, or no, he is. Okay.
I was playing the fly, but yeah.
Listen, it was perfectly timed. I'm still gonna own it. Okay.
I thought he was too for a moment, and then I saw the look on his face, like, did I get it? And I was like, no, I know that.
Oh man.
God damn it.
Yeah. So you are going to cast that, I assume, or no? Was that just that?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll definitely.
So, the news about that is, though, Gust of Wind can only do 1 sail. Wait, let me actually just double check that real quick.
60 feet.
It's like a line in 60 feet, correct?
Yeah.
Or is it long?
It's a line.
Yeah, it can
So,
do
quick
1
question. What would you
whole sail.
use gust of wind other than sailing? And
It
what
pushes
usage?
people. Like
Okay.
it'll if you're in a hallway, it makes it like that hallway really fucking hard to go down.
There's also like certain spells that are like gaseous spells, which it's good against. It's really good against like Stinking Cloud, which can be annoying. And then there's also like Poisonous Clouds, which are even better for. It can be quite
Stinking Cloud was my nickname in high school.
Alarav, what is with the self-hatred, my guy? You need to go to like a self-help class or something.
You don't hate yourself? What?
So,
What's that like?
I mean, I moderately like myself.
you can get 1 sail full of wind, which as... Hey, guys, focus up. Which as... In dead wind currently, you guys working fully will get you up to a quarter of your max speed.
I will also use control water because it's dead wind, and I imagine this will get good distance from them.
Control water would also help that. That will push you up to 100 feet around. As you can see, they have currently furled their sails, all except 1, and are also currently moving in this dead wind. But as you guys do this, you keep pace for all you can tell right now. How long do you keep doing this?
10 minutes for now.
10 minutes passes. You slow
If
back
they-
down to 50. Or, I'm sorry. Well, no. To be honest, 1 minute passes and you slow down to 50. Do you keep doing it? I assume, Marinus. How long do you do it for?
Just the once.
Just the once? Okay. Well, you slow back to 50 after 1.
And then they're still
I thought we were
moving
at
as well, though.
150.
You were
We're at 100.
You would have been at 150 if there was wind. I was just being a dick by telling you that. There is unfortunately is no wind, which puts you at 0. That's why wind in the sails, you're going like a quarter of your max speed, because everybody is still keeping like taut sails and whatnot. If gust of wind stops, you're going to drop down to 50 for as long as control water is going. After 10 minutes, that stops.
And they're moving towards us, right?
They are gradually moving towards you, however, slowly.
We should bust ass now.
I can't believe.
I mean, some of us are trying. You got anything to help?
I don't think ripping ass would help us move faster.
I can run really fast.
I don't have as many spell slots as Marinus, but I made sure to grab Gust of Wind for today. So I can also.
If I throw a soul knife at the boat,
So
and
the
then
reason-
use astral slide to move
No.
it 10 feet.
Again, it's miles away. Okay. Marinus, if you use wind wall, what you would be doing is turning the sails to the side, putting the wall all along the boat, and you'd be at full sails. That's the difference between using wind wall and gust of wind.
It's
I know
still
they're
a whole
both a
minute.
minute. Yeah, it's only a minute.
Would water beasts be able to tow our boat faster?
Possibly.
Potentially.
You
Could we
don't know?
summon a
Really
bunch of
good idea.
birds and have a bunch of birds pull our boat from
I don't
ropes?
think that
I
would
could,
Like whales?
I could
Possibly.
turn myself into something
Oh my god,
for
do
an
I have
hour.
to? I mean,
All of
I could
these are pretty
summon my
possible.
eagle for an hour, and it could pull us.
I don't
as
think
well.
An hour's an hour.
that much.
I'm just saying, if we want to try it, I don't know how well I can pull a boat. Not really
I
tried that
can
before.
man a sail.
I have my eagle. I can still throw that to
But-
help you.
How would we connect the boat to me? Is the question.
Tie a rope.
Don't we have them harpoon guns?
That would fucking hurt.
I mean, my point is, I would try to be a killer
Ava's just so
whale,
quick on that
but
suggestion.
I would
Can you
try.
turn
I could
yourself
try
into
to
a
be a
blue
killer
whale?
whale.
Well,
I
I
don't
only- I
know
only
what the
put-
stat block would be for a blue whale. I don't know if there is one.
It might be in the journal.
You
let
could
me
be a
check.
sperm whale.
No,
Let's
blue whale's
see.
bigger.
No,
Whale.
sperm whale is bigger.
I see killer whale.
Sperm whale's pretty big. It's
I
a
don't-
Sperm
challenge
whale is
rating 8.
gargantuan.
Yeah, it's a
I
gargantuan.
don't even see that. Okay, weird.
You
It's
need to
not in
have
there.
It's not in
ID.
there.
You have to have it's on 5e tools. You have to have IDR OTF on.
But yeah, sperm whale is gargantuan.
Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frost Maiden.
So that would be like the only thing.
I'll fucking allow it if you can. Hey, let's go for it.
If you want
Here's
to.
the thing. It depends on how we're tying it, because if I turn myself into that and you shoot harpoons into me, I
I'm not
could
gonna
lose
shoot a
concentration
harpoon.
on
I'm
the
not going to
spell.
shoot a harpoon
We're not
into
doing
you.
the fucking
The
harpoon.
thing about the
I'm gonna tie
harpoon
you.
was
You guys have
the
a
other end
bunch
of
of
the
rope
rope
on this boat.
Well,
Okay.
the other end
Tie
of the
you
rope
up.
for a harpoon is.
I mean,
clearly
we should
tied
start
to
doing
the-
this. Get the rope all ready beforehand, because
Yeah.
otherwise
Ropes are
I'm
part
just
of
a
those-
whale in the water.
Ropes are part of those necessary restocks for any ship.
No, I'm sure we have ropes. I
No, all I-
can't make that into something that's going to
all
hold
I
a
was-
whale to a ship.
We can just
So
put it
if
in
we
the whale's mouth.
hang on, if we tie it to his legs, will it be tied to his tail when he turns
Potentially.
into?
Potentially, but also there's a size change there, so keep that in mind.
No, though. What are you doing with your legs?
It would have to be a knot
I'm stretching
that's
my muscles.
holds but'll loosen.
I would cry if I
Which is
did that.
weird, not really doable.
What?
Anyways,
On D&D,
Alaric
guys.
I mean,
can tie knots.
if you're all just trying, I mean, if we want to try to just put it where it's in the mouth, I mean, that's tryable. I mean, how thick is
Can
this
you
rope?
not? Jacob, it's sad.
How thick is a sperm whale? Great question.
I also mean the rope, though.
Damn,
like, I
that's a
mean,
big ass boy.
like, I could just pull and the rope snaps.
Go giant dork. Come on.
You know, like.
Sorry,
and then
everybody was doing it.
You guys are making a big deal of
I'm
it. That's
trying
not
to
that bad.
find size.
It's kind of hard.
It is not that
Okay,
hard.
shh. I started that. That's my bad.
Maybe because you have nuts in the way.
A gargantuan is
Doesn't make
20
any
feet by
sense.
20 feet or larger, so they're pretty big things.
Yes, a gargantuan is quite big. Guys,
Sperm whales have a strength of
D&D.
+8.
Yes, no,
I'm listening.
That's,
I'm still
it's
listening.
worth doing. I can see their stat block. My point
Contribute
is,
then.
though, the rope, if it just breaks when I pull it, it might happen.
I assume Seymour did the
What the hell is Noldo
the-
doing?
the no word drop
I'm
off.
stretching.
Okay, why do you sound angry though?
But I mean, I'm fine
I'm
to
being
try this.
attacked.
Just get the rope ready, and I'll go to the water.
Everybody's attacking me because I'm flexible.
No, they're just being like, what are
Oh,
you
your leg
doing?
is straight? That's even worse.
Guys,
Oh, it's not straight.
we get it.
Guys,
There's a
guys.
fucking leg. Focus up.
I'm still listening.
No, you're not.
Okay, has
What?
nothing to
You're
contribute
completely
to this fucking-
You're completely
Yeah.
ignoring everything else and just talking about the leg. Focus up.
What is
We're
the,
talking about
sorry.
turning Cole into a whale and tying rope to him.
what is the
I
thickness
said
of
I
the
will
rope we
go to
have
the
on-
whale.
Holy crap.
It's standard rope. I don't know why you want me to elaborate what kind of thickness is. It's hempen rope.
Okay. Like an inch thick? Because I use different ropes at work.
Yeah,
We
I
have
mean,
different thicknesses.
there's
so
all sorts of
Like-
rope aboard this ship.
we use rope and we put 5,000 to 7,000 pounds of pressure on one inch to inch and a quarter rope, and it doesn't break. So
You have
Nah, that
sturdy
shit, that
rope.
shit breaking, bro.
Okay, no, I'm fine
Yeah, do
with
you want
doing
it
this.
braided and then we just have one long braided rope?
I mean, put it in the. I mean, just drop it into the water. Give enough space. I'll walk down there and then turn myself into this, so that
yeah, I
don't
mean,
just.
we'll both do it. We can have two of them going.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, for sure.
If we have
I
a
can do it.
harpoon on
I
each
can.
side of the boat, and
I
it's
can
already
do it
tied
for
to
an
it.
hour, and then if we really wanted, I could do it one more time.
Well, I think if both of us do it for an hour, it's pretty good.
I'm just saying
Yes.
if we wanted to, but okay, I will go to the water
Can
and.
you, or isn't it? Aren't you better
Just-
off start pushing
I
it
mean,
versus
now the question
pulling it?
is, should we probably want to go deep underwater and then turn into this? There's gonna be a lot of
It would be-
displacement.
It would be really awesome if the enemy behind us just watched this ginormous plume of
Yeah,
water.
can we just drop you off to the side, like
Just
like
two,
jump
two
the field
whales
and
just appear out of nowhere.
I can just
I
drop
just mean
you
there's
off.
gonna be a lot of water displacement when it's good.
That's why I'm like, do you want me to drop you off further from the ship, just aerially?
They're what, about 50 feet
Some of
long?
us can fly just
Imagine-
fine by
Yeah,
themselves.
pardon-
Thank you.
Imagine being the enemy ship and just watching two whales 20 feet from our ship. Just
Okay, what are you guys doing?
fucking out
They
of-
are still
so we're
moving
gonna-
as your spells have failed, so you have come to a stop now in the water.
Well, I will go to the water and go
We're gonna
down,
Yeah.
and I'll go
Go like 20 feet down.
500 feet. I mean, we got water breathing, and then turn
That's
into.
a pretty deep footage. I'm just going down like 20 feet. It's not that much displacement.
I mean,
There's a bit of
Two big
displacement, but
two
It's
big
the
whales just
ocean.
coming up. It doesn't. That still doesn't
It's
change the
not
displacement of
creating
the
energy,
water.
we're-
Anyways, I'm just gonna. I mean, you're expanding. You expand. It's not just like boom, you're a whale. But either way, I'm gonna go down.
40 feet is down.
deep.
It's fine, but yeah.
Okay, and then I'm gonna use polymorph to turn
gonna do
into
the
a
same
sperm whale, and then I'm gonna. They have advantage on perception checks, so I'll look for this rope to start pulling.
In all fairness, 20 feet down was going to be a little iffy. 40 feet down is totally safe. And as you guys descend down, you both turn into two sperm whales.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is what I was told, and they have a nice strength.
Is Marinus able to turn into a sperm whale?
Marinus is not able to turn into a sperm
His
whale.
wild ship?
No,
I
thought
can
you were-
polymorph.
He has polymorph.
You can polymorph, though.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm polymorphing myself.
Okay, so there are 2 sperm whales now. You guys are not currently attached to the ship.
Right, I'm gonna look for the rope that they were throwing into the water, which swim up towards where the ship was.
As I was talking, the whole ropes that are attached to the harpoons
I also
would
just
be
imagine with
attached to the ship, right? So they just kind of threw those off.
Yeah.
I will need.
With keen hearing, I would listen for like the water displacement above.
I will
when the rope
have
hits.
Seymour. To the ship because he's competent. I say as I roll a 2.
Which still gives him a 15.
Yeah.
If I remember his modifier correctly.
But he attaches the rope seemingly
I'll guide
proficiently.
him.
Okay.
I'll guide him as he's doing this, yeah.
He gets a D4.
This is something that I could visibly see him be doing, so.
Okay. He seems to proficiently tie them to the entire bow of the ship, not one centralized location, because he knows this would be a horrible decision. Dirk, please mute.
Yep.
As you both descend, you can see you're just dangling the ropes off the edge to grab in your mouth.
Yeah, I thought they were throwing it into the water, giving enough
of their
room.
length.
Okay. They throw it out into the water. Is that what you're doing? You're grabbing it with your mouth?
Yeah, and then I'm gonna try to grab it with the mouth, and then kind of somewhat slowly pick up speed to not just get huge tension on it right off the bat.
As you begin to pull, the rope slides through your bristly maws out the other side. As this is a very heavy boat, and your jaws do not have the strength to just grip the rope. For whales don't have big chompers, they have bristles which stop things from getting out of their mouth. You're gonna need to find some other way to attach it to you all.
A sperm whale, but I just meant if you just went straight at the rope. I thought they were doing like a loop around.
Yeah, we would have tried a knot at the end.
So,
like I thought it would be going through my mouth, out the other end, then into the other sperm whale's mouth.
Sperm whales do have teeth.
Nonetheless, unless some sort of loop was tied in it, which I will say wasn't elaborated very clearly, but with that in mind, you guys can loop it through your jaws, so it's like tied behind, essentially behind your skulls. You know, like in that case, that's reasonable. But no, nonetheless, the ship would not have been even able to be pulled within your jaws. That would take a great amount of force to hold a small rope within the jaws of something great like that.
Sure.
Can you push the ships?
But no, you guys can do it with it locked around your head. I would
like lassoed, kind of.
Makes sense to elaborate that fully in the future.
I will
as
say
you guys
not tires and rope users, please, because I was a whale. Like you guys were tying the rope is just my point.
Yeah.
Like
that's kind of the point. Is the two people described themselves swimming down, and then the people on the boat didn't really take initiative to say anything.
Right.
As this is all concocted, and the sperm whales swim up, slightly shifting the boat backwards in the motion of just approaching. You guys are shifted back for a brief moment before all rushed forward in a sudden jerk. Everybody is almost thrown off their feet, barely catching themselves in the sudden jerk of movement. I need both of you to make athletics checks.
They have a +8 strength.
Yes, we're using the sperm whale's +8 strength.
Fuck it, we're gonna roll an actual die since my roll has been shit all night.
I completely support that decision.
Dice
As somebody
are-
working against you.
I like dice.
Yeah, I might actually use my
Fucking
real
12
dice.
plus 8, so a 20.
Highly
That's
recommend.
better than
A
mine.
20,
I got
nice.
a 14. Didn't roll great.
Big oofs.
20 sperm whale. Nice. Okay.
You're just picking up my slack.
You guys do get the ship moving. Furling your sails completely. You take off. No, not getting nearly as fast as you would with whales, or with whales in the wind. Sails in the wind. You are able to get up to the speed just shy of the sperm whale's maximum at about 50 feet of movement a turn. As you guys are currently working diligently at pulling this, you are unable to dash, but each round you can move it nearing your maximum speed. As the time passes, slowly you can watch the ship behind, which is coasting in this dead wind, begins to slow ever so slightly before a moment passes and it picks up once more, continuing on. But as you guys keep this steady pace, you slowly begin to pick up on it. The 4-hour mark of your shift passes on, and as those on deck don't really have much to do except secure the knots that are fixed to the bow. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, I should do this way. As an hour passes, your spell begins to fade.
Mm-hmm.
It is now the time approaching about 8 o'clock. You all, if you wish to
Cole can do
continue,
it once more.
you can see their
But
ship
that'll
is
be
still
all my
coasting.
fourth.
However, at a slower pace. They don't
How
seem to be
far-
moving. Yeah, go on.
How far away do we think we are at this point?
From them, you're over 2 miles out. Or you need to get... I can't say for sure how long this wind is going to be for.
Right.
But you are 1 hour into it.
Does it look like they're not hitting like the dead wind?
Or I'm sorry, you're an hour and a half. No,
They
it looks like
furled
they...
all but one sail.
Yes. And it seems to be getting wind of some means.
Okay.
Now,
I mean, Cole
I'm
can
gonna-
do it a maximum of 2 more times, but that would be all
Your
his
fourth
high
and
level.
fifth,
It'd be all his high level.
And we
Can
wanna
I-
keep one of Marinus to terrain shift, right?
Marinus, what do you want to ask?
With like 15 minutes left, I'm gonna shake off the boat, and I want to dive and see if I can find other sperm whales or other sea creatures that could possibly be used for the same thing. Oh, hi, babe.
You can immediately see other sea creatures. Make a perception check. With their perception, I guess you can use your own too, can't you?
Guys, we make a big ass.
Oh no,
net.
you're using polymorph, so you have to use their
I'm using
perception.
polymorph, so
Yeah.
So
But they make
11
a big
is what their
They've got
perception is.
Keen hearing, echolocation.
Oh no, that's their passive perception. They don't have perception skill. Never mind.
Plus
we
they
make
have
a big ass net,
but they have
and then we
advantage.
Finding Nemo, this shit where we all swim down.
So, anyways, I want to echolocate. So, keen hearing, obviously.
Yeah, that's what I said. You can roll with advantage.
Okay.
And you get +1 from wisdom, but that's it.
+1 for whatever. Okay. And
Echolocation would just mean like if you're blind, you can still see.
So
you're
14
always using echolocation.
and 18.
No. Okay.
I'm trying to basically see what other marine life is around.
You can hear far out into the distance, somewhere deep in this abyss of the sea, you can hear another whale echolocating far off in the distance, but you cannot pick them up by your echolocation. You can just hear the sound that they emit far out in the distance from where you are now. You don't really have any judgment of where. All you know is your echolocation goes out pretty far. So must theirs. Could be hundreds of feet out, maybe thousands.
Just one is all I heard?
You just heard the noise of another whale elsewhere in this dark abyss. You can see a number of other marine life, like there's fish, there's dolphins, there's quite a number of large fish, which are much less unique to the islands that you're used to, even in the Sea of Beasts. But like there are just some large tropical fish, which are almost flat-like, which especially as you go lower, they get more and more bug-eyed and weird-looking.
Is there anything that looks like it might be able to pull the ship?
That's a very vague question. Anything could pull the ship, but it's everything is pretty weak. Everything's just a normal fish. There's some giant fish, but those are much smaller than you. Those are like medium at best size. Which if you got a school of them together, maybe, but you don't see a school of them. You would have to go searching for that other sperm whale to see where it is if you wanted to, or you'd have to get back to the ship, obviously.
So I mean,
as that hour's winding around, you can relay the information to no one, because I don't think sperm whales could talk to each other. I don't.
You can relay it to the other sperm whale because they do speak to each other, and from just
in
basic
sperm whale
knowledge. They have their calls. They communicate.
Yeah, that's how they communicate, to say I'm here and you're there. Like that's what communicating between a sperm whale generally means. They don't say, "Oh, hello, how are you?"
No, that's fair. Well, and hey,
there's some pretty general things that like you can elaborate, and I think realistically, something's out there is pretty much what you can get across to Cole. Or like another out there is what Cole is able to get from your which is all you really like can say.
That's awesome.
I mean, I'll relay.
That's on the internet forever now, Chris.
I can try and go get things to do the same thing if we want to try.
Like a sperm whale is as smart as a dog. I'm just comparing everything's intelligence to that of a dog now, which is 3.
I mean, some dogs are smarter than others.
That is very true, so that's very vague. But
I just want to let you know that I unmuted the stream at the perfect time to be able to hear you call out as a whale again. So I got twice the whale sound that you made.
All I hear is you're muting the stream. No. You're saying the separate stream. Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so you return to the ship. Do you all grab that rope once more?
Yeah, I'll definitely finish. But
yeah, I mean, I'll do it again if we need to.
Yeah, I will say you don't de-transform. Like I'm a pretty loose guy with this rule. You can just
the end of it.
Yeah, you can. You can do the mental incantation as you're deforming to consist the spell, so you stay the form.
What level spell is the terrain shift thing that you can hide our boat with?
4th.
Don't
worry, I have it all covered.
Yeah, but like
I've used an extra 4th level.
Gargax is not swimming with the sperm whales right now, is he?
No.
No, we've come back on deck. We've distanced the boat.
Really?
And we've come back on deck.
You've
we could
distanced
do-
the boat a little. It is still
What we
moving as you
could
guys
do-
stop.
Because the way the spell polymorph works is if you cast it at a higher level, you can target more than one person. So we could try and do 3 or even 4 sperm whales if we want for another hour.
See, it doesn't say that anywhere though.
It doesn't.
There
I thought
is
it
no
did.
at higher level benefit that I can see
Really?
for polymorph.
What are you talking about?
Jester
I could've-
uses
Oh my God,
a
you're
ring
right,
of
there's not,
spell
you're right.
splitting to do it.
There you go. There's polymorph.
Really?
Yeah, Jester uses a ring of spell splitting that she can use once a day to polymorph 2 creatures. Liam can only do 1 no
I
matter
see.
how highest level he uses. There is
Really?
no higher
okay.
level benefit. You can just use the higher spell slot to still get polymorph. That's
Never
it.
mind then.
Anyways, do we want
There's
me
mass
to go get
polymorph, but that's
some-
about it.
I mean,
some
that's
friends?
way higher level.
Yeah.
Way higher level, yeah.
No, I know.
I'll
True.
say because I don't think you can ask our opinion on getting other friends.
No,
I'm saying
he's
go
up.
to-
He's up back on deck.
Oh,
I'm just saying we go
Then-
at least for another hour.
You guys have slowed to a stop here as they've kind of appeared out of the water. As the can you mute a little bit?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say.
As the other ship still continues at its slow, like 30-foot pace, but it's chugging along ever so slightly at the like 2.5, the 3 mile mark, 2.5 mile mark, slowly progressing as you guys arrive on deck.
I just think we keep trying to build distance. Even if we just go for another hour. I mean, if you want to try to look for other ones or make sounds as we travel, but I think we should just keep pushing.
I agree.
Well, I mean, if you could hear them, then they probably can hear you.
I
if
mean,
you
we
call
can
out.
send out calls, but I mean
That's what I was trying to. I was trying to elaborate on what you said. If they can,
That's
hear,
about
if you
it.
can hear.
So
them,
again, I will be clear. It is not easy to communicate an
Right.
idea like, "Hey, can you come pull this ship as a whale to a whale?" Like,
Is it possible
no,
to
just
do
calling them over is the
like
mid-
whales
like,
don't have a good animal handling check.
I'm just saying to
Marinus,
call them over.
let me finish. Marinus has a good animal handling check, and in his wild shape form he would, but like calling out as a whale, just you would know, not as effective as whale Marinus calling out. You'd have to like somehow convey the idea of like, hey, help us out, pull this ship, to something who sees a ship as that large other like above water whale. Like they don't get what a ship is, you know, like it's
No, I got that. I'm not even worried about any of that. I just need to get to them.
That too. That's also another problem. Which you are like
That's
kind
what
of
I'm like.
heading its direction, but it's
Hold on,
it's
I just
distant.
want to double check what.
I can be their friend, and then I can dominate them and tell them what to do.
That
So
is true.
if I mean, it's slightly weaker, but a killer whale is a challenge rating 3, which I think you can do. Which
Yes,
you would be
I
able
can
to keep
kill a
your
whale out of
stats.
them.
I'm just saying you could keep your stats then.
But
That's
I
up
just
to
can't
you.
Your intelligence stats. Yeah.
Like that's up to you. It's just you would keep your like animal handling stuff if you did it as a killer
But
whale.
yeah, you
with
would
a
be
wild
able
shape.
to possibly convey more as a whale then.
But as a sperm whale, not so much.
Yeah.
But I'd still could easily just tell them what to do.
True, that too. That's up to you.
Is what I'm trying to say. I just need to get out to a couple of them, and then for 24 hours, I can
I mean,
basically tell them what to do.
I can push the ship if you want to go search, and I won't be able to go as fast as we just were, but I can pull us a little.
If you want to go the slow
Oh.
way, I can go with you, and you will be able to. I'm sure you're fine as you're a natural being, but
I just don't
breathing
have
underwater
enough.
and
I guess I
swimming.
can tell them to pull me back, huh? I don't really need.
Yeah.
Gargax is saying he could go with you. He can speed up people in the water. That's what he's saying.
A little bit. I'm sure. Actually, I mean, I don't think it'll really help you necessarily. I could help people like Cole, who is normally a good swimmer, but I assume that you're probably a better swimmer than the average person.
I'm just an
naturally
average
is what
swimmer.
No,
But-
no,
so
having
I'm
no,
just trying
that's
to-
not true. Marinus,
Yeah.
having a swim speed of 30 feet is an exceptional swimmer.
Oh, is it?
Most people are hindered by half in water and have to make a check to swim. You can swim naturally. You're a great swimmer.
And yeah.
So
Like,
is
I could
Gargax.
move I could move
Yeah.
like 15 maybe if I did a good
So
check.
so is Gargax and whoever's in within 10 feet of him. But doesn't really matter for you because you're already there. Is what
Yeah,
I'm
having a swim speed of 30 feet is considered being an exceptional swimmer.
I
Would
could
you
go
be
with
able
you for
to
protection.
swing weapons normally then?
Yes, you could also attack normally.
I
if
just
that
meant
was
with his
advantage.
swim speed though,
No.
without your
No, he can.
But
He's
with
still
Gargax's thing, yeah.
yes.
With mine, yes. I'm a pretty good
Nonetheless-
swimmer, and I could help protect you once we're down there. If you need someone to go with you,
Being a killer whale, go find the whales, dominate them, and get them to help me, and then I could just have them pull me back to the ship.
You
Yes.
you can't cast the spell as a killer whale, though.
That's
yeah.
why he's saying he deforms to
Exactly.
cast
Yeah,
the spell.
I'm trying to plan out the form so that I'm not running out of everything.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
Stuck
not-
out in the middle of the ocean going,
Okay.
shit.
Is that what
I
you
can
want to
go
do?
with you if you need.
guys would have to tie new. Well, I guess it's Seymour doing it.
Well, we still have the two, but
Well, yeah. I assume you're going to get more though, right? Wasn't that the idea?
I'm-
That's
yeah.
the goal.
yeah. So basically, we're gonna shift to a killer whale. We'll use perception. Does it have echolocation also?
It does as well.
It does.
yes.
It does. Yes.
Okay, so basically,
Do you
echolocation.
want me to go with you? Is my question. I am pretty good underwater. I can see very well. I can swim really well.
You would just, you could just hold on to me.
Yeah.
Sure.
Would be the thing.
Just
Are
for
you good
safety
with
reasons.
animals? I mean, that's really the only
not
thing. 'cause-
necessarily, but I mean that's your job, yeah.
Yeah, because basically I could just animal friendship them, right? And then after that, I can dominate beasts to command them to.
Gentlemen,
Right,
I think if we're gonna go, we should go. They are still catching up on
That's
us.
what we're doing.
Yes.
So I don't think I need anybody to come with me. I don't see the reason.
I think you're fine to go by yourself. I
Yeah.
agree.
Then go
Okay.
by yourself. That's fine. I was just suggesting it if you would like. That's my only thing.
Understood.
Yeah. Outside of the game, I'm just trying to understand if it would help. That's all.
It could.
Me going with you? If you get attacked or something,
The
I
rule
could
of D&D is
Oh,
generally never split the party, so bringing someone with you is
Kind of.
openly a good idea. But
I was saying, like,
there are
yeah.
situations where someone can be good on their own. Like,
Can you handle yourself in the water?
I could
Yeah,
fully
that's
handle
what he's been
myself
saying.
on the water. Yes.
Let's go.
All right.
You'll just have to probably pull him there because as a whale, you're probably faster. But
Yeah, you're
as you both descend into the water, Marinus, you change forms into this black, hulking killer whale form, and you
I forgot
watch
the
as
end.
Gargax dives in after you. His jacket lights up with a multiple of silver eyes along with them as he's submerged in the water. As he begins to glow with the silvery light, he clutches onto you and you begin to be pulled off down toward the bottom of the ocean. Gargax, this is a treat towards you. For you. Marinus, go ahead and make me a perception check.
Hey, Crispy.
Yes.
I hate to be that guy, but I'm super tired and I need to go to bed.
Okay, go ahead. That is
So-
perfectly
Yeah.
okay. Thank you for joining us. Good luck out there. I know
Anytime.
you're shipping off. So let's all...
Yeah, I'm
Well,
definitely bringing my dice with me, so whenever
Okay.
I get a chance, I will play.
That would be great. Everybody,
Awesome.
wish good luck to Alarev out on the real seas.
Good luck, Alarev.
Thank you.
Good luck.
I'll need
So
another
long,
shirt.
Alarev.
We'll see you
Keep in touch.
in a couple months.
Be safe out
Totally,
there,
yeah.
seriously.
Take it easy,
It's
y'all.
going crazy.
Peace.
Hi.
If Kush is still out there or Makeet is in the chat, we can take another slot. But as you guys descend into the water, Marinus, what was
14.
that? 14 perception check. Eventually, as you drop down, it takes a bit of time, but eventually you hear another call, a distant, low moan, far to the north of where you are currently. As your ship heads northeast ever so slightly, I need Cole to give me a strength check as you are changing into a sperm whale, correct?
I will, unless Marinus had said he didn't want me to, my plan was to pull the ship, which really won't go that much farther, but, you know.
As long as
that was up to you.
I'm just saying, that's Cole's plan, so I'm doing it.
Make sure that when we come back, we don't miss the ship.
All I was going to say is the call that I'm sending out is like a call for help.
Okay.
So that maybe they'll get closer to me.
Strength of 15.
Go ahead and make an animal handling check then.
Me?
Yes, please.
Also, on top of the
16. Yes, as Makeet...
15, 1-5.
15. Okay, as Makeet comes out, you watch as he clutches in his hand a little pastry treat. I have spiced this up if anybody wants it. It has a little bit of a surprise. It will turn you killer whale? Or, I'm sorry, sperm whale. No?
Anyone on the ship that's
literally anyone?
Dirk.
Fuck it.
I will hand the street over to Makeet.
I don't know where this came from, but I'm
Don't you
happy
have
to own
you
it.
have polymorph, right? It's on your
But of course, yes.
Yeah, it's on your character sheet. So I was surprised. Yeah.
It's a polymorph puff pastry.
Yes.
Exactly.
Fuck it. I'll turn into a damn sperm whale.
Dirk's like, again.
Yeah.
I know this puff pastry.
Hey. This is your
Come
first
on,
time
they don't
as a
taste that
sperm
bad.
whale.
Yeah, but my second time as a whale.
It's a new experience. Just wait.
It's my second time as a whale.
You take the pastry and jump down into the water, descending ever so slightly, 40 feet. You huck the salty and now soggy pastry into your mouth. It still tastes pretty good though, and as you do so,
I love that you emphasize that it still tastes pretty good.
you begin. Well, he magically seasons it. So, as you begin to bloat up, your form becomes hulking as your eyes bulge out to the side of your head, and as you look around confused, you wrap your large horn-like nose into this like loop of rope, which Seymour has tied and lowered down. And as you take it, I need you to make a strength check with a +8 as your
+8. Okay. I was about to ask that too. 24.
Nice.
We're gonna be cooking it.
You guys are back up to that 50-foot speed mark.
Who else is pulling it with me?
Cole.
Which you had a 14, right?
I had a 15.
15, okay. Marinus, what did you get on that animal handling?
20.
Okay.
And as we're going down, can I tell that the ship starts moving again?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Good.
As you have great vision beneath the seas, you are pulled down deeper, and as you watch the ship sail off into the distance, your attention is drawn elsewhere as you look around and you can see a large gaping maw of a tentacle-like being which seems to stretch off into this foggy darkness as far as you can see currently underwater. And as it slithers past, you can watch as this long eye dangling from its head looks around questioningly, and it kind of tracks you for a brief moment before passing through your sperm or your killer whale friend's form and out the other side, as you are currently viewing into the foggy ethereal plane underneath these waters right now.
Oh, that's definitely not terrifying. It's all good.
Right.
As you,
just like,
You're probably gonna die.
grabs on, he's just like,
If you get polymorphed, you would also have the +8 strength, just so you know. Like,
as
you get the
you
sperm's worst stats.
As you descend down further, more like foggy outcroppings of like strange floating beings seem to like creep into view for a brief moment before disappearing off in the distance as you descend down. Marinus, you, after a brief moment of heading north and descending downward, you catch wind of another group of sperm whales this time. What once you sensed as a single outcropping. Now as you head toward it, the cries of others begin to reach your perceptions. And as you enter range, you can see 3 large killer whales currently descending down ever so slightly into the abyss beneath you. Gargax, you are currently perplexed by the occasional sightings of beings into the ethereal realm, which become more and more frequent as you descend downward.
I may or may not be a little distracted.
Gargax may or may not have just shit his pants.
That's not important, Dirk. Okay, that is for me to know. All right,
and for us to find out.
It'll dilute in the water real quick.
Marinus, you see these 3 sperm whales, which call out in response to your
Sperm
call.
whales or killer whales?
Oh, I'm sorry, killer whales. Killer whales. These are killer whales. 3 of them. 2 much larger than the third, but each of them adult, seem to currently be descending downward.
So, how close are we to them?
As you descend closer, you approach within 60-foot range of them. They seem to give you very little attention, short of just that of another joining their pack, really. They don't really give you any hostile motion, nor friendly. They just seem to react to you neutrally as you approach.
What, let's see, dominate beast, blah, blah, blah. Wisdom saving. They smart? Kind of.
They've got I think a 3 smart intelligence.
Wisdom,
They've
killer
got like a
whale?
3 smart.
12.
What's
they
that?
gotta make, it's a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. What do they have to beat?
No, I'm curious what it. So that would be my spell saves DC.
Yeah. What's your wisdom?
Okay, so it'd be 15.
15. Okay.
If I was to dominate them.
Oh, are you not doing it? My bad.
I was just trying to see what exactly I need to know. That's all. So I could try and convince them, but we'll start. I don't want to dominate them because then it will be.
I mean,
what's the fail?
There's also animal friendship, but doesn't that turn them against you if you fail? I don't know. No.
Man,
no,
what are you trying to do?
He's not with you. It doesn't matter.
Oh,
he's far underwater.
No, the animal friendship just makes him friendly. So that's what I was thinking about doing first.
Yeah.
Right. So I'd have to cast animal friendship 3 times.
Yeah. You'd have to do it one on each of them, but yes.
Yeah, so
or you can cast it at 3rd level if you want, and that would cast it on all 3 of them.
Oh,
yeah,
does it?
Yes.
Yep.
When you cast the spell at a 2nd level or higher, you can cast it on an additional creature.
We would just cast animal friendship 3rd level.
On 3rd level, okay. So they each have to make a saving throw or be charmed. That one is going to be a 5.
They're all elves, right? So they have advantage.
Yeah, these are elven killer whales.
Orcas.
that one is a 10. That's a fail. And the 3rd one is a 6. So that's a fail.
So they're all my friends.
Yeah.
So and they just in response as you turn from your killer whale form, you extend your hand and you watch like a flash of green mist kind of coat itself throughout the water as each of the whales kind of breathe it in through their blowhole and then let out a call of friendship.
How far did we go from the ship to get here? How far away?
You have descended down what you know to be a couple 100 feet.
Gotcha. Just checking. While all of this is happening, Gargax is just eyes peeled on anything that he deems is in the real plane that could be a threat.
So now you're like an underwater disco ball.
Yeah. Got a couple of Dragonborn disco balls. Actually, not really, because I don't emit light.
How many?
You do.
See a bunch
of
eyes all over.
The lights do kind of emit like a 5-foot glow.
But it's not very far. It's
All of
10
them-
foot in total, 5 foot light, 5 foot bright, or dim. But
You said there was one that was larger than the other two?
yeah, there's two that is larger than one. One is just a little bit smaller than the other two.
So on one of the larger ones, I want to cast Dominate Beast.
What level spell is that one? Can you cast that at higher levels? to
Fourth
turn into
level.
fire spell? Oh, I see.
Yeah, dominates typically pretty high.
Yeah, I figured. As much. Just checking.
Higher level just increases the duration because it's only for 1 minute.
I
But
see.
what it here, I can just Bink.
Um,
There you go. You can specify a simple and general course of action, such as attack that creature, run over there, fetch that object. If that makes kind of sense what we're going for.
reason why he would
I
fight
don't-
this saving throw if he's friends with you. So he is going to choose to fail the Dominate Beast saving throw. Mainly because he's charmed with you already. Which, like, if I'm not mistaken, animal friendship.
I don't know if you want like an animal handling or something in response. Maybe, I don't know. Anyways,
As I'm concerned, yeah, he's going to choose to just fail it.
Since I'm dominating him, I want to command him to tell his friends that we need help, that we're being pursued, and we need their help to get away. How, like, big octopus, or not big octopus, a big squid is trying to take us down like a kraken, and we need your help to get away.
Is your intention to ride this beast where it goes? Because it's just going to keep moving wherever it intends. You don't have speak with animals currently, so you're just
but
going
I am
to.
telepathically linked. While the beast is charmed, you have a
Oh,
telepathic
animal friendship.
link.
Yeah, of course, yes. Or no, I'm sorry. Dominate. Yes.
Yeah. So the one that I've dominated, I'm going to command it that I want it to help me and tell its friends to help me.
Yes. No. I like my holdup wasn't that that it wouldn't understand you. It's more so that the response you get back is still just an animal response. You get the call of a whale in return, and it just starts heading where it was down south, or heading downward. It is now ascending upward. That's why I'm kind of saying, are you riding it, or are you getting off its back?
I'd also like to have it grab us and take us with it.
Okay, you would have to grab it, but that is more than possible.
I will do so as well.
As both of you can grab a fin of one of these killer whales, they seem unperturbed by this factor. And soon, Dirk and Cole, both of you are joined by that of 3 killer whales. Riding on their fins, you see Marinus and Gargax. Gargax currently lit up like a crystal ball.
I'm just sitting there like the fuck
Or a
is
disco
that?
ball, I'm sorry.
Kind of party they bringing up here?
All 3 of the whales kind of just like rotate and oscillate in underneath the ship for a brief moment as more ropes are soon lowered down, and a brief moment passes before they understand and take them up, but they do so each one after another. A killer whale
Wait,
only has
I think it's +4.
+4. Yeah, no, I know. It's the speed, which is 60, I'm sure. Yeah, 60.
Yeah, it's the same speed, just not as strong.
So you guys,
Or that, like, for 28 hours.
3 of them. That's the good thing.
so 15. That one's not as good. But each of them are going to.
I guess it's just the animal friendship that lasts 24 hours.
Nonetheless, they still have free will.
Yeah.
The dominate.
Yeah.
It's the dominate beast, which is more what you have to worry about. Or if I'm not mistaken, they can become upset.
Yeah,
when
it was
they-
more like, well, it Dominate Beast only lasts for 1 minute. And that was more to like, instead of communicating with them,
Yes,
it's like
yes.
telling them, hey, I need your help.
But they are still remain friends with you throughout the next day, so they're going to still continue the action. So these whales, I mean, while charmed, are kind of operating within their free will for this day. So without the Dominate Beast, that's not really a concern.
That was more to like clearly tell them what's going on.
They each make a check, and now you guys are moving at a top speed of 60 feet a turn.
Nice. I'll take it. An extra 10 feet for the whole day.
Well,
this is for
this
4
hour's
hours. And we will see if the winds change in
That's
your
fair.
favor.
Well, Dak and I can only for an hour.
Yes.
Or
and
Dirk. I do that every time, I guess.
Yes.
It's DIRK.
Yeah, but I mean, like, that's
You
the
can always
same
come
as
back.
Dak. That's the same.
No, I got you. I understand. It's okay.
Okay. Well.
Oh, no.
The winds are still dead as you roll into this 4th hour. As
Well,
Cole,
Cole's
you
definitely gonna have to get back on the ship.
Yeah, Cole and Dirk are both back on the ship now, as these 3 killer whales are now the only ones pulling the ship.
Okay. Do we need another top up?
I would need to rest before doing that again because I don't want to use my
I'm
big
going
spell
to-
for that.
Luckily for that, I've already prepared the next meal. So, I can help you out with that.
You guys have slowed to a lesser pace now, still pulled by the killer whales, but they tire a bit, and you guys are currently ahead. You have gained distance on your enemies. They have fallen back to about past the 4-mile mark. They are over the horizon line slightly. You can see their black masts just creeping over. You guys have now, at the time of 10 o'clock, slowed to their pace, that they were originally traveling with in this dead wind. They still continue to seem to have one furled or 2 furled sails and 1 down, chasing you at a equal rate now. But you guys continue on.
McKeet, can you make any special fish?
I can.
For our friends.
What's that? I can enhance it. I can make some special fish, yes, and enhance their abilities. Yes.
So,
Well, and if we're not doing anything else, I will try to do Arcane Recover again to do like a short rest to get a 4th level spell slot back, so I could polymorph again if need be. But it'll take time.
That's understandable. We can actually say you did have an hour before this after arriving back on deck. So we can say you've begun it, and about half an hour past this 10 o'clock mark, you will be done with Arcane Recovery. AM.
So,
Okay, that's what I thought.
Almost
I just know that
morning,
McKeet has
the
helped
morning,
with 1
evening,
polymorph, so.
Yeah.
while he's working on the fish, I'm gonna cast Speak with Animals.
Let's see. Oh, I need to ask though. Would you need them to be more dexterous or stronger?
Stronger.
Stronger? And I'll make him a hearty fish.
Is that a pirate joke?
3 of them.
Me hearty fich.
But it's also just a hearty meal. But yes.
Are you doing it for each of them?
Yeah, 3 of them. One for each
Yes.
of the animals.
I'll cast enhanced meal at 4th level.
You got it. Okay.
And
They
then
are going to
I'm gonna
get.
cast
Yeah, go on.
Speak with Animals to let them know that I have a meal for you guys for doing such a good job. I want to reward you.
Stay with us.
And, like bring yeah, right. Whoa, as my head just sticks underwater.
Okay, they all get bull strength, then I assume.
Pretty much, yes.
Carrying capacity is double. That is actually going to be important.
We're gonna bust ass.
This is for an
Yes.
hour, however, so I will have to re-roll after that. But for this hour, you
fine.
guys are at max speed, which is 60 feet, but that is good.
And it's still technically dead wind, right? So that means
Correct.
that they're still going to get the slower than us.
Working the sails.
It
does
will.
literally nothing.
I could expand myself, hopefully, until the wind picks up.
I just wanted to make our friends happy for helping us.
Oh,
Well, we will.
good call. Good call.
You fed them
going.
crab.
Yes.
I mean,
They've never had
real good.
What we
crab.
Yeah, they really.
if they're killer whales, we could have fed them moose.
Yeah, you
Why
could.
why do you have moose?
I don't have moose.
No, it's just a fun fact.
It's
Just
a
a
fun
fun
fact,
fact.
Yeah.
Killer whales
I couldn't
are
think of it
actually
in
a
my-
natural predator to moose.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's
Oh my
that
God.
they are a natural predator to moose because they are moose will dive like 20 to 40 feet down into ocean, like rivers and oceans,
For some
because
God.
that's where they
Okay.
also go to like
You learn
eat and do
something
other
new every
things.
day.
Yes.
I love that. I mean, it's a terrible thing, but I love that.
Well, orcas
sure.
are dicks. They're also known for straight just flicking seals into the air. With
Oh
their
yeah, they just toss them. Oh my god, it's
They are
hilarious.
dicks.
Dude, they absolutely. I watched a video of an orca absolutely yeeting the fuck out of a seal.
They
Hey,
are
but these
not
ones-
nice
these ones-
animals
These
because
ones are
they don't
cool,
even
though.
do it to eat. Like sometimes they
No,
just do
it's
it
just
because
for
why
fun.
not?
Gargex, as you're underwater, you watch as one of the large whales just eyes dart in your direction. Just watch
They're
it.
getting ready to yeet the fuck out of you.
Gargex just goes out of the water.
Throw me up. I barely catch on to the like crow's nest.
You guys
You accidentally
now,
grab onto the ethereal boat. Oh shit!
for about an hour,
God, oh
you
God.
continue for 60 feet a turn, gaining now even more distance in this dead.
Fuck this dead wind.
Dude.
After about an hour, Makit's magical food wearing off. Nat 20 from one of them. You guys continue at max speed throughout, and soon as the afternoon creeps on overhead, noon passes, and the sails of the black ship disappear over the horizon. For now.
Have we
Oh
seen
my
any
God.
islands or
Wow, we
anything?
really needed Makit.
As Cole has been on lookout this entire time, he has spotted, or no, Cole has been on sperm whale for some of the time, to be honest.
Second half, though.
There has been, however, the call out of an island to the north. A small one. It was just a tiny outcropping of an island, which is now just due north of you guys.
I mean, what if you just hallucinate terrain, just ocean?
It is spotted on the other side of the island, another small one. There are two small islands and a tiny islet. And then just popping into the horizon, northeast of that is another small island.
What do you
So
say?
they're all small.
It's not a bad idea, though. They can't see us, we can't see them. What if we stop at an island and hide for a bit?
That is our plan, but we need a
yes,
bigger
Marinus
Need a
was
bigger
ready.
island.
He had his hallucinatory terrain for that reason.
Could we do Could we do your middly magic and make ourselves look like maybe a bigger island in between the two small islands?
There's a limit to how.
I could make us look like the ocean. What? That's just like
Yeah, it's just you just make it look like different terrain.
yeah. You make natural terrain and 150-foot cube in range look, sound, and smell like some other sort of natural terrain.
But then don't we risk
Just as long as they don't ram us.
I mean, we could also just the
So
island's
the
not
whole
far.
the whole idea was to beat them to an island, get around the corner, and terrain it, and then if they come close, we'll deal with it then. Otherwise, they'll think we kept going.
So you
But
guys,
if we can get to
stay
that
here
island, we
there,
should do it absolutely.
Well, yeah, and then we could
Do
just
we want them to get to?
No.
I don't think they're
They
going
know
to
where they're
Nazul. I
going.
think they're just trying to kill us. I
That's
think you
fair.
guys are reading into a lot.
Mm,
I think they were hired for a job and they're trying to do it.
I mean, I don't see you needing a warship for just transporting goods.
No, I think
As-
they're trying to kill us because
Anyways,
there's the hit on us.
As you guys rush, or as you guys have this discussion aboard deck, and the whales currently pull you through the waters, time ticks on. You guys look eagerly behind you to see if the black sails creep over once more. And as you stare on across the deck, the sound, ever so distant, creeps in. As the wind begins to pick up once more and rushes into the sail you have down. Everybody rushes on deck and starts to lower the sails as people begin to arrive on upper deck, ready to take over their shift in the afternoon, around 2 o'clock.
So I'm going to stick my head in again. Obviously, thank the whales and let them know they can do what they want to do. So I'll cast Speak with Animals again.
Because we're going to be faster than the whales now, right?
We hope.
Hopefully.
Yeah, our top moving speed was like 150, I think.
Yeah, but it all depends on how you sail.
Yeah.
But it's going to be more than 60, which I think.
You
What, like
watch as you guys begin to pick up, each of the whales continue with you guys for a bit. As you begin to lower sails and people begin to switch over, taking over new reins here in the water, you guys give over the sails to a new crew. Who each of them...
I will, because this is our off shift now, pretty much.
Correct.
Right? I will do the same as yesterday and try and learn.
Okay.
I will go to bed.
I'm going to go to bed also.
Yes,
Get all my spell
hey,
slots
Marina.
back, so no exhaustion points for later.
Let's see.
You watch as those around you begin to take up sails, and as wind rushes into them, you guys begin to pick up speed. 60, 70, 80, 100 now. The whales on either side begin to fall back. Still coasting along the top, they spray water up into the air, which coasts onto the deck, settling in a small mist as they fall back, and you can watch the ropes that were resting around their large bulbous heads begins to drift off and dangle off the front of your ship. As they fall back for quite a while, about an hour or so, you watch as these sperm whales do occasionally drift below and pop
Killer
up
whales.
behind. Yeah, I'm sorry, these killer whales do pop up and blow from their blowholes a gust of water and air. Continuing on for about an hour, they tail you guys, where they eventually will drift off, disappearing beneath the surface of the water indefinitely.
Marvelous.
Well, we'll definitely clean up them ropes.
Yes,
we'll
you
pull
guys
those
do.
ropes
Seymour
up.
starts to pull them up as well, wrapping them up on deck. You guys clean up. As you all begin to pick up sails. 1 second. There's one more roll I have to do here real quick.
Hey, Alan.
Well, that wasn't too bad, right?
Hey, Alan.
That was not. That was pretty good.
Fuck you.
No, that was great. You did exactly what druids are good at. That was perfect.
Okay, the wind is blowing southeast currently at great speeds. It is currently what is known as medium wind, not a gale like often found in a storm. This degree of wind can either help or hinder you guys depending on its direction currently. Facing southeast, the wind is not entirely in your favor. You are able to catch it, however, with sails currently facing off your port bow. And as you all attempt to catch wind, 1 second, let me see here. It is giving you guys a 20-foot boost. As you linger in this water currently, it is pushing you near top speed, but you are not currently at it. Throughout the morning, or I'm sorry, throughout the afternoon, past 2 o'clock, you guys sail. Creeping into the afternoon, you have free time to yourself. Cole said he turns into sleep, correct?
Yeah, because he wants to get everything back and then not get exhaustion if they get attacked or anything.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna sleep also.
Marinus, if I could actually have your opinion on something real quick.
Yeah.
Marbalu, I bought some things on the island, and well, I figured you're a druid and don't know a lot about gardening. Come to the kitchen, and I'll lead him over, and I'll show you 2 plants I bought. One that has like some unripe chili peppers, and one of them is a God's beard plant.
And the mint and aloe.
A what?
Sure, I have that with
And the basil.
Yes, yeah, sure. I'll keep all your plants. I don't know where you put your plants.
They would be on the top deck because it's the only one that has windows.
A God's beard? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Is that what I said? Yes.
It is.
I stopped by the girl house.
It is this universe's wacky tobacco.
I
Dirk
bought these.
loves some tobacco.
I bought these for our crew and for other things, and then I spent the money and I realized, shit, I don't know how to garden. I was wondering if you could help out a little with these in taking care.
Yeah, I can take up the nature check, I guess it would be.
To care for plants, yeah, it'd be a nature check.
Yes.
Yeah, I can take that up.
Marvelous. I'll stop by and water from time to time, but
or I mean, I don't want to tell you how to do your druiding, so you do it your way.
Yes.
There's a number of ways you could tend to this plant. Let's be honest.
I think Seymour is very good with plants.
Ooh.
Right?
Seymour is also very good with plants, yes.
You know, wasn't he here earlier?
He was here earlier. He took off. He did the old say no words slip away.
Is he proficient in nature? Being the type of druid that he is?
I believe
he did
so.
Actually talk, and he said he was something called a spore druid, which I do not know what that really means, but he's good with mushrooms, and I could always use mushrooms.
Yeah, I would think he would be proficient in nature, so he would be a better one to.
Yeah.
I'm more of like the animal nature. He's more of like the plant nature.
Ah, I did not know there was different druids. Okay. Oh
Yeah.
man, I'm relying more and more on him. First, the doctor lessons, and now he's helping with my plants.
That's what makes him a great doctor.
I suppose so. I don't know.
I
too
mean,
much
yeah, that is true. He does use an herbalism kit, which would actually let him use that skill on any check he would do with plants.
Well,
so,
I'm also herbalism.
Well, then you would also be pretty good with plants, because you can use.
I'm just not proficient in nature, and I wasn't sure if he.
You could use your modifier for that on any check really to do with plants using an herbalism kit. So, like a lot of kits work like. Whenever you do something relating to that thing, you can be like, I want to throw in my herbalism kit, which I'm proficient with, to help me, and it'll generally give you an extra proficiency. Like the rule of thumb with, and I was reading into this the other day with water vehicle checks is like anything you do on a water vehicle check, you can use that provision. So like investigating a boat. So if you were like to look for secret compartments on a boat, you could still use that water vehicle's proficiency in that because you're proficient with water vehicles in general. You know where hidden compartments would be generally. I found that out and I'm like, yeah, that would actually make sense. I can see that. But sorry,
okay,
you were saying nature. He is very proficient with nature, and he would definitely help you take care of these plants. So if you want to roll it, Marinus, just take it with advantage and use your skill proficiency.
Yes.
The idea will be Seymour and you will both generally take up the care of these plants casually throughout the course of sailing.
Okay.
I thought, marvelous. Thank you so much.
So go ahead and roll a nature check for me, Marinus, and do it with advantage. And you can use your wisdom, of course, with your proficiency because of the tool.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll just roll 2 herbalisms.
Yes.
Okay, so 24.
24. Yeah. Over the last few days, these plants have been thoroughly taken care of by Marinus with the help of Seymour, whoever is currently awake at the time, as Marinus spent a good amount of time yesterday caring for his meditation. He didn't get to care for the plants, so Seymour takes over. And going forward, we'll be doing gradual checks to see how those plants fare.
I'll take care of him.
Going forward, we'll keep this in mind. Seymour does know nature.
I appreciate this.
Wait, what about Seymour?
Seymour does know nature, yes.
Okay.
As well as herbalism kit, so.
I see here. And,
but he's probably not proficient in animal handling, is he?
That's a good question.
I don't know if you just had his sheet pulled up a second ago.
I did, and then I closed it for some reason.
Or like, if he's not, I'm the animal handler.
You are the animal guy. He does not have animal handling. That's a cool duality. Right. I like that. That is nice. I didn't notice that.
So he's the animal, or he's the nature druid, and I'm the animal druid.
Exactly, yeah.
And that's like, it kind of fits with his spore thing.
And
your water
connection to beasts.
And my moon druid.
Yeah.
Anyway,
so
you all are free time currently in this 4 hour. Cole goes to sleep. Marinus goes to sleep. Gargax smells.
Yeah. Thank you.
Dirk, what are you doing for your downtime today? Number of people are turning in early.
I'm assuming that. Yeah, I'm tired as well, but I'm assuming Lithos is busy with the sales and shit. Because this is his shift, right?
Lithos is busy with the sales and shit, yes.
Okay. So for now, then, I'm going to... Is Makit asleep?
Makit is up.
I'm going to go find Makit.
Oh, no.
I've been waiting.
I've been dreading.
I've been excited to have this conversation with you.
Oh.
No, I'm just kidding. But I just had a few questions for Makit.
Oh.
Time to have the talk.
Yes. Yes, Dirk. How have you been? How have you settled on the boat? On the boat.
Fine. I'm getting used to being in the clan life again. Not too different from from where I came from.
Shooter, turn around.
Haven't gotten into any more fights, have you?
I earned 200 gold for my fights, so suck a dick.
Okay. Well, if it's okay with the crew, you can fight. I never stopped you. Just don't go punching my crewmates.
Just don't.
Without consent.
Without consent.
Easy.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Where did you go after you saved my life?
Well, I went into another town. I went to another town. We were at the bio for so long, and with your I will.
Baigao.
Baigao, thank you. Baigao for so long. I figured a new change of scenery might be accompanied. Besides, you were getting on the tavern owner's nerves so much, I didn't feel welcome anymore. So I went south, and that's actually, in a strange way, because of you, I found the flyer for the ship, and I thought it was a good sign to start another crew. You know,
Yeah,
I
that
was
ship has a very good effect on people.
Yes.
Dirk has great respect for the captain. It's been a while since I've been able to respect a leader.
Mhm. I do appreciate his methods in letting others take charge and doing this himself. Mhm.
Unlike some
Lead by the
leaders.
bottle, I say.
Yeah, unlike some leaders.
Just hear the captain sneeze upstairs.
Ah, yes, that is an honorable sneeze indeed.
It reminds me of my father in a way.
Oh.
I think that's why he was. Huh?
I thought you never brought him up before. What do you remind you about that?
It doesn't matter. He just does. My father died many years ago. While I
Wow.
was still young.
Mm-hmm.
But, do you need any help with anything, Dirk? Or Mickey?
I Mickey, you're Dirk. Don't forget that. It's
Okay.
a distinguished. It's a
Dirk
very.
needs help with names.
Yeah. Dirk's also very tired. He's been pulling a ship for a while.
Good job,
From whale or not.
Oh, and good job about that. You really saved our ass. And I put my and I pat him on the elbow. And good, good job. You seem to really find your place here. That kitchen was too cramped for you, anyways.
Well, they
It's
seem
time.
like they're very trustworthy, and I've been warming up to them. It's been a long while since I've been able to trust people.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I must say, for scoundrel pirates, they actually have quite a big code of ethics. It was not something I expected.
Much larger than mine.
Yes. Let's see. I a homeless man tends to have more ethics than you, I've noticed. Not everyone is so eager to fight, even the drunken ones, as much as you are.
Yeah. I don't know. Ever since I got my aspect of the bear while I was on my travels, taking on that totem, I feel more in tune with myself. I feel like I've grown, a lot's happened. Happy to finally have some stability.
I tug on your beard, grown in many ways.
Yeah, I didn't have this when I last saw you.
It was quite a surprise. I thought you was the boat. I thought you would shave it off once we got to civilization, but no, you kept it.
I like it. I met some dwarves inspired Dirk to really flush it out. They even braided it for me at one point. It was really nice.
Perhaps you should keep up the braid. But,
yeah. Now that I'm not as crazy anymore, probably clean myself up.
That is on you.
Alrighty.
You know, we all change over the years, and I kind of slap my stomach, like, and it's not always a bad thing. It's just as a friend once it said, the past is history, the future is the mystery, but the present is a gift. Yeah. But
Alright. Chris seems like he's done with this conversation.
No,
I just smiled at that. I like that.
Cole said it first.
Yeah, that was really good. I like that.
Yeah, no, it was. Yeah.
It is Master Oogway.
I do feel
to
like
be
I-
honest.
Yes.
Hey, who's Master Oogway?
That's
That's
why I
a
like it.
that's a direct quote from Cole Strauss.
Hey,
It's just a quote I really like.
We've been stealing quotes all day, haven't we, Not?
I know. Anyways, sorry, going back to our sappy
Got a couple of great minds on that ship.
really smart people in this group. No, I'm Dirk
Yes.
has, in these few short weeks, really grown to calm himself in a more. He realizes that rage doesn't really get me through like it did in the tribe.
I must say, that is a relief.
Yeah, I feel like I have to actually start learning things despite my hatred for it.
Oh, I've been learning many things that I never thought I would be learning today. You know, I'm learning how to heal people now. It's exciting and terrifying.
Understandable. I'm learning how to not kill people when I want to. That's aggravating.
Aggravating, but very relieving for me. You almost killed me a couple of times. You say you were trying to save me, but I promise you, I was not under attack in that outhouse. It may have
Listen,
sounded.
when I throw you to safety, okay? Where you land is your fault.
Okay. Just as this conversation is had, out on deck, you guys know it is reaching now about. You gave up shift around 2 o'clock. Yes, 2 o'clock, and as it is now approaching sunset, a call is shout across deck. As Pierre shouts down, "Land! Oh, there's been another sighting. Due northeast, dead ahead.
This is exciting.
It is distant. I cannot see quite yet."
Alright. Well, with that, I am going to retire. It's good talking to you.
How deep is this into
Wait,
the
I want to let them finish. That was just interrupting their conversation.
I should I have. It seems I must make some new dishes. I'm almost out of crab now. Believe it or not.
Quick question before.
Been a lot of crab.
Do you have any food you can spare me?
You know, as a matter of fact, I just so happen to have some crab that's about to go bad. You know,
I'm going
it's
to
about 2 hours away from being Bubba food.
I'm going to take as much crab as I can fit in my stomach and take it to my bunk and eat it before I go to sleep. And then
So, instead of pastries, it's crab chowder tonight. Which is probably equally as bad of an idea. But you stuff your face with crab chowder and go to bed.
Listen, okay.
That sounds phenomenal. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm hungry. I will take what I can get. The amount of calories I burned today.
You're just gonna have a sweaty night of sleep.
Smelly night.
Which I'm sure Dirk has most nights.
I was gonna say, you think that's a non-normal occasion for Dirk?
Yeah,
exactly. Do you know what I?
You guys don't just cast Leomund's tiny hut solely for the fact that you can control the temperature inside the dome.
Okay.
Cole just has his own room, makes a hut inside the room anyways.
Okay,
just Cole
guys, as dawn sets, you all do hear that call across deck from Pierre, as land has been sighted, and those of you who do go on deck will see it pointed out by many people across deck. Due northeast, at the front of the bow.
How far into the ship? Into the shift was it?
This is about halfway into their shift.
Okay.
So
Do
you
ever want me
are.
to roll an intelligence saving throw.
You're learning from whom?
Yeah, from anyone that's doing it.
Doing what?
Competent. Doing sailing.
Sailing. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I said at the beginning.
Yes. No, I remember.
Then you said I was smelly.
Yes, you're smelly. That's still canon.
That wasn't in contest.
Okay. It is Kush teaching you. However, his stoned ass is not teaching you well.
Of course.
So it is going to be hard for you to retain most of his stuttered and off-topic ramblings, but you can try. Go ahead and roll your intelligence saving check. Oh, wait. Do ability checks get a bonus? No, it's just saving throws due by you. Never mind. Okay.
Yeah, saving throws. Yeah,
Gotcha.
It's just
Is it just him in the class? Or
so
is it
I'll,
me?
I'll use my.
It's not a class. He's just
Not a
watching.
class.
him
He's
sail.
just helping him sail.
Oh,
So
he's
it's
just
just
wa-
a,
I'll use my
I thought he was doing deep
passive.
cat.
I'll use my passive, natural +3 from my charisma, and put that right on top of the natural 20 that I got.
Okay, you learn 2. You get 2
Okay,
checks
cool.
into water vehicles.
You are just expelling
my
all of
garbage
your
first
fucking
day.
Nat 20s, my dude.
Let's
you need
go.
to relax.
Yeah, you're not going to have
You
them
need
for
to
the
do a
rest of the
couple false
campaign.
rolls.
As this like sunset 6 o'clock call out is made across deck, you can see this Gargax as you are on deck. It is far into the distance. It's not going to be reached within the next couple of hours for sure. But it seems large from what you can see at first glance, just as its silhouette crops into view just by the setting sun off in the distance. You just see a glimpse of it as the sun sets behind this island. And as it slowly fades to dark, the crew finishes up their job sailing. The winds shift and they start to work, blowing south now. Due south, they're working slightly against your ship, slowing you by 30 feet around. Your crew has to work diligently to counter this. Okay.
Looks like all right.
Your crew rolls very competently though this evening, and getting up to max speed, the winds working against you only slows you down to 120 feet per turn. This gets you some distance, and throughout the night you seem to be making progress. However, those of you that are awake can see it is now a pitch black evening as the sun is slowly receding. You can currently see, as this happens around this time of year, and a few other times of the year as well. At the end of the summer, during the waning period of the full moon, as the light retreats from its large pale surface, it can be seen the glisten of a glowing silvery ring of asteroids and dusts that form a slight ring around the moon itself. And as it is in this large crescent, as it's in this large waning state, forming a slight arching shape along one side of its moon, you can see this large ring of glimmering dust that forms around half of the moon. Some of you, more intelligent individuals, can make a nature check to see if they know what this is.
I'm asleep.
Which you're asleep, but as it is becoming fully night, you are actually currently awaking and arriving on deck as the shifts are changing.
Okay.
But it is now late into the evening, and the moon is out. It's strange ring forming around it, which is not always visible in the night sky. Only in certain periods can it be seen. Cole, you eventually do see it, and you can make a nature check.
Oh.
This is something any learned individual would know. Gargax could make a nature check too, actually, now that I say this.
15.
Really?
Yes.
What is learned cover?
Not Sayri, I'm sorry. Naldo Tassari can totally make a saving check. You would have learned this in your monastery as well, too.
I don't have proficiency in nature. I still get the check.
Yes, that's fine. You would have learned this in any kind of like basic
Just making
schooling.
sure. I got a 17 for me. Did you
If
want
you
it?
had a formal education.
I got an 18.
Okay, yeah.
Formal homeschool.
Oh, if I would have been standing by Gargax, it'd be an 18.
Congrats,
if I get a
Naldo.
+3.
That's
Wow.
for saving
Or is that
throws.
it's the saving throws? Okay.
Mhm.
Then
My
just 15.
intelligence is a -1 and I got an 18.
I got the lowest.
I got a +0 and I got a
Dumbass.
17.
Cole, you dumbass.
Dude, I rolled a 10. I only have
Probably
a
the
+5.
smartest one
I'm not.
here.
Yeah, not in nature. Not in nature.
Our modifiers are -1, 0, and 5, and it's
I am
like
not
backwards.
smart. I am not smart in nature at all.
You're
I'm just
still like a
smart.
genius. If he said it's common knowledge to anybody with any minor schooling, you'd still probably know it.
But
unless you just
the
like
th-
rack out on nature
But what you're
classes.
saying is all reasons to make the DC easier for my guy.
Unless you like pass the fuck out during that class, I think you're gonna get it.
Can
I mean, the check went for a reason.
I would I'd be totally fine if
So
I
quick.
Yes. 1 second. I'll get to you. 1 second.
Oh, okay. I thought we were all just blabbering around while you were waiting for us. That's why I did that.
No, we're filling dead air like good.
Okay.
Like good streamers.
Sometimes it's hard to discern the two, you know.
Can my pet help me?
We're often.
I'm just trying to piece this together really quick. Can your pet help you? No.
Is your pet
I rolled a 10
educated?
also.
Oh, Dak! I swear to God.
No, Dirk's the only one. I'm asleep. Shut the fuck up.
Don't
But
say
I
you're
wouldn't have
real bad.
noticed. I'm actually asking if you have a pet. So.
No, currently I'm apparently the only one on this damn boat besides you that doesn't have a pet.
I have a familiar.
Dirk,
All right.
Borderline the same thing, okay?
Dirk has a Kangoo pet.
Look, I don't count Robodog and I don't count Faye, like our familiars.
Okay. Each of
I count
you.
them as
I'm trying to. Cole, you rolled really low, correct?
I rolled a 15.
And this is
We
common
didn't
knowledge,
hear
so that's
any of that.
that's not really low, and this is common knowledge, so this would pass. That would pass as well.
Should be plugged in, isn't it? Don't know.
Each of you know this. Both of you know this to be Alorana, the satellite that used to encompass the moon before the time of what's known as the Days of Chaos, or the Divine Sundering, the third Sundering to occur in this planet's existence. The Days of Chaos were the war over the period of many years. The wars between the immortal races and the gods themselves, when the new gods rose to ascension and forced the old gods out of their domains. Or, we'll leave it at that. Alorana was the satellite that circled the moon, which during the time of the Divine Sundering was shattered. It used to be a representation of magic itself, and its shattering seemed to be the shattering of magic itself, where it was separated into its many different fields, as well as the uses of the weave itself, or what would generally be known as the weave. But like the many different ways to manipulate magic was separated as well. Originally, before the time of the Divine Sundering, it was believed that magic was different in general, and when the moon was shattered and turned to this ring of asteroids, magic was forever changed. But this ring shows up a few times at some very choice moments in the year. The end of summer being one of them.
It's a very cryptic use of the word choice times.
Yes. As you guys sail toward this blackness, what you know to be northeast, you all gaze up at this beautiful sight as it does shimmer in the blackness of space itself, as the only half the orbital ring can be seen, as just sparkles of glimmering asteroids seem to be seen in the darkness. Eventually, shifts are changed.
On that island.
You can't see the island currently, as it is very, very dark, unfortunately. But it was spotted in the sunset, and you do know you are sailing toward it. As you and Marinus both awake, the rest of you, I assume, turn in for the evening?
Yeah,
That's 8 hours. So
yeah,
I turned in when he spotted land.
Okay, so you turned in around sunset, so around 6.
Yeah.
After eating your crab chowder. Yes, I remember. Makit, you turn in about now, I assume.
Yes.
The idea is you're also part of the morning shift. You were just working another sail separately. Naldo turns in and Sayri turns in. Everybody gets a restful night's sleep. Each of you awaken the next morning unperturbed by dreams.
Boring.
Also unperturbed by an attempt from the DM to scare you into thinking something bad happened.
Well, I would have been awake.
Sorry, I had to pee.
I would go back to that myth book of
Yes.
the Sundering because, yeah, I want to go and see if it talks about when the god Mira, that Cole knows as Mawa, splits its divine pantheon to see if it can find a name for Aunaui, or if there's anything else, because he said he was going back to his wheel, so he's making an inference that might have been him, or some kind of follower of him.
Okay.
What?
One moment, please. You really can't hear what I say when I do this?
No, I can't now. It's just sometimes your mic just doesn't pick it up at all.
That's
like
weird.
sometimes it works fine.
It kind of like fades out, like you're turning yourself down for some reason.
Nope. Well, I mean, it would fade out if I turn myself away.
Well, but it like fades to nothing. That's why it's weird.
I thought you cut out.
It's not even consistent though. It's like it'll be fine for 15, 20 minutes and then just do it for like a minute.
Hey, this ain't crispy Mike anymore. Yeah. Oh, good old days. That's it.
Good old days.
Trying to get all our shit figured out.
Okay.
How's everybody? Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
And it's gonna.
I was saying you can do that if you want to.
No, he was.
I'm just feeling
going
dead
back
air again.
No, I know he was just not talking.
Okay. Anyways, what I was saying was, I was everyone at the bin. I wasn't really here this morning.
It's been.
Yes.
It's an interesting session.
Also,
I paid way more gold than I probably should have for a bunch of books.
No, you did not. You paid
No, this book is pretty good.
Well, he paid more because I wasn't there.
I guess you wouldn't. You wouldn't know.
This one book has made it like already worth.
Also,
what is that book? I was there while you were reading it, but what does that book mean to you? Like, why is it so important? Those gods specifically. I meant to ask it earlier
because it's a pantheon I'm trying to learn about.
Oh,
I mean, like, Just the
And
context.
the dream
context of
that
the
you
book
missed was I kind of ended up in this prison space and talked with this person that looked like a void, but had some human features and whatnot.
Voice echoed.
And when I left or was leaving or waking up from the dream, he said he had to return to his wheel, and the only god that Cole knows about that is Aunaui, who's supposed to be the keeper of the wheel and all it watches.
Cole's life just got way more interesting.
It's just the fact that Cole picked out a lot better books.
Yeah.
It's almost, well, I mean, it's
the
almost
context
like
of the books are a lot more.
All right, now I'm kind
it's
of proud
almost
of my
like as
purchase.
having a higher intelligence would allow him to do that while also knowing where to look and having like the researcher
Mhm.
background where he's like, I know where to look. So
So I feel like now I'm more justified in my purchase, whereas Sayri bought smut.
well, I mean, I'll be honest, the basilisk thing, if we read it and can figure stuff out about it, it'll be great because basilisks do turn you to stone.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
So,
he's back.
as you read through the later chapter, which dives in further into Mira and her pantheon that she springs up, you realize a great difference between them. For where Avarex forming Avaria, who spawned 7 deities of their pantheon. The goddess Mira formed but 4. One of which is mentioned to be Nock, the bringer of darkness, creator of the abyss. She also formed Tolenya, who is a god of creatures of the sea. It also formed Konu, which a protector of the land, formerly known as, rings a certain memory in your mind of a representation amongst your own deities, where you are familiar with mentions of the name Konu before, a god, a sort of protector god of ancient representation. You would know this to be I'm sorry, I'm screwing up my own. Kayatikwa, the god your people back home worship. Konu being a representation of another god you are familiar with, you begin to relate Tolenya to be that of Togoroa, the god of fish. Nock not being one frequently worshipped within your pantheon. Molessa is also a goddess.
Molessa?
Molessa is also a goddess that is mentioned. Being a sort of representation of the circle of life. If you want a spelling, I can give them to you.
Sure.
As far as you're able to read this evening, as it does branch off into further representations
It's a thick book.
Of the branches of both Tyrannus, as well as Jorok. Eventually, you do lose track of the course you were on. However, it is pertinent information. You do take it all in stride. The only ones that kind of draw your attention is the four that branch off currently in this era of the book. You do know chapters then do later go on to touch on later on after the Prime Sundering.
Okay.
But you're going to have to see what that includes.
Yep, I'll have to do more reading.
It is pronounced Molassa. M-O-L... I have bad eyes, I'm sorry. M-O-L-A-S-S-A. Tolenia, T-O-L-E-N-I-A. And Konu is K-O-N-U. These are the four deities. Where it does talk about the seven offspring as well as Avaria, each going on to form the 8 halls of heaven. It does not talk of any such tales of Mira's and her kins. Their portion of this book seems the most void and barren, where there was a lot more nuance and pageantry to the others. These are all... This is represented by the Pantheon of Life.
Avarias are.
No. Mira's
The
are.
other one. Mira's are.
That is what you're able to gather.
Cool.
You're doing this into the evening, correct? Through the night?
Well, I went to bed.
Yes, yeah.
So then when they did the shift change, so while they're sleeping, that's what I'm doing until, I guess, my shift, or if anyone else asks Cole for anything.
Or if something happens, I assume.
Yes, that as well, obviously.
Baroness, are you doing anything while you're awake?
I'll just stay behind my locked door.
Okay.
It'd be so rude.
Gargax walks in. Cole had a nightmare. I'm just kidding.
Cole's like, no, you didn't. I would have heard about it.
I just meant like when they attack. It's just like, quick, everyone to hands.
A cannonball just comes through your wall. Ignore that.
Polymorphs.
Anyways,
as the night ticks on, Marinus, are you chilling below deck?
I mean, we came up top to look at the moon.
Yeah, you did. I mean, are you helping out on deck at all, or just hanging about?
Yeah, I can help out. There's no reason not to.
So while you're on deck, Marinus, you do get you do catch wind of everything that is going on. No pun intended, as the winds do shift here upon deck. You do know that the winds have now shifted halfway through the night to a western angle, which still not necessarily in your favor. You guys can switch the sails to the starboard side and still catch a fraction of the wind. However, it is still very strong throughout the evening and is going to work against you currently, slightly. 2d6. 4. It is still working 30 feet against you guys as your crew works away on deck. If you want to roll to sail, you can. Otherwise, you're just helping out on deck.
Sure, let me...
Okay, then I will count your roll in toward this over others. Because there's a couple of incompetent fuckers today on deck. Well, you're lucky that last one was a nat 20.
16.
16. Okay, that's also pretty good. As you guys are working against wind, however, it does slow you quite a bit, and you guys are currently moving at 80 feet per turn throughout this second half of the evening. And as you begin to slow quite significantly throughout the night, the sun does begin to rise far behind you guys in the west. And as you, Marinus, are working on deck, you can see the black sails creeping over the horizon once again. The deck is still currently below the horizon line as people are beginning to wake up and arise now on deck as the sun begins to rise early in this morning. But you can see ever so slightly off in the horizon, silhouetted by the sun as it rises once again, giving you an ample view to see currently. A crow's nest. That is what I was getting at. As the sun also rises, you can now see far in the opposite side. And you can now see in the distance that your crew has traveled in the night a better look at the encroaching island. This one is quite large, or it at least gives the appearance of it, for it is 5 different islands, all clustered together. The first one, a large, jagged, sharp rock jutting out of the water at least 100 feet up. The ones behind it, however, a jagged cliff face of a large, plateaued island, almost entirely out of the water, along with 2 different islands crested on its northern side at different elevations. One a flat coral beached reef almost, as the other one is kind of this winding up cliff face, which reaches from a beach side on one end and then climbs to this sharp cliff face on the other. The furthermost island on the northern side is this second largest of the 5 islands. And while it isn't huge, it does have a slight mound in the center, which grows to a bit of a jungle in the center. These 5 clusters of islands are now but 2 miles off currently as the sun rises in your direction northeast, which you head currently. As everybody arrives on deck, you can see Marinus there already waiting for you as you are all awoken the next morning.
Hop on sails.
Yeah, pretty much.
What's the plan, gentlemen, ladies?
Get to that fucking island.
Coast around it. Find a nice cliff that's tall enough.
Yeah.
I mean, even
on right up next to it.
And then explore the island?
Yes.
No.
Oh.
We stay put on ship, ready for them to round the corner at any moment, possibly find us, and try to get away or fight our way out.
And once they pass, we explore the island.
Once they pass, we give them a bit of a head start so we don't bump into them again, and we continue on our bearing.
So while we're giving them a head start, you explore the island?
Yes.
I suppose we can explore the island.
I mean, we are looking for a plunder, aren't we?
Yes.
That island would definitely be worth looking about. I'm sure people have already, but things get overlooked.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
There's nothing wrong
Also,
with making pickings.
it might be a good idea to just have another charted island deeper into the Torrita that we might know for maybe a safe pit stop if needed in our future.
Okay, so let's get a closer look. On your sails. Seems like we have guests behind us.
Yes, and I will go keep a lookout.
Guidance, help, you know, the deal.
With some garbage rolls and 11.
Nice. I rolled pretty good
I'm
today.
proud of you, Marinus.
I'm going to
What?
I'm going to help out Dirk.
Just all these garbage rolls. I'm still proud of you.
I'm giving you advantage, Dirk.
Cinnabon is
Okay,
helping
I'll
me.
roll
Giving him
again.
advantage, or are you?
Oh
giving
wait,
him
I get
I'm using
advantage
the help
because
action.
my
No,
pet
he's
gets
giving
to help
Dirk
me.
the advantage. Who are you giving the advantage to? Be clear.
Dirk.
Okay.
Dirk.
Wait.
Fucking goddamn it!
So you're giving him an advantage instead of
Working it?
manning your own
Yes.
sail.
Yes.
Cinnabon
I
helped me,
am
but then I
terrible
rolled
at
a one.
sales.
It's Dex
Down.
or strength, but okay.
That would leave a sail open,
Oh,
not being
we want
worked.
all sails to be taken.
shit. Well, I suppose then I'll have to work it. Right. So.
All right. Well, the 11 stays.
Yep.
We're gonna be going at a
Okay,
snail
cool.
that's a good
pace
roll.
today.
I remembered our pets could help us, so I was like, "Oh, roll 11." No,
There you
we'll
go.
re-roll that.
Nice.
Roll a
Yes.
10. Fuck.
Proficiency in water vehicles. So I think that's 18. If I'm doing that right, yes. Let's see here.
Alan, you rolled better than me.
I did.
Are you putting them all in chat, everyone?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
So,
No way.
shoot. Mhm.
I don't know if you heard that, Crisp, about
What?
my pet helping me.
Yes, I did, and it
But-
worked out worse, I assume.
Yep, again.
Noldo, was that this roll just now?
Yeah.
That's kind of important to let be known. You rolled a natural 20, not just a 23.
Yes, but
Yeah,
again,
that's-
the rule is say it out loud
Mhm.
so people can,
Yeah.
in the stream can know.
I rolled a 21.
I rolled a 10.
But try to do it not like a loser, if you could in the
My
future.
perception was a
No, I can't.
23.
I rolled
It really
an
hurt my
11.
feelings, Chris, because I was.
We're calling out dice numbers. How are we supposed to do that not like a loser?
I rolled an
I rolled
18.
a
I
21.
rolled a 10.
Why did I go southern?
I don't know. I went
Okay.
nasally.
Yeah, I went nasally southern.
I just
Okay.
wanna finish.
You guys venture into toward this island at pretty breakneck speed. Love passing Marinus's fucking roll over.
Yeah.
with fairly breakneck speed, you guys manage to sail up along this island. You guys can all see it here. It's quite small, as it is a cluster of. Oh no, you guys have not been moved over. There you are. It is quite small, as it is a cluster of tiny islands, but they do reach up quite tall. As this southernmost one is a jagged tower of like spiked rocks, about 100 or so feet tall. You can get closer now and see it's about 120, 130 feet tall as you pass near it. Oh, it's looming up past your first sail. As you sail past that, you can see cliff faces that are even higher than that first jagged rock. This beach side is entirely a rough, jagged cliff face that plateaus this grassy knoll on top with jagged rocks on all sides.
Hey, Chris,
Yes.
I'm gonna head to bed.
Okay.
I really gotta go to bed.
No problem. I totally understand.
Alright.
Take care.
Alrighty.
Take care.
Good night.
Good having you, my friend.
The one in the center is a rising island, which starts off on this beach front, just touching the water level, as it rises up about 50, 60 feet up into the air to jagged cliff faces on the southern end. This one here is all a beachfront shoal with very little foliage in the center, however, a tiny copse of jungle stretching from the northern to southern half of it. This topmost one is all beachfront on every side, except for a little bit of jagged rock face reaching up 30 feet out of the water on one side, maybe 40 feet or so. The island itself has a dense copse of jungle as well. This you can see as you sail up past its southern end, passing the jagged rock face at quick speeds, leaving behind the black sails in the horizon.
So where are we at? We're on this side?
You are on the
Coming from over here.
eastern side. Or western side, I'm sorry.
Yes. Which one's the really tall one again? Sorry.
The southern one is a jagged outcrop of jagged stone. This one is also a couple hundred feet tall plus, maybe 150 at least. Taller than that. This one is also pretty tall, spanning to, as you approach, you can see at least about 80 feet up on one end. The tallest points hiding your ship would probably be in between those two islands, if you could.
Let's do it.
Navigate. As you call that out, the captain begins its portward lean, and as you all veer, you keep a lookout, Cole, and you can see the black sails over the horizon completely out of view for now. And as you coast around into these sharp cliff faces, you watch as the crow's nest just barely comes into view as you vanish behind the gray rock face. You are now slipped in ever so tightly between these two islands.
Hallucinatory terrain.
Okay, you begin to cast.
Get close to the edge, and what does it take?
Oh.
I don't think.
I don't
It
think.
takes 10 minutes.
Yeah, it takes 10 minutes to cast it, and as you begin to mutter in your incantation, what is everyone else doing for this brief 10 minutes?
I can't see them because of the islands, right?
Correct. Your crow's nest is currently blocked by this large cliff face, which reaches up. Now that you're next to it, you can see 220 feet up on your end.
Well, I will just.
How far away were they?
I will just stay watching to see if
miles.
they at all come in view.
Okay.
while the
What you can only
spell's
assume to
getting
be at
cast.
least 5 miles.
Okay.
He
As
said
this-
right as we came in, the crow's nest just barely started to peek out of the horizon again.
Yes.
So anyone on deck probably didn't see us.
So you're ascending to
come
that
into
top
the
platform?
island, but someone's on the crow nest. They might have.
You're ascending
in
to
the
that top
crow's
island? Or what did you say you were doing, Cole? I'm sorry.
I'm not gonna leave
Oh,
the
you're just
crow's
waiting, okay.
nest, but I'm gonna wait up there. So like, if they get visible before the spell's cast, I mean, they might have seen us, but
Okay.
we'll see.
As you all rest, motionless, quietly in between these two islands, you sit silent, waiting as Marinus casts his spell.
The illusion's going to be basically extending the cliff
Perfect.
face out and covering. I mean, it's a 150-foot cube, so however far I can go out.
Okay. As you do so, each of you watches this veil drops down like a aqua blue mist over each of you, and as you can see the glimpses of the hallucinatory terrain on the other side for a brief second, you watch as it solidifies past your ship, and you guys can all see as normal aboard your ship, but you know beyond is a magical illusion.
I'll come down from the crow's nest and wait with everybody else.
Cole, as you descend the crow's nest, you see, creeping over the ledge of all sides of your ship, tiny blue, bluish green hands creep over with jagged fingernails. You watch as hands on your port, bow, as well as starboard side each pull up these little round heads with ears out to their side. You can watch as slash mark and jagged edges crop its top edge, as well as many of other individuals' gnarled ears. As they pull their heads over, you can see the faces of teal green goblins. Their gnarled teeth showing as they pop their heads over the side and begin to climb. You can see the rags they wear across their body are simple leather loincloths and tunics. These goblins, no, they are goblins. You know them to be goblins, just of the strange teal hue that Dirk himself is. Each of them pull their minuscule bodies over as they pull over spears and other makeshift weapons, as one on your bow pulls over a large staff, which he clutches at his side, currently adorned in a rib cage made into the outfit of his hide uniform. And as he looks about in Goblin, he says, as many of them echo the same calls, each of them holding out their weapons, but not approaching.
How eloquent.
Does Dirk speak Goblin?
Ooh, we're not necessarily under attack.
Does anybody speak Goblin here on the deck right now, before I go searching through everybody's
No,
thing?
not I.
I know Dirk is an orc.
None of you hear him, and as they each one of them hold out their weapons, you hear the same one call out again. And each of them slam their weapon on the ground briefly and then point them back in your direction in unison as he calls out that last command. Each one of them looking on with a look of resolution as they stare you all down.
I doubt speak with animals would help, right?
It would not. But we're going to end it there as you guys are swarmed by these goblin creatures.
Oh,
They should just want help. You know, this whole like rib cage on a staff thing.
What the fuck?
It reminds me of the ant people and
no, he
rib cage on a staff.
No, he just has like adorned into his leather armor, just like a rib cage.
I mean, they didn't.
That's not much better.
Well, no, but they didn't attack us.
They didn't just
did
straight up attack
try to communicate.
I'm guessing they're
just
trying to
not
rob
coming
us.
across. I mean, probably,
Well,
but who knows?
This is why I asked if Dirk had.
Dirk does not have goblin.
What? Just because he's teal? Teal
No,
green?
because he's
All teal green?
he's an orc, and
Yeah.
orcs, trolls, goblins.
Well,
I mean,
I will say
there's-
he doesn't have it.
Chimpanzees.
That or he hasn't filled out his character sheet at all, I'm now realizing.
Oh no.
Do I have his?
At literally all. How has he not filled it out at all?
There's no way they'd let him Cole cast comprehend languages, and that would only let him understand what they're saying. That really wouldn't be that beneficial.
Tongues would be more important.
Put some
Yep. And someone bought a ziggurat.
Oh. Hey, Ava.
As you all are confronted aboard the ship, we're wrapping up there, and I'm going to thank everybody who made it out tonight, because we did for a great portion of the night, and we still do now have a number of loyal viewers, and I want to thank them all. Go ahead and follow us, or I'm sorry, go ahead and check us out at Ship Sales and Heroic Tales on YouTube. You can go ahead and like, subscribe, and go ahead and hit the notification button so you can get notifications whenever we post something new. You can also follow us here at crispy_VDL for more Ship Sales and Heroic Tales live. I will be posting the schedule early next week, so if it's not posted tomorrow, check again Monday. And go ahead and have a great evening. Don't forget to follow to know when we're live. Thank you. Good night.